Good evening, everybody. It is me, Captain Logan, and I've also got Austin the Day Ghost.
What's up?
By popular demand, tonight we're going to tackle She-Hulk. I have not seen a frame of the Disney Plus She-Hulk show yet, and...
Except like the trailer. That's a frame.
That's true. That is a frame.
You
Okay.
liar. We're
No.
starting off. Just stop the stream. Start over. We're on a bad roll.
I haven't seen a frame in sequence of the show. I've not pressed play on Disney Plus to watch the show, but I'm finally about to. We did a super chat goal for a Captain Logan show not too long ago, the same way we did this for Secret Invasion and met that goal, and so here we are. We're going to watch the entirety of She-Hulk tonight. It is about 5 hours, maybe a little bit less, and it's... am I right about that, Austin? I think they average like half an hour an episode, and it's 9 episodes this time instead of whatever Secret Invasion was. Because I think Secret Invasion was only 6, but they were longer. Is that what it was?
Yeah, so the last like 1 or 2 are about the length of She-Hulk episodes, but the ones before that were all quite a bit longer. So it kind of balances out, I think. This might be a little longer overall.
Yeah, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on Preamble at the beginning. I always like to give people a couple of minutes to get in here so that they can sync up with us. I do have the clock on the screen there so that you'll be able to line up with this as well as possible. Apologies if there's any buffering issues tonight. There tends to be a little bit of that lately for whatever reason whenever we stream something while we're watching something at the same time that I just cannot get on disc that I have to watch streaming. But at the very least, you should be able to hear our audio just fine. If there are issues where you guys can't hear us or we're kind of flipping out and we don't realize it, let us know. We may flip out in a way that won't make us stop streaming, though. That could happen, Austin. There could be some wigging out on our end.
Yeah, and you won't like us when we're hungry.
We will periodically take a break, as we always do with these long marathons, every couple episodes or so. We might do one right after the first. We'll probably at least watch 2 before we take a break. But anyway, everybody get it rigged up. So first episode, it is, of course, obviously on Disney Plus. That's the only way to watch it. I don't think this has even been released on disc yet, has it? Because I know, or no, they're not releasing any of this stuff on disc, are they?
No, so they just released a few of their shows.
I was going to say, didn't they finally start something or announce something? I can't remember.
It was WandaVision and Loki, I think, were...
Oh, yeah, no, WandaVision at least is already out, because I think I saw that at a Walmart or somewhere.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and there's steelbooks, yeah.
That's what it was. Sorry, I forgot all about that. Yes, it's all coming back to me now.
And I think maybe Falcon and Winter Soldier got one as well.
Okay, but they haven't gotten to this yet. I wonder if they'll do it with all of them.
Yeah, I wonder, because I didn't think they would do any of them. And
no.
We got a few of them. So.
I was shocked by that. It makes me wonder if they'll finally do it with Mandalorian. As popular as that.
That did get it. They did both.
Did it already? I hadn't even... Okay, I'm completely out of the loop, apparently. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they announced like an initial batch that was like WandaVision, Mando 1 and 2, and I think Falcon Winter Soldier and definitely Loki.
I'm such a fraud, man. I don't keep up with any of this stuff anymore.
Well, it makes me wonder if, because they did Prey, and then like a few months later they did that. So I wonder if maybe that sold really well, and they were like, we need money.
Yeah, I saw Prey at a store just the other day. Mm-hmm. I was tempted. I like that movie.
Yeah, I did too. I haven't been.
Well, we reviewed it together. We gave it a really favorable review.
No, I liked it quite a bit. It's probably my second favorite movie in the franchise.
Yeah, it'll be nice if we finally go through the Predator movies, where the most recent one will actually like if we do commentaries on them, where we'll get like the most recent one will be one of the more positive movies. Like that never happens with us.
Mm-hmm. No, exactly.
So that
I don't have as much faith in Alien 5 next year. We'll see.
So this is is that happening? Mm-hmm. I have no idea what's going on anymore. This is a watch party. This is totally blind on my end. Austin watched a couple of episodes of this and gave up.
Yeah, this and Moon Knight. I watched the first 2. and then was like, I think I'm done.
Now, Moon Knight I watched all the way through, but very half-heartedly. I had a tough time getting into that, and I watched it over the course of probably 4 months.
Well, yeah, and I had that even just with the first 2 episodes. With this, I watched them back to back because they put out the first 2 together, I think, if I remember right.
Okay. Yeah, I think they did.
That or I just watched it a week apart for whatever reason. But I
So,
don't think so.
interact with us in the comments if you're so inclined, and we do encourage you to watch this along with us. There might be a little bit more dead air than there is on our more prepared commentaries, of course. But we're going to call it like we see it as we watch the show. Austin, I know you said that the show lost you, and of course you quit watching because you couldn't take it seriously, and you thought it was awful. I'm going to really keep an open mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's odd how... And I'm just saying that for the crowd because it's odd how polarizing our audience seems to be with this, with comments that I've seen the last couple days after we announced it and comments I saw just before we started broadcasting, where we do have some folks that say this gets undue hatred and that you have to take it on its own terms and it's not fair to pick some kind of MCU standard to hold it to, and some people are saying I might really appreciate the comedy for some reason. We'll see if any of that ends up being true on my end. I'm certainly curious about it. I'm worried about the super dodgy CG.
Yeah, I mean the one thing I'll give it right off the bat is that this is a TV show.
Okay, I have seen a frame of this show. It turns out I should not have said that. I'm sorry, Austin.
No, like this is a TV show. Like this, from what I've seen, isn't a movie stretched out. Like it is more episodic than the other shows are.
Okay, well you got to give it that. That's nice.
Give them that, yeah.
Yeah. I also think that even if we hate it, it will probably be more fun to watch than Secret Invasion was.
Probably. I have a feeling I will probably enjoy this more than the Secret Invasion and Werewolf by Night. So it at least is that.
Darren Root says, "Warning: there will be cringe." Well, and
that's correct.
Your cringe might not be my cringe. I guess we'll see. And I mean, I was open-minded with Secret Invasion too, and then I very quickly slumped in my chair, and you saw my heart kind of fall out onto my lap. So
when you weren't just open to that, you were excited for that show. Like I remember leading up to it, you were like, "Oh, this could be the return to like Winter Soldier."
Oh, I thought it was their chance to really turn stuff around. Yeah. Of course, I was really excited about Falcon and Winter Soldier too.
Yeah, and I had that with this and Moon Knight, because with both of those, I was like I don't know, like of all the things to make into shows, like these were 2 of the things I wanted. So
well, and these are both good ideas for TV shows theoretically.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Like I don't think She-Hulk needs to be super CG-ified. I don't understand why it can't just be a muscular woman that's painted green. I mean, I guess she's supposed to be kind of big, but I guess we'll see what they ended up doing and how that all looks. But I don't know. Like I never imagined that as a big CG creature. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree, but I also would have been won over. Like even if the effects were bad, like.
Well, sure. If the scripts were great, ultimately, who cares? But I mean, it would. Yeah. It would be a thing to put in the negative column, but it doesn't make you write the whole thing off.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of movies with terrible effects that I like a lot.
Yeah, and TV shows.
Maybe especially TV shows.
Exactly.
Guys, let's just get right into it. Here we go. The first episode is called A Normal Amount of Rage. Oh, we're gonna watch her get outraged, Austin.
Oh yeah.
It's She-Hulk Attorney at Law. I always forget that it has that subtitle.
I do too. I always just call it She-Hulk. I mean, everyone just calls it She-Hulk. I'm surprised they didn't drop that like the Jessica Jones thing, because I think that was supposed to be called like Jessica Jones Alias, I think, initially.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I mean, I know they couldn't call it Alias because there used to be a TV show called that.
No, that makes sense.
So it would be very confusing.
Unless I'm thinking of something else with that show, but
yeah, no, I didn't know that if that's the case. But I know that with this show, originally they were gonna do. Well, maybe they still have this, but you were telling me recently about how they wanted to write basically a courtroom drama, and then decided they didn't know how to write that, and so the attorney at law, title is a good idea because it tells you what it is ostensibly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a courtroom comedy, I think, but like a lot more courtroom
comedy
stuff.
Yeah.
And then they realized, like, oh crap, I'm the writer of Pickle Rick. I don't know how to do courtroom scenes.
Okay, Great puts in a $2 super chat and says, "Are you excited for mustard and ketchup Daredevil?" I want to say no spoilers and don't tell me anything, but I did know about that. I'm very nervous about that.
I will have a huge rant on the costume when we get there, but don't worry.
Well, and Dan just went off about how even he was characterized, and I'm scared.
Oh no, I know. I just mean because in the super chat he mentioned the coloring.
Oh no, I know. I'm not arguing with you or anything. I'm just saying that's more of the part that I'm concerned about is just how dumbed down have they made that character.
No, I agree with that. I just mean like in terms of that super chat. Like, I have a whole rant on the costume when we get there.
I am sure. Okay, Bag Studios, yeah, true timestamp 0. Oh, I see what he's saying because there's a Disney Plus logo. Yeah, no, just get it.
I just let it play for a second and then put it back to 0. That's what I did.
Okay, I guess we could do it that way. Yeah, the problem is we have to do this 9 times. I have always just started wherever it starts, but then, oh, I see what you're saying. Because then if I flip it back, yeah, okay. So you do have to get it past the Disney Plus logo and then put it in.
Because like you hit start and then it's like Disney Plus and then it goes to timestamp 0.
Yeah.
That's all I mean, yeah.
I see what you're saying. Sure, but the thing is, if you bring it up and you pause it right away, it doesn't do that, so you actually have to let it play. So that means I was probably off sync with people by 3 seconds every single time on the last time we did this.
Oh, that's probably why I'm always a little bit ahead of you with stuff like this.
I bet that's what it is, because I thought that was part of the timestamp. I didn't realize it. I just didn't notice it. None of this is interesting. Is everybody ready to get started? Here we go.
Yep.
Dude, and I said not a lot of 13 minutes. I don't know where the time goes.
Started, you're like, okay, no preamble. We gotta get
yeah.
into it.
I'm telling you, man, I don't perceive time like a normal person. That's what I'm realizing.
Your seconds aren't seconds. Okay, let's go.
They're really not. They're apparently minutes, or even more than one. Okay, everybody, please press play right now. Here it comes, folks. I'm not getting sound for some reason.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to keep just making the sounds. Yeah, thanks for doing that.
Letters of silver and red.
Silver and red. That was good. That was good. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, I've got it on the wrong mic. I see.
We're gonna get a comment now. Like, please don't do that again.
Yeah, I don't care. You have my permission. Oh, she immediately goes into power and responsibility, just right away. Okay, is she rehearsing something, or is she actually talking in front of people? Let's find out.
I don't remember. It's been so long.
Okay,
I'm not arguing. I'm just explaining why I'm right.
We're getting some information here. Visually.
Because she's behind a green wall.
No, we're seeing her credentials.
Mm-hmm.
If this is her office.
Yeah, and she's got Ruth Bader Ginsburg statue on there.
Oh, is that what that is? Yeah, there's a bobblehead.
Yeah, that's what that is. I don't know why it's got like a Facebook mom meme text under it.
So I really thought this would open with her talking directly to the audience, because I know there's supposed to be fourth wall breaks. And for a second, I thought that maybe that's what they were doing, and then it was a speech that was pretty clearly to someone. Mm-hmm.
That is a clever way to start your She-Hulk.
Is that supposed to be the fake out, where it's like we're supposed to think that she's talking to us?
I think so.
That was an easy word to throw in there. That she thought of the word savage, because she's going to be She-Hulk.
Yeah,
That's
if
kind
you
of
know anything about She-Hulk.
that's kind of a CW choice, right?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, she's already She-Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna go backwards, right? Okay, then I'll rescind the complaint about, or it's not even a complaint, but I'll just rescind the thing I said about Savage, because if she actually is She-Hulk, it makes sense that she would say that. Oh, she is talking to us now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this would have just continued, and we would have seen the courtroom she was going in, but this is the stuff where this was like a later episode that they.
Okay, and then we got to go
into.
back and give her backstory now.
Yeah, yeah, we would have gotten
and
that
turn
later.
it into an origin thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I like we got Ruffalo right away.
Yeah.
Okay, I am a little bit lost in where we are with the timeline with him. I expected him to be Smart Hulk right away.
I don't think that they know.
Oh, okay. So what's the thing on his
got the
arm? Does that
arm
help him
cast.
go back and forth or something?
Well, he's got the arm cast, so this is after Endgame, and he just said something about how he's got like his arm thing that lets him turn back and forth, like an arm bracelet.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't think. Okay, I see what you're saying.
I just don't think they understand any continuity with the Hulk at this point anymore.
W put in a $5 super chat and just said, I guess I'll read it real quick. She-Hulk, 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 He-Shulk, She-Hulk, Shurulk, Shulk, Shirk, Shark, Sea-Urk, Dirk, Hulk. Try to say that 3 times fast. Oh, God. Here comes a spaceship.
Oh, and here comes the Cheetos.
Look out for the Cheetos. This is immediately more entertaining than the last show we watched. First of all, I can see it. That's pretty exciting.
It is pretty good.
Ponderer says, to be fair, Savage is also pretty common nomenclature these days. Yeah, but nomenclature. Sure, but I'm just saying it's a pretty typical thing, like 30 seconds into your show to be like, let's throw a bone at the fans. In a real easy, forced kind of way. But like I said, I'm much more okay with it because it's not a big deal anyway, unless they just kept doing it. Smallville has made me very sensitive to this.
You know how a lot of the stuff like really overcomplicates origins?
Yes.
We're about to get the exact opposite.
Oh, wow. So that's easy.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
He bled like 3 drops into her open wound.
And then she just turned immediately into She-Hulk?
Yeah.
It's not even going to be, oh, I got this blood in me and eventually it'll transform me?
It's like a debate where she's injured and he has to give her a blood transfusion. And he's like, do I do that because I'm the Hulk? And instead, we did that.
Yeah, sorry if my mic has been clipping at the tops, folks.
Yeah, so she's already She-Hulk. That was the origin.
Crazy.
I know, right?
But you know what? There's a part of me that doesn't mind that. Just getting... I thought they were going to spend like 2 or 3 episodes on it.
I also just wish we got that story. Like, I think you could have done something really cool with that. Especially because we don't do anything with Bruce, like, anymore.
Oh, do we
Or
not?
really ever. No, I just mean like in the MCU.
Oh,
like,
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Proper characterization in a long time.
So admittedly, I don't know a ton about this character, and I don't really know what her origin is in comics.
Yeah, it's Bruce gives her a blood transfusion after she gets injured.
Okay,
so they took the blood thing. But
now that you say that, I've heard that, but I haven't read it, so like it doesn't stick with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fair.
Well, that would have been a cool dramatic opening for your show. I think you still could have done that in, an episode or even a couple of scenes if you really wanted to.
Absolutely.
Couldn't it still be that backstory even if you didn't want to really deal with it too long?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just wish there was a discussion like, hey, I might die, but you might become like a Hulk. I just wish we had some of that. It would have been something.
I will say she immediately. I don't know this actress beside outside of the show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you do.
I don't. I know she's in that Orphan Black show, but I've never seen it.
I've never seen that either. But she immediately has some presence and feels like she could carry a show.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't have any issues with her as She-Hulk.
Like I'm definitely buying that over some other actors that they've cast as leads in shows so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I had some of that with Moon Knight.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that he was bad, Oscar Isaac, but I don't think he could do the like split personality thing super well.
I still say the best newcomer, especially as far as being a star and carrying their own show, is the new Hawkeye.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that actress in general is really good. When we're like the only two people that liked America Chavez.
I know, but I did really like her. And I'm not saying give her a Disney Plus show necessarily, but I wouldn't immediately be adverse to it. I really liked her.
Yeah, I mean, I was also impressed that she's like, I don't think she was an actress before that. Or maybe she was. I know Miss Marvel wasn't.
No, and she's not bad either. I mean, I haven't seen the Marvels yet, but in her own, what I've seen of her show.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, what I've heard from the Marvels is that she's one of the standout performances.
I'm seeing it tomorrow. We're going to review it on Sunday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what you think.
Okay. Well, that's pretty consistent with more recent MCU, where we have to canonicize what the fans or the producers call things. And we have to call it out and make a big deal out of it. I'm smart, Hulk. I'm stuck with it. Okay.
Yeah, when he's been living in this building that Tony Stark and him built. 'Cause, yeah. I will say his CGI is pretty good, it also helps that
it looks as good in this scene as it did in any of those movies.
That's what I was gonna say. It probably helps that they just had that model. Like they probably just copy and pasted it over.
Sure, but I was surprised by that.
Absolutely.
I gotta be honest with you. I'm digging the kind of cartoony way the score is written in the show so far. Where, like, she has a reaction and the score goes, da-da-da-da! It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. There's like, wait a minute, I'm gonna die? That's some decent comedy writing. Ten minutes into this, I like tonal choices.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Like if I'm watching this by myself, not talking over it, I'm not immediately ready to get down and leave or anything, you know?
I forgot about that. He used She-Hulk's DNA to fix his arm.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
That's interesting. This score is going hard. I'm stuck on it.
It's funny because I'm not even really picking up on the score.
There's some nice string stuff. Why can't you, though?
Because it's too hard.
Oh. She's like, just make me not a Hulk right now. I have business cards? Her priorities are a little off.
Women. I mean, she.
Austin, I'm sad if I end up hating the show as much as people think I'm going to, because I'm immediately liking her.
Yeah,
I am.
sure.
I'm not going to lie.
No, I think the actress is good. I don't necessarily love her material, but I think the actress is really good.
But I have business cards. I have to go back to my job. That's a good line. I like how there's green paperwork right in the middle of the notebook. What is that section opposed to the rest of it? This is the part that pertains to the Hulk. The rest of this is paperwork you have to sign. Like, what is it?
Well, the rest is like the before Hulk, the rest is the after Hulk moments.
Okay, but the green is in the middle, and there's white surrounding it.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't mean like pre when he became the Hulk. I mean like pre when he transforms. They get like sectioned off into the before green, and then when he turns back, those parts get sectioned after green.
So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about anything that's happened in this scene so far.
I don't like Bruce Banner trying to kill.
Yeah, him going, I don't have a plan for this. If you don't Hulk out, that's weird. Now maybe he does, and he's just saying that to freak her out. Because again, he says the triggers are anger and fear. That would make her afraid. Maybe that'll help her Hulk out. That's probably what he's doing. We don't know that for sure, but I'm gonna assume that's what it was, and that he's not just that negligent and insane.
I mean, Bruce Banner is just kind of a stoner now at this point in the MCU, so he probably didn't have a clue.
Yeah, and it feels like Ruffalo plays it that way. Like, Ragnarok really ruined his performance.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows how to play this character anymore.
Well, they certainly don't know how to write it anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, so far, this is the most I've liked him in a while, but, like, it's still not the direction I want for that character. But I like that there's at least a tinge of pathos in it, where it's like, look, being a Hulk is tough, it sucks, but you've got to learn how to live with it.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, they ruined that.
That's sad, because I like the idea of him having to mentor her and all that. Okay, so
my Xbox controller died. I'm like, why did the volume go out? That explains it.
Okay, Austin, explain something to me.
Yeah.
And maybe they've already explained this and I missed it. So she's asking how to change back and forth, but why does she still have her faculties about her?
Because it's just She-Hulk.
When she hulks out. Okay, but then I just don't understand why it would not happen the same way it did to Hulk the first time around.
I think it's just that's how it is in the comics, so that's how it is here. I don't know if there is like a explanation.
Okay, but Bruce doesn't even seem surprised by it. Because he's like, I understand what being a Hulk means, and I'm like, okay, but her transformation is immediately very, very different from what yours used to be. So, like, conveniently, she just has the same thing you do now, but why aren't you going, wait a minute, that's weird? And he's even talking about how he used to have it differently than he does now. But he doesn't seem surprised by it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Because all this Bruce stuff is building to her being like, well, I'm a woman, so I have to deal with my anger more than you do.
Yeah, that was the other part of that scene I wasn't sure how I felt about when she said that.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
Like, there's a grain of truth in that.
But not when you're talking to Bruce Banner.
I just mean that, like, naturally, all things being equal, women tend to be, more emotional, of course. Okay. That was a line.
I also think the speech that I'm thinking of is actually this scene, not the last one.
So it goes without saying that even though they're cousins, she's kind of lucky that his blood didn't just immediately kill her.
Mm-hmm. Well, it makes me wish that Stan Lee became Hulk in Incredible Hulk, because he drank some of his blood.
Oh, that was the episode title. It's a normal amount of rage. So I guess we got to mention, and you alluded to this earlier, Austin, but the whole thing about how some of this was originally supposed to be like way later in the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all this was supposed to be like a episode 5 or 6, like whatever the second last one. So I guess like 8.
Boy, looking at them next to each other is so awkward.
Because
like you said, his model is the old model, so he still looks pretty good, but hers is just off kilter. There's a lot more uncanny valley.
I think it's like, look at their arms. Like he's got like pores and she doesn't. And like you can see hairs on his legs.
Yeah, the way they're dealing,
they made her her model on the TV budget, it's less detailed.
The way they're dealing with the gender stuff, like with the trying to put that in the comedy and everything, Austin, is just immature, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she starts doing the Hulk growly thing and she just starts yelling men? What? What is that?
Well, yeah, and I think it just sucks because like we never really got the Hulk. Like we never got to solo Hulk stuff after Incredible Hulk.
And then finally we get a whole show of it.
And it's, like farcy comedy. So,
which is again not what I'd want
ahead.
from this, and if it's funny and well written, I can take it on its own terms, I guess, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody complains about the female emotion thing versus Bruce Banner thing, but this line annoys me way more, where Bruce Banner talks about building the bar and how he and Tony built it, but Tony really just sat around and drank all day while he built it. And I'm like, no, you don't get to pretend like you had any alcoholism in your Iron Man after he's dead. Get out of here. That sucks.
I've never been as on about that as you and a lot of other Iron Man fans, but I'm also not a giant Iron Man fan.
Mm-hmm. But it's more so just we didn't do it. Like, don't pretend that there was any element of that.
So I just don't agree with that, but they should have done more of it. Like they don't have stories built around it, and that's unfortunate. But I mean, the first shot you get in the first Iron Man movie is him with booze.
That's because the first 2 Favreau movies are building it up to do something with it, and then we immediately stop.
But I think you could read it as in the background, even though we never tell stories about it.
I would if you would see him casually drinking, but you don't. And in Iron Man 2, his drinking is just down to, well, I'm going to die, so I'm going to get drunk.
The Ponder says there's plenty of people who drink a lot without being alcoholics. Yeah, that's true. I just maybe it's because that's a thing I know about that character, but
That's what I'm saying is.
I always thought the idea
lip
was supposed to
service
be
the-
we're seeding it, and like you said, they never get there. But like, you're
I just think
saying
it's
that they
annoying
can't
to be like, it's the hey, we paid lip service to this big thing in the comics, but you didn't actually do it, and like I'm annoyed that you didn't do it. So the fact that you went hee, lol, he liked to drink, is like a little comedy line like that. That's annoying to me. Like, especially because we could have actually talked about alcoholism and didn't.
Okay,
It's
they've
that
lost me
you
now.
took something dark and you'd made it a joke.
Yeah, they've kind of lost me now.
Yeah, that was the speech I was talking about earlier, Cap. That everyone hates.
Yeah, well, I agree. It's just I'm uncomfortable. I don't want to talk about this.
When it's like I get it, like there is that stigma of women have to control your
Yeah,
emotions.
yeah. I mean, there is still a grain of truth in that, but it makes her just infinitely unlikable.
It does, and you're talking to Bruce Banner, who's been on the run like for a decade, and when he gets angry, he like destroys towns.
Wait, what comic book is he quoting? I missed that.
I missed that line because I was on a diatribe.
You were on a diatribe.
I'm
I'd rather be on one of
seething
those
right
than a
now.
diet, though.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a classic North American. I don't have diet in my vocabulary.
I say that. I am on a diet, but I would rather be on a diatribe.
Her I Heart Mexico shirt, I don't know why, but it reminds me of Renee Montoya in Birds of Prey. When she has to wear like the goofy, silly shirt. And obviously that's not like as silly, but I don't know, it just reminds me of that for some reason.
I'm sorry, her T-shirt. I was reading comments.
No, it's okay. It reminds me of Renee Montoya in Birds of Prey.
Oh, I
she's
forgot
got,
about that. Yeah,
just got like the shirt.
Well, it feels like we're just kind of dwindling this character down to like superficial components. Like, woman. Oh, Mexico.
But I think, I mean, I'm kind of moving away from that, but it also just kind of sucks that this is where Hulk is at this point. He got thrown by a Jeep.
What's also weird is they just seem like they were getting along and really liked each other at the beginning. Now that she's turning into a Hulk, she kind of hates him.
Well, I also think it kind of goes against what they're talking about. And I mean, I think it's supposed to be, she's a flawed character. So she talks about how well she can handle her emotions.
Yeah.
But she can't. It's just not done well, I think is the issue. I just don't think they're communicating it properly.
Yeah, so you're not saying that she's supposed to be like this perfect character that has nothing to learn?
Mm-hmm. No, I actually think I will give them credit. I think that speech where she yells at Bruce is supposed to be like, I'm a flawed person. It's I don't know. I don't think it works.
Oh no, this is all right. Where he's like, look, I've been through this. You should listen to me. Mm-hmm. And she's naive and she's impulsive. Okay. And maybe that's where that's what the Ponderer is talking about, where he says everyone who hates that speech is interpreting it wrong. And that's why I almost wish we weren't doing it this way and I could watch this whole show before we were talking about it, because
like I said, I think people have that interpretation just because I don't think it's communicating it well enough.
Yeah, because like I certainly
I think that show is good on paper, but everything about it sucks.
What show?
Falcon and Winter Soldier. Like, if you were just to give me the plot beats of that show, I'd go, "Oh yeah, it's a good plot."
Yeah, it's just the execution of it is off.
Yeah.
Yeah, the effects with her are really inconsistent. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it looks okay, or more okay, I should say.
My bar.
Ponder, she doesn't hate him, Cap. They're two cousins who are frustrated and tempers are. Yeah, I get that. And I don't know. I I don't know if this is a good exercise, Austin. Like, I'm having to respond to all this as it's happening. I don't know. Some things this is easier to do with than others. But the writing in that scene just felt kind of forced to me. Like, I get it. I get why that's supposed to be happening, but I just think it's maybe a little forced. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, absolutely is.
It felt like it in that scene, but I guess they're starting to kind of make up now. I was kind of seeing where I thought it was going, where they were gonna sort of forget that they even liked each other. Where like her becoming the Hulk just makes her a completely different character. Like she is, like it's totally changed her personality, and that's not what they're doing. It turns out, so that's good. Sorry, what?
I said, which is a shame that we're not getting that kind of like meek personality thing, and we see her version of changing in the same way we get with Bruce. But they have no idea what the Hulk is in the MCU, so of course they don't know what She-Hulk is.
So now she's got to tell us that it's a lawyer show. And there's not going to be any kind of in-universe reason for her to break the fourth wall, right? Like, that's just a conceit because it's in the comics?
I think so, and I mean, forgive me because I haven't read much She-Hulk, but I don't know if there is one in the comics either.
It is just sort of a weird thing to do after Deadpool.
Yeah,
and again, I get that that did it first. I'm just saying that audiences that know nothing about comics are going to feel like this is ripping off Deadpool.
Mm-hmm. So this scene is so clearly cut down because this is supposed to be the introduction to She-Hulk, and we just had an entire episode showing her origin. You'll see in a second, but this fight's really awkward.
It's also weird that we haven't seen her in a courtroom before now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, when your show is a courtroom thing, I understand starting it this way.
But what I mean is
teleported positions.
But if it's supposed to be a courtroom show, my first scene would have been in a courtroom, not in her office.
Yeah.
Like, the first time we were in a courtroom is a fight. That's weird.
No, and it's really awkward because they keep teleporting because it's clearly cut down.
Okay.
Yeah, who's that girl?
Who's that girl?
Na 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 na.
For some reason, I'm just flashing back to the weird theme that Batgirl had in the 60s Batman show. Like, whose baby are you? It's weird.
I've never heard that before.
So this has an after credits, right? At the end of the first episode?
I don't remember.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So we will watch through the credits and then go to that. It's kind of weird that we're getting the drawn credits at the end of an episode of a TV show, like you do with a lot of movies.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of unusual.
Yeah, because the after credit scene's a payoff to a joke that we talked over.
Oh, oops.
Which is what that drawing is she has to talk with Hulk about whether Captain America's a virgin or not.
I caught a little of that.
Yeah.
Ponderer, this is a courtroom comedy, not a courtroom drama, so but I still say I don't know, it's just that in any narrative, it doesn't.
I think you just mean it's a courtroom show.
I'm just saying it's a courtroom show. She's a lawyer. It's weird the first time we see her in a courtroom is a big fight.
I assumed you just misspoke when you said drama because we're so used to saying courtroom drama.
Yeah, people keep correcting me on that. I'm just saying it's a courtroom narrative, okay? So it's all I'm saying.
Who's that girl, though?
It's Jennifer Walters. Oh no, they're having that conversation now. Is this an extension of the conversation you were talking about?
I think so, unless I'm wrong and it isn't there earlier.
No, I think it's right now. I do think there's something sort of inherently funny about somebody being sad that... Okay. I mean, I didn't like that scene, but I'm just saying, there is something kind of inherently funny to me about somebody being sad that somebody... like Steve Rogers might have died before he got to experience sex, and like that makes them cry while they're drinking. It's kind of funny.
No, I love that you were like, "Oh, this is kind of funny, Captain America." Oh, never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind. That lost me.
That's the thing I'm having so far, where like the setup is good, and then the payoff, I'm like, oh.
That's hilarious.
Okay. As always, we're talking over this, but like. I'm not. I don't know.
You're not hulking out yet.
No, I'm not angry. I'm not about to freak out on it or anything. I would probably have done what you did and given it one more episode after that.
Yeah, that was my reaction, because I was like, that was all awkward flashback. Like, I don't know what this show is. Which is, I think, the worst part about them re-editing it that way, is because it doesn't really give you a sense of what the show's going to be. It gives you the origin of She-Hulk. And then in between that, you know, she's like, oh, well, it's a courtroom show.
Yeah, so far, I don't know. I'm very conflicted. I guess I just need to watch more of it before I say anything else. But, yeah, it's... I don't know, is it tonally uneven, or is it just kind of weirdly edited and paced oddly? You know? Because...
Both.
Yeah, because I'm like... I'm not minding the comedic tone, I just don't like some of the writing so far.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, the way they're handling it as a comedy with a somewhat serious personal narrative for her in... you know, trying to figure out how she's going to continue being a lawyer while being a Hulk, and like can she keep a job going? Because of course Bruce Banner couldn't do that. Like that's all fine.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind that, and I think they do a decent job presenting it in such a way where you get why this would be a comedy, and the Hulk ostensibly wasn't before that, although it's awkward because it does sort of feel like it's a spin-off of a comedy in the first place because of what we've done with Hulk since Ragnarok. I think I'd almost like this better if I'd never seen anything with Hulk post, I don't know, Civil War? Or maybe I would think that it had evolved into self-parody or something. I don't know.
Well, don't worry. Just wait till we get to Abomination, and then you can see some of that pre-Ragnarok Hulk material go that way.
Dan Schneider says, $2 super chat, let's get political in this mofo. Divisive and shit. I was just reading his comment. No. But it's...
Captain Logan gets political as fuck.
We're gonna watch one more before we take a break, and here we go.
We can see what the show is actually gonna be like.
Oh boy, well you quit. You couldn't take it anymore, so I'm nervous.
I don't know if it was so much like
make those kinds of choices, Austin.
Exactly, I am a big boy now.
You only have so long on this earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
I think I'm really good at being like, this show sucks. I'm not going to keep watching it.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot better at that as time has gone on. To the point where, yeah, I'm probably too far on the other end of the spectrum these days, where I'm like, I don't know. I don't even care that much about a lot of like new things that are coming out. And even sometimes I'll start watching things that are really quite good and then I'll just lose interest.
I mean, I'm bad with that in TV shows in general.
But a lot of that is also just I'm very busy and I have a lot of kids. You know what I mean? Just having a big family and all that. So I kind of wonder if I was single right now without any other responsibilities, how into the culture I'd be. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, for sure.
It's hard to say how much of that is the culture moved on from me and how much of it is I moved on from the culture, if that makes any sense. Well, let's go ahead and start watching the next one, and we'll keep chatting with you guys. Everybody, please press play right now.
Previously on X-Men.
You sure are. No, don't put... Okay, so I always complain about previously on and then there's nothing under it. That's stupid. Previously on. Nothing. That's just what those are called now. But you really don't need it with this because she just said, let me catch you up to speed. Which was kind of a cool use of that because she had that in her narration last episode.
Yeah, you did it in like a meta way.
Yeah.
When we watched these scenes.
Yeah, it feels like the angle with this is supposed to be, isn't it so much fun and interesting and refreshing to see the female perspective of somebody who gets exactly the powers that Hulk does? And it just isn't written very maturely, so not really. And like you said, and we didn't get enough of, I don't even want to say the male version, but just the Bruce Banner version. Like, yes, she is a woman, and so her perspective is going to be different, but I want it to be her unique perspective. It feels almost like, so far they're presenting it like, this is what would happen if this happened to women.
Because it is.
And that's probably not what they're intending, but that's how it's coming off. So when trying to be, you know, like really, I don't know if progressive is the right word about it, I don't want to say that's unintentionally sexist, but it's veering toward that for me. And I have that with a lot of things like this. And that's why it's awkward to try to talk about, because it's just and I know some people won't agree with that, but that's how I'm feeling about it so far. I don't know.
See, this is more evidence of they cut down that fight because there's like a drawing of her like grabbing onto her, and that didn't happen.
Like a chick Hulk. See, I always have to have that, Austin. It has to come from the media every time.
I was about to say that. You got your favorite trope. This reminds me of the Supergirl thing, right?
We do it every time.
Well, I just mean specifically with that because it's like...
No, I know. I'm reacting to both of those things, Austin. Like, the fact that there always has to be some, like, media... And I realize that's how Superman classically comes from, too, but that's a different thing. But where it's like, somebody's got to name her that. She can't name herself that. But also... yeah, the Supergirl thing where it's like, it's not a progressive name, but we're stuck with it because it's brand recognition, which is so corporate cynicalness. I hate that.
Also, because you mentioned the Superman thing, I also think with Superman, it just makes sense with Clark as a character, that people would be the ones that are like, well, he's, the Superman, as opposed to Clark being like, But I mean, I could see it going either way.
Ponder, I just want them to be less on the nose about it, and that's what makes it feel preachy to people, whether that's what they're doing or not. Like, whether you think this is pandering or not, that's an argument we can have, whatever. I would want to watch the whole thing before I really got into that argument with anybody, and I don't really want to have that argument anyway, but I'm just saying...
That's why they call him the ponderer and not the panderer.
What I want is for her to just respond the way this unique character would respond without having to dilute everything down to, I'm a woman, so I'm acting differently than you, Hulk, and this is harder for me because I'm a woman, Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
It would immediately be more interesting and she'd be more likable if I wasn't thinking about...
You just want it to have more pathos than just that.
Yeah, and I want it to be more singularly character-driven.
Well, and that's why I wish we had that, the blood transfusion thing where we could have had a conversation between the two of them about like, well, why did you do this to me? Well, you were gonna die. It was the only way, and like I kind of cursed you through that. And I mean, you could have also made it her choice. I don't know, but you could have done something.
And again, Ponder, you've watched this whole thing and I haven't, so all I'm doing is responding to it as I'm seeing it.
Do you like this lighting on her?
What about it?
We're doing the half and half.
Really? I mean, it was kind of subtle, I thought.
Yeah, well, yeah, they had like a green light on this side of her face.
It was a real light green, though. I don't even know if it was intentional.
I think it definitely was, because it was like perfectly down the line.
I don't know. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't brought it up. I mean, I noticed that it was green, but I don't know how intentional it was in trying to be half and half. Or maybe it was intentional and they didn't do a good enough job. Because I thought it was too subtle if that's what it was supposed to be. I don't know.
I'd be shocked because that whole scene was like, hey, we have to fire you because you're a Hulk, and you're seeing like on her the balance between both. As you're finding out that she maybe can't balance them.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I didn't see it.
Yeah, no. That's why I'm pointing
it out. And I was responding to a
Look.
comment, so I didn't get some of that conversation.
On her computer, there's an ad for shoes called Iron Man 3s.
Wow. That's weird. That's really strange. What an odd reference. That's a really odd reference. This guy.
He's like Mario's dad in the Mario movie. My boys, I mean girl, I mean She-Hulk.
That's hilarious.
He also kind of looks like an alternate universe John Lovitz.
Good job. Woohoo! Manager at Best Buy. Oh, they are clapping.
Whoa!
I started clapping before the family did.
I'm sure.
I did. No, I thought it was being funny, and then they clapped. How do you feel about her immediate reaction to being a Hulk and being trained by Banner? I don't want to be a superhero. I have no interest in that.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, I think it works. It works fine.
No, I like that she just wants to be a lawyer. I think that works.
I ask you that because sometimes that rubs me the wrong way with things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where you like really force the the Campbell thing.
Well, I think it especially works. That
you know, resisting the call. Where that's just sometimes it's a little bit too easy. Where it's like, superhero, that sucks. I don't want to do that.
I think it works better because it's also a Hulk thing, where like, Hulk has to kind of have balance between monster and superhero, and it's the Hulk is something he kind of has to run away from, and you have that with She-Hulk while also making it different. Like she has control of She-Hulk, but she still just wants to be her normal self like Bruce Banner does.
Yeah.
That's cool.
This drama's all fine. Yeah, she's in a different position than Bruce Banner initially was, Austin. Because, like... Am I getting this right? Where, like, people already know that she's a Hulk?
No, and it makes me wish, like I said, because that first episode's awkward. It makes me wish that this is just how we were introduced to her. There's Ally McBeal.
Sure, this is kind of where the actual narrative starts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bob the Hunt, I'm sorry, I just haven't read your super chat yet. Because I didn't want to miss anything important here. Bob the Hun, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you, man. If MCU didn't go down the comedy rabbit hole, this whole thing would be more novel. But if you think it's funny aside, it doesn't stand out like John Byrne's comic. It's just more MCU stuff.
No, that's true too. It's MCU comedy with like that Deadpool bend of she can talk to the audience.
Where do I know this guy from?
I also wonder if we'll see that with Deadpool, because I don't know how far he is from just like regular MCU comedy at this point.
Yeah, I mean it's more satirical, but it uses some of the same devices, I guess.
Yeah, but like
that first movie much more so.
Yeah, but it's also like satirical in ways that don't always make sense. Like the whole, well, I'm a superhero that kills people, and it's like, yeah, that goes all the way back to '89. Like that's not satirizing anything.
Oh no, that's true. But I mean kind of more the way he makes fun of like society and the culture and stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
In that first movie. They shy away from that a little bit more in the second one. But that was some of the stuff I liked.
I don't know why, but this actor to me looks like a lawyer version of the Ant-Man ice cream shop place, Baskin Robbins. I don't know why.
That's funny.
He's got a kind of a similar face.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting idea, where this guy is like trying to take advantage of her She-Hulk persona to get ahead somehow.
Yeah, no, I do like that idea of she can get a job, but it has to be as like a I'm trying to think of the word, like it's like a stunt thing, right? Like it's not, hey, we want you to be a genuine lawyer. We want you because it's something. I'm blanking.
Can I be honest with you? That's at least, if you want to play around with unfair gender issues in the workplace, that's at least a metaphor.
Yeah. No, I think that works.
I like that. That it's like she got this job not because of her talent, but in a weird way, her looks as the She-Hulk. Where it's like the same thing if you got a job because you were this really hot woman that would get you ahead somehow.
Well, and then it's also, you don't get to do real cases. You get to do the weird cases.
Sure. The problem is it means that they have to do more of this Uncanny Valley CG in a lot of scenes, and
What, you don't like looking at the Jolly Green Giant's wine mob?
this feels like your pilot. You're so right.
Right?
Just open with this. You don't have to have big action right away, and immediately this screams sitcom, which is fine because
and it tells you what the show is.
Yeah, and
She-Hulk attorney at law.
And it's a genre that's apart from anything they've done so far. I get that WandaVision had sitcom like sensibilities, but it ultimately wasn't exactly a sitcom itself. This is like a straight up like office level kind of sitcom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, my biggest takeaway when I first watched
This is convenient.
Yeah.
Or are they giving her Blonsky because he has had something to do with the Hulk before and she's a Hulk?
No. So they're opening a division that's like a superpower law, and that's the reason why she's like the head of it. So that's what I
Okay.
mean by like we hire her, but she doesn't get to do any just cases. She has to do like the superpowered cases. Like she's locked in a bubble.
I wish I'd watched this before the first episode. Oh, snap.
Crackle and pop.
She really wants to just be a lawyer, and the only way she can still do what she wants is if she is also the thing she doesn't want to be. That is classic Stan Lee stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good setup. This CG truck is not good.
I think, is this supposed to be the facility Spider-Man gets locked in?
Oh, maybe it
Homecoming?
is. In Homecoming?
I'm gonna say because it's got like that same kind of bridge thing.
That was a nice overhead kind of crane shot. I like stuff like this where you've got a kind of smaller scale sitcom
we're in,
where it's more about the
Silence
jokes
of
and
the
stuff,
Lambs.
but then of course you make it really clear that you're in a very comic booky world. God, just open with this stuff. I don't understand. Anyway, I'm
Now
sorry.
we're in
What were you
Silence of the
saying?
Lambs, Cap.
Yeah, apologies. What were you saying? What were you trying to say?
I said now we're in Silence of the Lambs. Like we're walking in to meet Hannibal Lecter.
Which feels like a double beat because we sort of did that in Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Oh yeah, that show is like so deleted out of my brain.
Am I
forgot about
wrong? Like before he breaks out?
I think so.
Didn't we kind of do that with what's his face? Not Zola.
Zemo.
Zemo. Why do they both have to start with Z? I can always remember one, but not the other one, and it's not always the same one. Dan Schneider, do you guys think they will adapt the jump roping issue of She-Hulk? What is that?
I hope so.
It is so surreal to see this guy. Because, like, I haven't seen that movie in so long.
Yeah, and I love Tim Roth. He's a great actor. I don't like any of the material they give him in this show, but
Do they also do the leader here? Does that happen?
no.
Okay.
No, the leader's going to be in Cap 4.
I may have known that. I forget now.
No, it's just Abomination.
Plushy DX. Then people would be like, where'd She-Hulk come from? Bag, is there a reason she isn't going to work at Damage Control?
Does Damage Control do law?
Yeah, I mean, they're not
I guess you could be a lawyer
lawyers.
because, like, you gotta have lawyers for stuff like that. So, yeah, I guess that could have made sense.
Yeah, if they had lawyers on their payroll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would have to, I'd imagine.
He's like, it was a lot of years ago. I don't remember that well.
Look, that movie was kind of retconned out and then kind of not. I don't know what's happening.
And now it's been
Now it's back.
unretconned. Did you though? I'm not sure if he's interpreting his own character arc the way I did in that movie.
I mean, he did. That is the case. He did think he was going to be like the good guy.
Did he still think that by the end?
Not by the end.
Okay. I thought that's what he was saying, though, or like, because he's talking about Harlem and stuff. It's like, I thought I was the good guy. And I'm like, as Abomination? I don't know.
No, but at that point when he's just like killing people.
But because he said that right after she said, but the rampage through Harlem was unsanctioned by the government.
Well, I think he said something about like his mind was messed
He
up.
wrote haikus. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is where you fall into that, and it's difficult, right, to do a comedy inside of a universe, especially with that's usually dramatic, especially with characters that we've seen in dramatic roles before. but this is feeling like one of those things where we've got to kind of remake a character and try to make him all funny, haha. And he's only acting like this because that's the tone of the show.
What you do with characters like this is that you bring their very serious, like no nonsense stuff into their world, and that's the joke. You don't go, ha, look, the Abomination's writing haikus.
Yeah.
He's such a funny, nice guy now.
And there's no way to spin that, right, where it's like, well, that's just from her perspective.
Mm-hmm. No, we will get it. I think we're about to get it where Bruce is like, yeah, I've made peace with Abomination. He sent me a haiku.
Oh, no.
I think it's this scene.
Also, that line delivery was unfortunate. Hey, Jim, what's up? Who do you blame most for the way he's characterized and played now? Because for me, it's what's-his-face who directed Ragnarok.
Watiti?
Yeah. I blame Watiti before I blame anybody.
I don't know, because I also don't like him at all in Ultron. And I like him okay in the first Avengers, but it's a step down from Incredible Hulk, I think. It's like I don't know. But Watiti's where it completely dives off a cliff.
So it's totally fair if you just never liked that angle and it starts with Whedon in the first place. But you have to admit that what he was doing in that first Avengers movie is far and away from where he's at now.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I don't like it as much as Incredible Hulk, but there is still stuff I like in that first movie.
And I don't think it was unsalvageable even after Ultron.
Probably not. I think you're stuck with a lot of awkward stuff, but
sure,
it's not unsalvageable. It's not like it is now.
Dan Schneider, in other words, they gave Blonsky the Watiti treatment. That's kind of what it feels like, except they clearly wrote his lines this time. I'll give them that.
What would Abomination say in Ragnarok? I don't know. I wrote a haiku.
And then in the special features, you'd see the 50 other random things he made up in that scene that they might have run with after that. Oh, he's in space. Look at that. He's in Galaxy Quest or something.
Yeah, he's gone now.
Bob the Hun, Edward Norton was the only good Hulk. I disagree. I like the Hulk from the 03 Hulk.
Yeah, Eric Bana was a good choice.
I think Bana does a great job in that, however you feel about that script.
And I like Bixby. And I like Ruffalo well enough in the first Avengers. Like, I do like him in that movie. I just don't like him as much as Norton.
Pushy DX, I blame Endgame and Infinity War. Hulk was at least savage and violent in Ragnarok. Well, sure, but Bruce Banner was already just this kind of weird comic relief character by then. I just felt like he lost a lot of his pathos at that point. Where he just had this kind of like, I don't give a crap anymore attitude, which was supposed to be hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Look, it's my favorite movie. Shang-Chi.
It was bold to end that episode with the line, "That sucks." I'm kidding. I don't hate this yet. I'll say I would have had more confidence in this actually after that second episode over the first. Because at least, like you said, I know what it is now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think although the Blonsky stuff is awful, that is true. Mm-hmm. And I think where I'd be at probably is, well, I just have to kind of watch this as if it's in a slightly alternate universe or something. Like, I have to not think about the MCU of it all. Mm-hmm. But if it's fun and consistent within itself, then maybe I can at least, enjoy it on that level. Which is how I've always felt about stuff that I don't think works like new Trek shows. Mm-hmm. Where it's like, maybe it's not Star Trek, maybe it doesn't fit in that continuity, but like if the show itself has a good intercontinuity and the writing is good, fine.
Yeah, I think overall, like, I just don't find the show funny. I'm not
laughing real hard with it yet. but I like the dramatic situation okay, and that would make me come back for a third episode.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. But I also know some of the comedy we're building up to. So get ready.
Okay. I can't wait. Are we gonna do it after credits every time?
Bag came in earlier and said there isn't after credit scenes, and I think he said 6, 7, and 8.
Okay,
And
thank
the rest
you.
there are.
How does that guy not know what 4K is?
Because funny.
No, you couldn't have. Your arms aren't that wide.
I could do this.
Well, that was a waste of my time.
Oh my god, there's an elf woman. What is this?
When she's carrying... What are you talking about?
It was like, playing next episode, and there's like a judge, and she's got elf ears.
Oh, weird. Yeah, on my end, for some reason, I'm not getting thumbnails or anything.
That was weird.
Dan Schneider, $2 super chat. This show made me an atheist, or at least hate God. Wow. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any other super chats.
I don't think so. I have chat here, so I've been trying to keep an eye on that.
Plushy DX. Well, now I can predict how Cap will feel about the show. I think he won't hate it, but he'll be frustrated. Alex Barron,
So you're
I wonder
gonna
how
have
much
the
of
parent
an...
reaction.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Since you're gonna have the parent reaction, you're not angry, you're just disappointed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna guilt trip this show after it's been out for months. When did this finish? Because I've lost all track of time. Was it like early this year, or was it even last year now? It was this year, right?
This went over Christmas, I think, right? Like it started.
And was
in
Hawkeye
December?
Christmas before that?
Yeah. Yes, because it's the that starts in November and like right before No Way Home. Because they're like both the Christmas Christmas things that year. That's right.
Ponder, I promise I'll stop obnoxiously caping for the show, as I think I made my stance clear, but I think it's a little unfair to be waiting to hate it, even if you're just being facetious. Did I say that?
I don't think so. I think it's just like you're still cautious because you're not. It's not like you're on board. You're kind of like mixed.
Well, yeah, there's a part of me that's kind of expecting that something will happen that will make me go, okay, I don't know if I want to have to watch any more of this, just because of the reaction that a lot of my friends had to this, and stuff that I know you know about it, and some of that stuff is now fallen out of my brain because it's been a lot of months. But
Which is good because
I have been told about whatever happens at the end of this third episode. I don't remember what it is now, and the Daredevil thing, I'm scared about. But yeah,
I don't know what the thing at the end of this episode is either. I think there's a thing in maybe 4 that I know, or maybe it's this one.
Oh, okay, great. Says it was the big August show of last year.
Oh, okay.
October 2022, the finale aired.
Oh, I do remember that. Now that you say that,
yeah,
I do remember it coming out in the summer. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and put us on break, Austin, if that's cool with you.
Yeah, that's cool with me.
And we'll take a 3 or 4 minute break, and then we'll come right back and we'll watch episode 3, which is called "The People versus Emil Blonsky." Oh, is it gonna be a lot more courtroom, or are they just gonna have a big fight at the end in a courtroom?
I think it's just this is the case now because he was in Shang-Chi.
Wait, he was in Shang-Chi?
Yeah, that was the clip they played at the end. Is he's fighting Wong in the like underground Mortal Kombat?
I don't even remember that.
Shang-Chi. Yeah.
That's who that was supposed to be?
Yeah, well, because he's comic book Abomination now, which I think also helps that they again like front loaded his animation into a movie budget.
Okay, I saw that one time, and I don't even remember that.
It's a very memorable movie.
Dan, the only thing I remember about that is the after credits that made me laugh because it's like the 10 Rings will be back, but they never say that about Shang-Chi himself. I just think that's so funny.
Yeah, where you have girl boss Mandarin.
Real quick, let me read Dan Schneider's last super chat here. Thanks, man. $2 super chat. If I sold my soul to Satan, would he fix the MCU?
No, you would just become Ghost Rider in the MCU.
I think your priorities are in the same place that Jennifer Walters are. Like, that's what you would sell your soul for?
Yeah.
You know? Would she sell her soul to have different business cards? Like,
no, for a diamond
she seems
ring.
very concerned about her business cards.
She would sell her soul for a diamond ring because women love diamonds, right? Okay, let's go on for break.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking at comments, and then it took me a minute to process that. And yeah, that's great. No, but look, Jennifer Walters is a very unique, specific kind of woman that doesn't have to fit all the stereotypes. Okay, she is clearly, and she has her life and controlling herself has been much more difficult than yours. Okay, much more difficult. We need Howard the Duck in this show.
Oh my god, I would love that. I mean, I wouldn't, because they'd probably ruin him.
All right, folks, we'll be right back in 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, folks. We're gonna watch more She-Hulk.
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk! Get excited
She-Hulk.
about it. Woohoo! We're gonna see if any sort of a turn happens for me here, Austin. And you too, you know? I mean, you only watched the first 2 episodes
now we're
before.
into stuff I haven't seen.
Maybe it's possible it turns around and you get really excited about it.
Whoa!
Or at least you get mildly entertained and you don't hate it. Is it possible?
That is possible.
And when I say any sort of turn, I mean the turn where I'm liking it even more than I am now, because I don't just full-on hate this yet. Or where I go, oh, that's what everybody was talking about, okay.
I'm just waiting to find out who that girl is.
What girl?
You know, who's that girl or whatever. I don't even remember how that song goes.
I told you already, it's Jennifer Walters. There's no mystery. It was just a song.
I thought that was supposed to be like the season mystery, though. It's building up to like who that girl is.
Oh, is it going to be one of those things where like she's got a secret identity, she's got duality, but then there's even like a third identity?
Just Moon Knight again?
Oh yeah, we've already done that on Disney Plus. It's true. All right, folks, we're gonna get right into it. The people versus is it Emil or Emil Blonsky?
Emil.
It's Emil Hamilton in Superman.
Yeah, it's Emil.
Do you remember?
He's got that awesome line in Incredible Hulk where he's like I'm from Britain via Mother Russia or something like that. It's something. It might be reversed.
Strike
but there's
reverse
like some line because he's got a British accent, but he's got a Russian name.
God, I don't even remember anymore. There's a part of me that
I like that movie.
There's a part of me that wants to do a refresher and just go back through it, at least MCU up to the point where I stopped caring. You know, but I don't know. I can't get like I just haven't been invested lately, so it's hard to get real excited about doing that. But then some of those movies I haven't seen in a long time, and I would probably get kind of refreshed on it and be like, oh yeah, no, this will be fun to go back and go through again. You know, kind of like a Marvel Mania without talking over it.
Yeah, I had that the other day. I was like, I was in like a really big Iron Man mood, and I was like, oh, I'll rewatch through that trilogy, and then I never did. And then now I'm just like, because I have the same thing where I'm like, I'm just so not into this material. I don't really want to jump into the old stuff. Not that I dislike it, but it's just we're not in the mood, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if burnout is the right word, but I was already just a little bit tired, I guess, even when the stuff was good, where we're just so inundated with it. Where, like, by Endgame, I was, and I've said this a lot of times before, but I was kind of ready to take a year or two off from it, you know, just to get kind of revitalized again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I didn't hate Endgame like some of my friends and folks that we work with here. I don't think it's anything like as good as Infinity War, and I think there were missteps. But like, I wasn't writing the whole thing off after that. I'm not saying those guys were necessarily writing it off either. I'm just saying that like it was very disappointing for about half of my friends.
Yeah, they get some stuff right and some things wrong. It's a mixed bag.
Yeah, I think so too. But anyway, let's go ahead and watch this. So, timestamp 0, everybody, on the 3rd episode of She-Hulk, Attorney at Law. And everybody, please press play right now. What happened to me?
Previously on...
Look, I just can't even remember the name of the show. They never show it.
Previously on...
Resolve the chord. And see, she doesn't have to embrace the name if she hates it, except there's a registered trademark next to it because that's what she was always called in the comics.
Yeah, just the way that that's handled, it reminds me a lot of Supergirl.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, it's like, well, that name's kind of outdated. Like,
yeah, it's like, why not Superwoman?
Yeah, that was the footage from Shang-Chi.
Okay. Well, yeah, some continuity.
It's some setup and payoff.
Yeah, it is. I like the lighting that's happening behind you there, Austin.
Is there a crazy? Oh yeah, off the posters in the back.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
For a second, I couldn't tell if it was coming because of the screen, because it's behind you, so I was confused, or if it was some kind of cool, like, Spencer gift lighting rig that you had behind you, and then I went, no, it's the exact colors I'm seeing right now!
Yeah, it's because Mom's got some laminated posters back there, so it's reflecting the screen.
Oh, I thought maybe it was a mirror. Look at that architecture, it's nuts!
That's definitely not the damage control building.
Yeah, I wonder what that is.
There's something penitentiary. Oh, it had that. His cell is A113. It's the Pixar thing.
Oh. That's interesting because they had a reference earlier to Inside Out.
Oh, I must have missed that.
I didn't mention it, but very early on, because we do this all the time, we had to have some kind of reference to another Disney property. And I realize Disney owns half of everything, but it's a very Disney property.
Oh, good call.
I gotta have one interesting observation in the 9 hours we're gonna be doing this. Or 5 hours, I guess. Oh, of course, Wong's gotta be in everything.
Yeah, because Wong's in everything. I wasn't sure if you knew about Wong in the show, so I was like,
I did, but it's been so long I didn't remember it.
Did you like that you got to, for like a second, they flashed Wong's LinkedIn account?
He could really go for a tuna melt.
Mm-hmm.
I always remember that. Oh yeah, we're all so excited. We're not surprised that Wong's gonna be in this. Wait, no, that's all dumb. But those aren't cameos, they're supporting cast.
Do you know what that means?
Do you understand the terms that are associated with your show?
You understand the terms we've all agreed upon, right?
Yeah, that's not what Abomination looked like, really.
Yeah, that's what he looks like now.
Okay.
Because he's comic book Abomination now.
Okay, but that's really odd, because how would they know how his look has changed?
Because he was in a Fight Club.
Plushie DX says the new Fury. Yeah, Wong is the new Fury.
Kinda, or at least the new Coulson.
Well, and they always treat it like it's a huge deal and a big get, and it's like you're using Wong because you can't get Doctor Strange.
Look, it's us.
And don't get me wrong, I like Wong a lot, and he's at least a bigger deal character. And even before the whole he gets to be the Sorcerer Supreme thing, than some of the other people they've touted up with Disney Plus.
Mm-hmm. When I like Doctor Strange, and I
oh
like
my
Wong,
God! Random woman from Wakanda that I don't right off remember. Woo! I'm so excited she showed up in Falcon and Winter Soldier.
I also don't need Wong to show up as a witness in a Abomination trial in a She-Hulk show.
Oh, is that what they're bringing him in for him?
Yeah, because they were the two fighting in that underground fight club. And at the end of that scene, they like walk off together, and they're like, "Ah, good match, friend."
I feel like you could do cool photography tricks or really subtle CG so that her face could just be painted green and not be CG, because there's nothing CGI or there's nothing alien about the face except that it's green. That's when the CG bothers me the most with stuff, Austin, is when it's just a regular human face. But it's...
Yeah, I can understand that.
But it's got to be Uncanny Valley. It drives me insane.
Well, especially because it is just that actress with dots on her face standing on stilts, right?
I'm sorry.
Not just...
Are you saying she is standing on stilts?
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, how they filmed this is, like, just her on stilts and she's got the dots all over her face. So you're saying, like, why can't she just, have
well, if
that
that's
kind of
all they're doing, then they really should
green.
just paint her face green. I was assuming that part of the point of the CG was her whole body had to be a model. So that she could be that big.
She's in, like, a mocap thing, but they give her, like, stilts and stuff to, like, extend.
There's no good reason, then.
And I think they also do some stuff with, like, scales. Like, I think there's stuff where, like, they'll have her, like, higher than actors sometimes, too. Like, even just beyond that.
Because in the shots of her by herself, it's not like she looks all that bulky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I don't like that I keep having to look at that. She's a cartoon character. She's Shrek.
Oh, it's this episode that has that end. Oh, now I know what they're talking about.
Okay, I don't know what it is yet.
They just mentioned Megan Thee Stallion, who's like a musician.
Burned in $4.99 super chat. Thank you, man. This show isn't that bad, but it is still pretty bad. Cool glasses, Austin. Cap, your glasses are just okay.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, why do you like his glasses more than mine? Just that you like my previous ones better? Because my glasses look kind of similar to Austin. So you're saying that look looks better on Austin?
Well, and part of it is that I got cool glasses, and then you ripped off my glasses.
I didn't mean to. I wasn't even thinking about that when I got them, and then when I put them side by side, I was like, oh, I do kind of look like I ripped off Austin. Sorry, Austin. Are yours green on the inside though? Mine are green on the inside.
No. So you got some She-Hulk in your glasses.
I do, yeah, and it's weird because they only CG the inside of my glasses. I don't. Now, he has been comic relief. Like, he gets a lot of comedic lines. But even him, they're writing kind of differently to match the humor for the show. And it's awkward.
Yeah, because I feel like they write Wong as like that kind of Alfred thing, which makes sense because that's kind of his role. But he's got that kind of like Michael Caine Alfred. Like, he gets the funny lines.
Michael
parts,
Caine.
right? Yeah, Michael Caine.
Caine. Dan Schneider, $2 super chat. This is the one green woman Eric would not F.
Good to know.
Yeah, I don't know how true that is, but I'm not going to ask him that.
That'd be a good just out of the blue message. On a scale of 1 to 10.
Would you want to
She-Hulk?
sleep with this uncanny valley woman that is, air quotes, green? Ah, that's horrifying.
Elf woman.
Okay, so we've been talking over this, obviously. What is the shape-shifting thing they've been talking about?
I don't know.
Does it have something to do with Skrulls? Are we back in Skrull territory?
God, I hope not. The only green thing I better see in this is Hulks. If I see Skrulls, I'm gonna be pissed.
He's done. I'm gonna have to do a little more myself.
Look at Red Bull. It's just right there.
That's true. That is some product placement. Right there. Well, they brought back the personal responsibility thing, but I don't know if it's part of the theme they set up at the beginning or if it was unrelated.
You know what they say about Red Bull, Cap?
It gives you wings?
It makes you Hulk. Okay, so this elf woman is a shapeshifter.
Okay. I just heard something about shape-shifting and then I saw that nightmare fuel transformation in a YouTube video.
Yeah, she was that Megan Thee Stallion musician and then turned into an elf.
The man known as the Abomination will appear in front of the parole board. Yeah, we can trust the man named the Abomination.
The government has decided to talk with Dr. Doom.
I do appreciate that this world has fully embraced, kind of, that it's a comic book world at this point. They're still too annoyingly self-aware about it in a lot of places, of course. There's other places where they will just be like, okay, his name is the Abomination. Like, okay, that's fine. That's fun.
I figured we were going to take him into a courtroom. I'm kind of surprised we're doing it this way. But I
They're
guess that makes
avoiding
sense.
courtrooms as much as possible unless they fight in one.
There's a bunch of angels in the background, too.
So where did this elf come from?
I don't know. I completely missed what's happening with
Does
that
it
elf.
have anything to do with Asgard or someplace or something?
Or Abomination.
We should have watched the show.
I mean, I'm good.
I mean, right now we should have like paid attention to what was happening.
Oh,
Yeah,
still good.
we can believe that his name is the Abomination.
I wrote some haikus. Do you want to read them?
I care about my victims. I wrote them haikus.
I love my friends.
My friends. And I have nothing in my prison wallet.
Oh, his prison wallet's an abomination.
The Ponderer says she is from Asgard. Okay.
Okay, so we combine the two things the MCU doesn't know what to do with, Hulk and Asgard. What if that's the MCU Enchantress?
We never did her, did we?
No, we put elements of her in different characters. That's about it. And Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did her sister.
That's so weird. Yeah, one thing I always respected Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. for was the couple of episodes they did with Sif, because she was legitimately cool in that.
Yeah, it's, I mean, a giant shame they never did anything with her in the movies.
No, it was. But I'm glad that actress got to be featured in something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe someday I'll go back and finally watch some more of that, but I'll probably fall asleep a bunch of times.
Yeah, good luck. I've like contemplated a few times going back to see the Ghost Rider stuff.
Yeah, I saw a few episodes of it. It was pretty cool.
But I'm always like, I could probably just watch YouTube clips.
Do you shiv?
Ghost Rider.
I'm kind of interested to, if we were to do that, Austin, to see if we got more than 4 viewers for that stream. Nicholas Bodo, hey guys, thoughts on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I think we just gave them.
Yeah, I watched season 1 and half of 2.
1 is way too stretched out, but I thought it had a pretty killer ending, actually. And then 2 really lost me. So a lot like Arrow, really. He just appeared right in front of his microphone.
That was convenient.
It was. These characters in the background are kind of funny.
Yeah, what are they?
Look, a courtroom. Oh, it is that, okay.
It's been revoked.
I don't know if that's how that works. Oh, no. That's a stupid... No. No. Good job, Judge. That judge did his job. Shut that crap down. That's not relevant to law at all.
You're guilty, because that's what judges do. Boom.
Asgard is a people, not a place. Oh my god, I can't even believe.
Yeah, I can't believe we wormed that in here. I like how the MCU, because like they got really big for the Wakanda Forever thing, right?
Yeah.
We keep trying to give it to like other stuff. Like they really want Higher, Further, Faster to be Captain Marvel's. Namor has one. I can't remember what it is in the second Black Panther, and I guess that's the Asgard one now.
Somebody needs to make Feige and some of the other producers sit down in like a Clockwork Orange situation and binge through all of the Arrowverse.
Oh,
because
God,
they're making a lot of those mistakes and they don't realize it, and that's some of that is what's making people jump ship and think that they're making they're making kind of self-parody stuff now. Because
Can
that's
this
one of
elf
the
get shot.
that's one of the big problems that Arrow and Flash and probably all of those shows had, where they had, you know, like popular catchphrases that they would not stop using constantly.
Mhm.
And like if somebody said something in a narration every episode, inevitably somebody was going to start saying it in the show. You know, that kind of stuff. It reminds me of that.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't even think of that.
I want to reiterate, I am appreciating that this does feel like a TV show.
Mm-hmm. No, I can give it that.
And that, like, it's an ongoing story, but it's honest to God episodic.
Mm-hmm. It's more episodic than What If.
Okay, I missed why she doesn't have to be She-Hulk right now.
Because they ran out of money.
You know, they probably would have had the budget for paint. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, and because the budget has to go to him now.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, he is comic book Abomination now. Because remember, he used to be a lot larger than this.
I don't know that he's bigger.
Oh, you know what? Now that we're seeing him next to actual people, I think you're right.
Oh my God, they gave him a Tim Roth face though. That's creepy. Don't go close.
I heard
to that.
people laughing about that. He looks like an action figure.
Yeah, he kind of does.
Oponor says she can't be Hulk inside this
explained,
facility.
right?
What about this facility shuts her powers down? But at least there's a reason for it. Because...
Maybe she can't be near the cell or something, like whatever those beams are.
Oh, maybe
But he was also able to turn into Abomination in his cell, so that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, her having to defend him is kind of a fun, dramatic situation, too.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fine.
Dramatic / comedic situation.
Yeah, some of this...
Oh,
like,
Ponderer says it's not legal for her to be She-Hulk within this facility.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I just needed an explanation, and I'm sure they explained it, but, you know, we're making a commentary, or we're making a watch party. But, the whole idea was that she has to be She-Hulk to do this job. He's got to give his credentials every time.
He's got to read off his LinkedIn account.
Oh my God! What a coward! He just got caught for breaking the law, and he went, "See ya."
See ya, chump.
So that happened.
that was in fact a thing that happened.
What?
Oh, they dropped her comic book origin.
See, they did that for you, Austin. So they could be like, look, we know we changed it and you probably hate it, but we know what it is. We read it, just so you know. Give us some credit.
Kevin Feige's like, look at this box I just found.
Kevin Feige, look at this comic book.
Every time it makes me laugh. How did she get so Hulk?
Look at this comic book. We never even thought to look.
that is
I want to do that the rest of the show.
What, Leon? Or give somebody a drink?
No, be Chad Kroger.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I was connecting it to the show. But you're right, I also would rather just be Chad Kroger. Well, and Robert Wilde gave a $2 super chat earlier and said, how long can Austin speak in his British accent? I would also rather do that.
Yeah, sure.
What about British Chad Kroger? Chaddington Kroger would be his name.
Look at this photograph!
Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
It makes me laugh!
I'm posh.
Now let's do it in a New Zealand accent.
Look at this friend. every
Oh, look,
time I do,
Look, she's reviewing people, Austin.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of funny. So you know how the writers of the show kind of panicked when we had this great pitch, but we realized we can't write legalese? True.
When she would get into trouble for this, like, this isn't like a girl boss you win thing. She's purposefully sabotaging her own firm.
Obviously, I'm not a lawyer and have never taken any classes in law and stuff, but even I am seeing this as law writing, like, from a freshman in college. Like,
Yeah, I actually, now that we're watching this, I remember when this was coming out because Dan was like, "Oh, she would have been disbarred for this." He was pissed. I don't remember his arguments, so I can't argue to that for anyone in the comments who wants to fight me. But no.
well, she's doing the kind of the exact same thing that Loki did at the end of the second Thor movie, right?
She becomes Odin.
Yeah.
I guess.
She just didn't get away with it for any amount of time.
I'm glad Loki didn't become Megan Thee Stallion.
The fourth wall breaking has been completely pointless so far. Like, it feels really obligatory.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean to say that it needs to have any explanation or that it needs to be all that necessary for story and what's happening. I'm just saying, like, they're doing it rarely enough. I kind of keep forgetting about it, and when they do it, it doesn't give us much. Like, it's not all that funny. It's not giving us all that much insight into her personality. I wish they would make it kind of like a parody of House of Cards, where she's, like, constantly talking to the audience and giving us insight into her thought process. You could have a lot of fun with that. And they just don't do it often enough.
Well, and it would be interesting if they did something like, as it goes on, she does it more. But I know there's like a thing later, but I don't know that it's going to do that exactly. But kind of like what you always complain about with Batman Forever, where like the Riddler should get smarter the more he gets brain.
Yes. Yeah, that's never made any sense to me. Like, I'm getting all this information from this TV box.
Look at these two real people.
It's hard to look at.
It's weird because there's times where I think she looks fine, and then there's times where she looks really weird.
Okay, so this guy is simultaneously a horrible interviewer and very authentic to the way mainstream journalists on television are.
But who cares? S&P is up 32.1.
Because she goes, I actually kind of like this. I mean, I don't like that she's not embracing the She-Hulk name and all of that, but I think it's kind of funny when she goes, my name's Jennifer Walters, not She-Hulk. And he goes, so how did you come up with the She-Hulk name? That seems very realistic to me. I've got these questions I wrote down and I'm going to ask them.
Holy crap.
Dictionary definition of a talking head.
Oh,
God.
Oh, it is. God,
Is-
what is this villain team?
Is this going to be as contrived as it looks? Like, these guys just... This is a standard superhero trope, though. I guess it's fine.
I'm blanking on the name. What is the name of this team? Wrecking Crew.
I'm sorry, what now?
This is the Wrecking Crew.
Oh.
I know.
I was really
weird,
surprised
right?
they suddenly... These guys had powers. Oh, are these guys related to Shang-Chi somehow?
No, I think just the same studio does the same thing.
Okay, because they look like Shang-Chi weapons.
Which is weird because the Wrecking Crew, I think, are just like guys. Like I do think they have powers, but they just have like regular.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure they don't have powers.
Yeah, they might not.
Maybe they do.
I thought they were at least like super strong.
Somebody tell us. I don't know anything about the Wrecking
They definitely
Crew.
have don't have glowing weapons.
That's not the first time we've done that in the MCU. I mean, even with Miss Marvel, we sort of did that. Like, she has powers, but from an artifact.
So log this away, Cap. The Wrecking Crew wants her DNA.
Wait, what?
That's what it was. They tried to stab her with a needle, but the needle broke. It didn't pierce her skin. And they were like, we gotta get her blood.
Okay.
So the Wrecking Crew wants her DNA. Log that away. Captain Logan will remember this.
Okay. Just because it's a plot point, or because it's going to be really stupid?
No, because that's the plot. That's a plot point.
Okay, okay.
And we kind of just like rushed past it.
Well, I thought there was supposed to be some crazy thing we would like throw up at the end of this episode.
No, what everyone was talking about is the after credits.
Oh, of course it is. Which seem designed in a lot of these things to just make you angry.
Captain America.
Ponderer says, "Are we frozen?" I don't think we're frozen.
I mean, I let it go. Oh, those like angel women in the background are supposed to be Blonsky's like women that he like was mailing from prison.
Oh, is that what they were?
Yeah, that's what that little art thing implied. Like they were all like wooing over him being taken out of the prison.
Oh, okay.
That's weird.
So they were supposed to.
Well, when she walked out of the prison the one time, an interviewer was like, "Are you one of Blonsky's gals?" That's a little weird. But there were women like that.
He's got a harem.
Yeah.
Well, they had to be there to prove that he is a good person now.
He writes haikus.
Yeah.
Very sweet. Okay, grab your bucket and a mop for this She-Hulk.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. I hope everybody can hear us okay. People are complaining about us freezing. Oh, God, what's about to happen? Is it going to be a big character reveal? Oh, no. Oh, is this the twerking thing people complain about?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Some macaroni in a
No,
pie.
I had heard about this, but it's worse than I thought because of the close-ups. At least it didn't keep going. You know what I'm going to say, right?
Yada 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 yada. Is that what you were about to say?
Well, yeah, but that was kind of obvious, so now I'll say the next thing. Stop dancing!
Yada 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 yada.
Stop dancing!
We got that wet ass She-Hulk.
I'm just perplexed before I'm appalled or angry or anything. I don't understand the culture these days at all. Like, I don't get why anybody's supposed to be entertained by that, or why anybody would think to put that in there.
It's more so just weird than anything else.
Yeah. It's like, what am I supposed to take away from that? It's very random.
Like, at least for me, like, it feels like a bunch of old people being like, what do the kids like these days? Oh, they like the twerking.
Yeah,
have She-Hulk twerk. The kids will really like that.
Is the show run by the Joker?
Yeah. I'm sure the Joker wrote Pickle Rick, Cap.
You want to know how I got this CGI?
You want to know how I got this yada 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 yada?
I'm just imagining one of those like, oh, what do you call them? The little kid toys where you pull the string and the thing spins around and it's like, a cat says meow. I'm just imagining like She-Hulk says yada 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 yada
yada yada yada yada. It'd be awesome. Tony Stark says glug glug glug. Spider-Man says, that's
Thwip.
awesome.
Nightcrawler says, in the Munich circus.
It's just that entire speech.
I was the incredible, and then it just gets cut off.
They called me the incredible Nightcrawler.
Wolverine says, Jean, Storm, remember these names.
Scott,
Jean, Storm,
Scott,
remember
Jean,
these names.
Professor X says, ah!
Professor X says, ah!
Oh yeah, that's the delivery, yeah.
A Sentinel says, it appears to be the Ace of Spades.
Cyclops says, not.
Cyclops says, you don't say that!
Don't say that!
Okay, let's get into the next one. So I was stalling for a minute just to see if people could still hear us okay.
Oh, well, you know what the best one would be, Cap? Magneto says, is that what they say?
Magneto, is that what they say? It's like an infinite loop. Oh, we could do this forever.
Oh, we absolutely could.
That needs its own show. Okay, here we go. Episode 4. Is this not real magic? What a prepondering question.
Precisely.
I'm so curious. I'm so intrigued, Austin.
You should be.
Oh, there's some good ones in the comments. Stryker says there are no exits that way, Wolverine.
No, we also got a super chat that I missed. Dan Schneider for $5 says,
"Oh, thank you."
As someone who has been sued by former employees and spent some extensive time in a courtroom, Austin spelled wrong is right. It's nothing like this. Totally fake. I'm always right.
He would know how the authenticity is with that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or lack thereof.
Exactly. If there's anything I know, it's U.S. law. That is true.
Alex Barron. Okay, now I'm convinced Cap won't absolutely despise the show. He'll just be vaguely confused and annoyed. I just the stupid twerking thing. My reaction is, this is what we do for some reason with like.
This is what we do now.
With animated children's movies. Like if you put it in kids' movies, of course it's gonna be. It's like this is comedy now. I'm supposed to be laughing because these are the jokes, folks.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing in her character that would make me think she would do that.
I also will give them, because I think we all assumed that they would cut any sexuality out of She-Hulk, and I will give them that they didn't.
Yeah, that's good.
Especially because, like, I know I was worried that they were going to do that, like... Do you remember when they redesigned She-Hulk, where she was just Hulk? With long hair?
Did that happen?
Yeah, we did that for, like, a little bit. Around when the show was coming out.
Yeah, so at least she's not a... inhuman, non-sexual creature now. But at what twisty cost?
Exactly.
John Kelling, Wonder Woman says, Kal-El, no.
Wonder Woman also says, Lord, give me the stone.
You guys keep that joke going, won't you? Here we go. Timestamp 0, everybody please press play right now.
Wonder Woman also says, liar.
Liar. We got the previously on right away. And
we keep showing this Titania shot, and she hasn't come back yet.
When is that going to become important?
I don't know. Well, apparently it's been important the whole time.
Okay, so now that they're showing it again, I want to complain about Blonsky doing like a fake out thing, or at least that's how I'm interpreting it, where it's like, oh, he's Sorcerer Supreme, Master of the Mystic Arts, his name is, and they think you're expecting him to say Doctor Strange, but we know Doctor Strange has never been Sorcerer Supreme.
Well, he was for like a month.
Okay, but we know he's not now.
Yeah, but they're hoping that you're stupid.
Well, and I also...
Or at least don't remember. And I mean, they're fast and loose with their continuity.
They absolutely have been, but they're pretending like they're keeping really hard track of it. Like, would you have put it past them?
I'm just ready for that to go away. Like, can Doctor Strange be Sorcerer Supreme now?
Yeah. What do you think is the angle there?
I think they just went, oh, that's kind of fun and clever, because Doctor Strange disappeared, so there had to be a Sorcerer Supreme, and then he wouldn't just inherently get it back when he came back.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know, like, I
want to think that's all it is. It's weird
I feel
that
like it was a fine enough joke for, like, a movie, and I'm ready to
It's weird
move
they didn't find a way to give it to him in his second movie. Austin, how in the world are they doing that?
Holy crap.
Is this not real magic? Are you not amazed? He actually said that.
Oh, this guy's name, by the way, has to be like a haha, fans who read into things are stupid. Because this magician's name is Donnie Blaze.
It's like they're trolling the fanboys with that.
That's what I mean. Like that.
You're right.
That has to be what that is, right?
That's great.
Why would you do that?
And I'm not going to name names, but you and I both know people that probably watched this and immediately were like, oh my god.
Get ready to meet your new favorite character, Madison, Cap.
I can't wait. I'm so excited. How did he do that? Is it not real magic? I'm going to stop saying that.
Well, he did it with Blaze. Some sort of Johnny Blaze, if you will.
Hey, do you think if that guy made a deal with the devil, he would fix the MCU?
No, he'd become Chris Angel.
Bob the Hun, let's be honest, if they just had Doctor Strange as Sorcerer Supreme again with no explanation, would you be surprised? I especially wouldn't have been surprised if they did it in Multiverse of Madness, because Raimi doesn't give a crap. He just wants comic book Doctor Strange. So, like, he has the Eye of Agamotto with no explanation. Why not that?
Yeah, and he's got his rivalry with Mordo.
With no explanation? Yeah. Exactly. Hilarious. Yeah, she is my new favorite character.
Look, Wong is watching The Sopranos.
That was sarcasm.
And now he's dancing to The Sopranos.
It really is fascinating to me the ways in which it feels like MCU has jumped the shark, like the Arrowverse did. And I get this is supposed to be a comedy, but there's too much kind of least common denominator comedy. Like, why can't it be a little bit smarter about its humor?
Does this mean Wong is watching HBO Max?
He's watching a rival streaming service. No, that's weird. You're right. He should be watching something on Disney Plus, but then it would be all meta and weird. Does Disney Plus exist in this universe?
Of course it does.
Yeah.
Every Marvel character also buys it.
I mean, they've mentioned movies that are streaming on it.
What? It said he was at the end of the episode, but it was also playing the intro. That was confusing.
John Kelling, okay, no, this has been a point of contention for me with the title of Sorcerer Supreme, which he felt the need to spell in all caps for some reason. We were never told Strange was the Supreme, until after he lost the title in No Way Home. I thought he never got it.
I'm pretty sure they mention it in Infinity War, no? Maybe Ragnarok? I'm pretty sure there's like a line somewhere. But I could be wrong.
No, probably it's just been too long. I thought he never got the title, and then the blip happened, and then Wong got it. But
yeah, I think it's just supposed to be after that first movie, he's Sorcerer Supreme, and then...
Maybe so. It's just
and then he disappears, and now Wong is.
Yeah. Plus UDX, how could Disney not put in product placement? I mean, if this was Sony, we'd have already seen like 5 Sony Handycams and 4 PS5s by now.
We already had that Red Bull.
I know, but it's not a Disney thing.
No, I know, but that was very Sony. But it is weird.
No, it absolutely is, but I'm just saying, Sony would throw Sony crap all over this, and Disney hasn't done that.
It's true.
Unless Disney secretly owns Red Bull, which is, you know, possible.
Is that how Tinder works? It shows your profile picture in hell?
Oh wow, they're watching that again.
We get to see their reaction to it.
She called him a ding dong.
You ding dong here, and now here's one.
How would you feel? Because we have the fourth wall break
Right.
thing, and she knows she's in a TV show, at least when she's talking to us. How would you feel about it if they got so self-aware and meta that she looked at the camera and was like in the first or second episode and was like, "Look, I get that my face doesn't look like I'm exactly here. Just go with it."
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, "Look, I know you want Doctor Strange to be the Sorcerer Supreme, but we can only afford one."
That would have been better than the joke she made about cameos, because half the people she mentioned are not cameos, they're supporting cast.
Yeah, he's not even a guest star now. He's in 2 episodes.
That's true. And she didn't call him, she also called him a cameo.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, look, this isn't going to be the kind of show that has cameos every episode, except for all these characters that aren't cameos. Plush DX, I think the ending of Strange 1 implied he was Sorcerer Supreme. Wow, I don't remember that.
Yeah, it does. But you also could have played it either way. Like, you could have had him not be that in the next movie.
Sure. Plush DX, get careful, this show spoils The Sopranos. I won't remember it by the time I finally watch that show. It's fine.
We've already had that part. Because that was the joke where she popped in and she was like, "Oh, this is the episode where this person dies." And Wong was like, "What?"
Oh, is that what she said? I missed it.
Yeah. You missed our favorite character, Kat.
What?
What?
Good job getting in the... Oh, she should be so excited about business cards.
He's got Wong business cards. Whoa, he was like really aggressive in doing that portal.
Why did she look at the camera there? What was even the fourth wall break there? It just...
Because she looked at the camera.
He gave her the... I know, but why? He gave her his business card and she just looked at the camera and smiled half-heartedly. It was odd.
Because she knows that you're smiling that Wong is there.
Oh. But yeah, again, they keep sneaking in continuity things where it's like, oh, Book of Vishanti. You remember that Doctor Strange movie that we just made? And then she goes, Book of American Laws. I'm like, what is that? You're a lawyer. It's weird that you're saying it like that. Dan Schneider, the humor feels like really kiddie humor you would see the Disney Channel, but with sex jokes. Well, that follows. I mean, it is a Disney
So just
Channel.
a Dan Schneider show.
God. You know what? I should not throw Marvel too much shade about degeneration and self-parody, because after 14 years, look what has happened to this channel.
Yeah, now that's also a description for the channel. It's dumber and we make sex jokes.
Again,
Or, sorry, it's like a kid's show and makes sex jokes. I forgot what he said.
Again, I don't mean to sound like unopen-minded or like anything, you know, remotely political or about like current social politics, like makes me angry or freaks me out or whatever. I just don't understand a lot of it when it comes up and I have an eyebrow raise. When she said like hetero life is hard or whatever, I don't know what that means.
Well, life in general is hard. She should kill herself. Then it wouldn't be hard.
I just don't even get. I can't. I'm not reading. I just don't get it. It's a farce. Hilarious.
Yeah, Wong is suing this guy for not being a real wizard.
I just can't believe how immature some of this writing is. It's bizarre. Like they're having, forgive me for saying it like this, they're having a dick measuring contest about how mystical they are.
Well, here's a question for you.
It's not even a thing that I mean, I get that this guy is this guy supposed to be a fraud or not? I guess that's the question in the title.
Yeah. Well, his pants say sex.
You know that guy is twerking at the end of this episode.
God, I hope so. What the hell? He pulled a ball out of his mouth. But would you have been annoyed if that just was how we introduced Johnny Blaze?
I wouldn't put it past the studio at this point. Bob the Hun.
It's so weird that it's just they changed one letter and they're like, "Ha, look, it's Donnie Blaze."
Bob the Hun, she's saying straight people have it easy and it's dumb of them to complain about anything ever. I'm not sure if that's what it was saying.
I know, because she's also struggling with her love life.
Yeah.
But I also missed that line you were talking about.
Pay attention.
If I were on a date, I would totally do this. What's happening?
I don't know, but you know what? By this point, with our last watch party
Oh,
like
it's
this,
supposed to be that they put down the bill, so it's who's gonna pay the bill.
oh,
I couldn't see what they were looking.
hilarious.
Hilarious. Oh, look, he wasn't gonna pay. Good for him, honestly.
See, it's supposed to be funny because the way that was framed, it was like a big moment in a superhero movie. But
Well, it was
they
like a standoff.
But it was for something more mundane and a social thing, and they undercut it with humor. But Austin, that's how they make their movies already. So it wasn't really subverting anything.
This Donnie Blaze guy has like a Johnny Depp look with like his like magic items.
Is
Which
this
makes it
admissible in court? Oh, that's how he brought. Okay, I thought he was showing them footage or something through a portal. I was very confused. Apologies.
He's bringing back our favorite character.
We're bringing back the person Austin has dubbed my new favorite character.
Yeah, it's Madison. No, this was a character I saw people constantly talking about. It's like, oh my god, I love this new character. It's like, why?
Oh, that's horrifying.
Yeah, I hear people.
No,
quote
don't
that a lot.
spell it. This is the cringiest thing that's happened so far.
But it's not what you think.
And it's because it's... I don't want to say realistic, but I just... I have a couple times in my life had this kind of situation where there's a person that's trying to explain how differently weirdly spelled their name is, but wants to make sure that you never get it wrong.
Well, I think for me, it's like this character's annoying, but like I've also met people like this. Wong would not be friends with this person.
No, that's true.
That's the part where it's like a step too far.
Yeah, so like it's simultaneously really cliche and stereotypical, but also you've known people like this, so it's like, is it okay to have characters like this in a thing because they do exist, but then sometimes when things are really stereotyped, you're like, ah, it's so stereotyped. I mean, you have to take it case by case, of course, but... And again, I get that this is a comedy. You can't copyright magic.
With how goofy
Actual
this is, I'm
magic.
surprised it's Judge Hannah, not Judge Hannah Barbera.
Am I right?
Am I right, gents?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the main problem with this has just been it's not that funny.
Yeah, I just don't really care enough about Wong suing a stage magician because he doesn't use real magic.
But if it was written better, you wouldn't mind it. Like I think every premise so far on a sitcom level has been okay.
Hmm. No, that's fair.
You know, like the question of how you deal with people ripping off something in this universe, like magic, where real magic actually exists. It's kind of an interesting thing to play around with.
You know who it should have been instead of Wong?
Who's that?
Oh crap! Oh, Rintra, the giant bull man. That would have been awesome. I just want to see Rintra.
Wow. Of the 50 characters I thought you might bring up, that was not one of them.
Well, he was the character I was most excited to see in the second movie, and then he's like in the background. It doesn't do anything.
Couple of jokes in this scene that I actually think are kind of funny. Stop throwing smoke bombs. I like that. And then a little bit earlier, she had her impossible, horribly spelled name. And then her very next line after that, somebody asked her a question, and she says, "I think his name is Jake."
I missed that.
That's
That
pretty
actually
good.
is pretty funny. That's way better than, but that's not what you think.
Yeah. It's pretty funny that she goes through that whole thing about her name, and then the next thing she mentions is the most basic, easy to spell name. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Oh, look, she keeps spoiling Sopranos for him. That's a running joke now.
Why is it funnier when you explain it? Like, in the show, it's not funny, but you telling me that's what they're doing, that is funny.
Well, it's just weird. Like, I can't imagine. Do you have those, Cap, where there's just characters you can't imagine watching TV? It's like I can't imagine Wong sitting down and watching The Sopranos.
No, I can. I feel like that's kind of there from the beginning, because he has that.
He doesn't know who Beyonce is in Doctor Strange.
No, I know that, but then isn't he listening later on to some like pop music?
Yeah. But that joke also sucks, though.
Sure, but I'm just saying it's there. It's consistent.
Guess.
Okay.
But like I said, it's just one of those, like, it's I don't know, it's weird.
I think the running gag with him, whether you think it works or not, is supposed to have been he puts on this very serious air, but behind closed doors, he's just a guy.
Why did she say that's demoralizing for Jen and not for me? Because you're not a different personality.
Yeah. And
that's weird.
And that's been the same since the beginning. She does not have a personality split. I mean, I said earlier duality, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
Like, She-Hulk is Jennifer Walters green and larger, and I guess the whole package of her now has to deal more with anger and temper and stuff. And fear, apparently.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I would have liked to see that take of, the kind of mild-mannered lawyer that turns into, like, a party girl.
Yeah.
Type thing. Like, how they would have balanced that,
What did I miss earlier, Austin? Because, again, she got this job and she's forced to stay as She-Hulk when she's being a lawyer. How is she able to switch back and forth so easily? When the whole first episode was, you're not going to be able to do that. Because Bruce Banner can't make the thing that lets her do that.
This scene is really weird. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're okay.
Yeah, I don't really know. She can just control it now.
That was a major
the story needs her to.
That was a major source of conflict in the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they wrote it after the fact, or like somebody else wrote it. And I mean, I'm being facetious because we know they wrote it after the fact, but it's almost like somebody else came in and wrote that episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder how this watches if you just skip the first episode.
It's got to be at least a little better, right?
Okay, so we're supposed to do some sort
I
of...
don't want to be that close to a horny-faced She-Hulk.
So we're supposed to be doing some kind of weird parallel thing, right, between the two dating scenes?
Mm-hmm.
Is it that it's easier for her to date as She-Hulk?
Yes, that was the whole thing. Is she didn't get any matches as Jen, but she got a ton of matches as She-Hulk.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if, like, literally, when she's in that form, it's easier for her to express her sexual side, or...
No, she was, like, really into that guy sexually, but the first guy was like, I like you, you're a specimen, and she was like, ew.
Yeah.
It's really gross.
Well, I mean, that is kind of gross. But I also don't know if I buy hardly anybody saying that. I mean, there are crazy creeps and stuff.
Dove laid a CGI egg into her hand.
It was amazing. Austin, I have a question for you. Is this not real magic?
It's no, this is real magic.
And now it's... I know.
Oh my god, they gave birth to a goblin.
And now there's a CG goblin coming out of the CG egg and getting CG larger.
This is the MCU version of Demo Goblin.
Ponderous says Jen is able to control her transformations after a couple of times because of what she mentions in her argument with Bruce.
She can control her emotions.
Oh, so she can control it because she's a woman? Is that the idea?
Because she has to control her emotions normally because she's a woman.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
It's just stupid. You notice how She-Hulk kind of disappeared from this plot?
That is true.
I'm also not really complaining, but I'm also not really happy either.
Oh, no, she's back.
There she is.
Well, now it's a subplot, see.
Well, she's not gonna fight all the demo goblins because she's gonna fuck. I don't like this. I don't like looking at this.
Senior Sticks, it's more his power is Raj and his power is filtered. Filtered?
Filtered?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. But I just wonder if the idea is supposed to be that if any other woman became a
Don't
Hulk,
smell it.
it would be easier for them, or for her, just like it is for Jennifer Walters. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's more interesting if it has something to do with her personality and not just generically, this is something women deal with. And, like, yeah, again, there's a grain of truth to that. My immediate reaction is it's literalizing it too much and it's too obvious, and I don't know if I buy it, like, as a real thing. I don't know.
Oh, Donnie Blaze, he gave birth to demons, Cap. No, it makes me wish that we actually understood the psychology of the Hulk and then included that stuff from She-Hulk.
Bob the Hunt, $2 super chat. So is She-Hulk supposed to be hot in this or not?
I think she is.
The fact that she only looks 75% there to me makes that a difficult question to answer.
I mean, she definitely is supposed to be attractive because every guy is
and I think she's cast right.
No, like I said, I think the actress is good. And I mean, we're seeing this with Wong and Tim Roth as Abomination. I think the material is just bad.
Yeah.
But like this actress could come out and do like a movie or whatever, a season 2 if they do that with good material, and it could be great.
Yeah, and I also think that like physically she's exactly right for it.
Absolutely.
Where like she's both pretty and bigger boned, muscular. She looks like she could be a wrestler. Like that's kind of what you want.
Because we didn't really do the like I said, kind of mild mannered Jennifer Walters thing. But I do think with her haircut, they are trying to give her like that kind of frumpy look. And I think that's fine.
I don't know if I would have thought to describe it that way.
Bad
sure.
feminist. Oh God.
Okay.
No. Oh, cut away.
That was painful. That face, man.
I want to die.
I'm
Okay, good.
getting,
Cut away.
But I'm getting numb to a lot of this kind of stuff now, where it's like if I'm gonna watch recent or current things, they're gonna have these bits that feel real kind of forced and pandery. And I'm sorry for saying it like that, but
Well, for me, I just
it's
that,
whatever
like,
the story thinks
Valley.
it's doing. When you throw stuff like that in there, I don't know how I could look at it any other way. Like,
But for me, it's just the uncanny valley of like, look at this sexy scene with She-Hulk. It creeps me out.
well, that too.
That's all it is.
I was talking about both of those things simultaneously. It didn't work very well.
I just wanted to use She-Hulk for her body. Goodbye.
Ponder, Blonsky is a man, and he also has complete control past his initial growing pains. It's not a gender issue. It's a Bruce has unresolved mental problems
But I also think
issue. But they're...
the Abomination thing is part of just, we haven't developed any of this stuff. Like, it's just, they don't know what any of this is. Like, none of it's developed.
Yeah, and that speech at the beginning that she had to Bruce Banner was about how her experience as a woman...
They treat Abomination
I mean,
at the end of that movie like he's just forever that, and
Yeah.
then he shows up here and it's like, you can transform now because it's probably too expensive for him to be Abomination the whole time. And really, this character doesn't matter.
And honestly, by Ragnarok, I lost so much interest in Hulk. I don't even right now remember what the whole Smart Hulk thing was about. We've just lived with that for so long. Like, can you remind me how that even happened? I don't even remember anymore.
Well, it happens between movies because they cut it out of Infinity War.
Yeah, but there's an explanation for it there, right? It's like kind of throwaway.
He was just like, me and Hulk put our differences aside.
Oh, is that all it was?
That's all it is.
That's right.
Like I said, there is no development on the Hulk stuff.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, he never learned to control it or anything either. They just are the same person now?
Mm-hmm. So it's like, the argument with, Bruce Banner just being more damaged, but that's comic knowledge. Like, we haven't done any of that stuff in the MCU.
They sort of, I mean, it was there, to be fair, in Incredible Hulk, and it informs Avengers, but he doesn't really feel like the same character.
Well, and Incredible Hulk, it was a battle trying to get some of that stuff in. Like, we could have gone way farther, and that's where sequels would have gone, right? Like, where we could have actually developed that.
Yeah, we never delved into the psychology. We never dealt with his father or any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the MCU has never really discussed what the Hulk is.
These after credit scenes are such a waste of time. They're talking about alcohol, Austin.
But
Hilarious.
But not because of why you think.
What did you mean by that, Austin?
What do you mean?
Like, not for why you think? Like, I don't even know what we're talking about.
Because that's what she said with her name. She's like, but it's not what you think.
I thought you were responding to what I said. I missed that. Okay.
No, I was, but I like flipped what she said.
Okay. I thought you meant there was going to be some kind of reveal with the alcohol conversation or something.
Oh no, it's very important.
They were just rambling about alcohol. I don't know why any of that was supposed to be funny either.
Well, it's funny because Wong... Oh, why wouldn't this pause? There we go.
I don't know.
Why won't you die?
This was your episode title?
Green and straight poured into these jeans.
I swear to God, these days, anything can be an episode title. Nothing surprises me at all anymore.
Oh my God, why won't genuinely, why won't this pause?
Oh, it still won't pause?
Yeah, hold on, give me a second. I'll get this. Oh, and it looks like Titania comes back.
Finally. Watch this be the
Finally.
episode where they don't show that scene at the beginning.
I hope it's not in the previously on. Oh, Chewbacca's lover says I do a dead-on impression of Madison. That's sad.
But see, Ponderer, the problem is it's not discussed enough or intelligently enough, and too much of it is through scenes that are mostly improvised and not taking themselves seriously. So I never would have even considered what you're talking about if this is supposed to be what it is. He says taking that deleted scene in the show into consideration. We have to think about a deleted scene for this to work.
But that deleted scene is also just Bruce being like, Hulk, I need you to come out, and then Hulk, he does.
He says it's pretty clear that
merged.
Hulk and Bruce are dissociative, and Smart Hulk is a third composite personality. I don't think they play it that way at all.
Okay, Dan Schneider gets comment of the stream for me.
Can we talk through this for a second?
Yeah,
Can you? Sorry, I don't want to move away from this yet because it would be so bizarre if at some point they finally did a standalone Hulk movie, which aren't they finally allowed to do that? Can't they make one now?
I feel like people have been saying that for years now.
Okay.
And never had any movement on it.
So
but
who
there's
knows?
been a lot of talk that maybe we'll get World War Hulk, but
if they did it now,
what would World War Hulk even look like with what this has now?
If Bruce, if it turned out that Ponder is right, and this version of Hulk we've been dealing with for so long is, well, no, with She-Hulk you wouldn't have that now because you have Bruce Banner at the beginning of this, apart from Smart Hulk. What I was gonna say is, what if they did a thing where Banner has been buried in the psyche for years now, and he just suddenly comes out and is freaked out and stuff? Everyone would be completely confused if you did that. But then this show has him being there, and he's not talking about it this other personality is living my life most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not played like they're two different people.
Well, it's also weird because
He still talks about Hulk as a separate personality, and he is given a name to Smart Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I don't think he's even really discussing it there's three personalities now.
One, it helps that Smart Hulk is just Mark Ruffalo. Like you don't see any of that like Hulk side in it. So it's like, how can I label it as a third personality?
He's not playing it any differently. Well, he is.
They're hinting at like some of the rage stuff still being there when they're fighting in the first episode.
Yeah,
but that's about it. Like that's all we've gotten with that.
Yeah, he should be playing it more. Anger's bubbled to the surface, right? I guess the cop-out answer is, but he's angry all the time.
I think the idea that I got from that is, you think that he's kind of put that Hulk side away, like he's locked it away, but it's still there. He's just kind of pushed it down, so like it could possibly come back.
Yeah, I mean, I'll amend what I said to say because I mentioned this earlier that he does play it differently now because he's got this whole kind of like I don't care anymore attitude from Ragnarok on. But that doesn't feel like a third personality. It just feels like a new choice.
Yeah. But yeah, with what you were saying with the Bruce like being locked away.
To be fair, he could evolve to that place whether you like that place or not. Like I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he doesn't scream completely new alternate personality.
With what you're saying with the personality thing with Bruce being locked away, that's what we did in Ragnarok. And we had that whole thing where if he turned into Hulk, he might never turn back. And we never really did anything with that again.
Ponderer, none of that is Bruce. Are you talking about at the beginning of this show when he's Bruce Banner and has the thing on his arm?
I guess so, yeah. That's a third personality.
Oh. Smart Hulk has all of Hulk's confidence and childish temper and extroversion. I don't know, with respect, I just feel like you're able to take this a lot more seriously and see a consistency in it that I'm not seeing.
And I mean, that's what it is in the comics with like the Professor Hulk thing, where that's not really Bruce with, Hulk with Bruce's mind, but that's all they've ever played Smart Hulk as. And again, a lot of it's just they've done no development into the Hulk, so how can I even read into this character?
Yeah, and I'm not a big Hulk guy. A lot of that stuff I haven't read, and I've never been super invested in that character. He can be really interesting. It's just not a thing that I've ever been that big of a fan of, and so I'm not seeing any of that in it. Like, think of me as mostly a non-Hulk fan, trying to read this stuff. Anyway, well, we'll go ahead and take another quick break, and then we will watch this next episode, which is episode 5, so get it timestamp 0, and we won't take too long here with this break, but we'll be right back, folks. get back into the next episode pretty soon. Or I say back into the show and start the next episode pretty soon. Because we talked for a few minutes just after that. Austin, a few more people have popped in here. Welcome, everybody.
Oh, cool. If you're just popping in, so far, we need to find out who that girl is. And that's basically where we're at.
We know she is, okay? It was just song lyrics. I don't know how those people don't know, but...
Oh, was it Yachty? Is that who it was?
I think it was, yeah. Yeah, and where we last left off was a woman with an impossible-to-spell name rambling with Wong about alcohol.
Well, yeah, her name is Madison with
that's right, Madison.
2 or 3 N's and 1 Y, but that's not
where you think it is. You know, I actually have the same thing. I have a weirdly placed Y in my name.
You do, and it's not where you think.
Where else would you put it? Don't say Jamesy. I will kill you twice. See, it wasn't a real threat because that's not possible, okay? All right. So he'd be like, "Oh, Cap's making death threats to his co-host." I mean, not any more than usual.
Yeah, exactly. And you threaten me way more off camera than you do on camera.
I think all of the people that just came in left.
Yeah, I just looked over and it dropped down 7 people on my screen.
It's almost like they're like, "Oh wait, they're watching She-Hulk."
They were like, doing that impression once was okay, but twice, that's too much.
They were like, "Oh, they haven't got to the Daredevil part. I don't care."
I mean, that was everybody watching the show. I remember seeing so many people being like, "Yeah, I'm not really liking this, but like I'm holding out for Daredevil."
Robert,
and every single week I was like,
with my name or with Madison's name? I mean, I don't know.
For what?
Why
the Y?
The Y, yeah. Well, mine is my real first name is James, spelled with a Y, so it's Jaymes. And Austin thinks it's Jamesy.
It's Jamesy.
All right, let's watch the show. Are we anywhere near the Daredevil part yet?
Daredevil's the second last episode, so there's 9 episodes, I think, right?
9, yeah. Is it that late? I thought it was middle of the season. Okay. All right.
No, every week when people are like, "Oh, why isn't Daredevil showing up yet?" I'm like, he's going to be the last episode we'll watch. They're like really holding out that people are watching this for him.
But guys, you got Wong in 2 episodes. Aren't you excited and shocked? Because he never shows up in things.
Cap, we didn't get Wong. We got Wongers.
We did. We got Wongers. You know, if it wasn't for what happened with Me Too and him getting drummed out of Hollywood, I would expect Kevin Spacey to show up and be like, "Wong!"
I was gonna say Wong got Me Too and dragged out of Camertage.
Okay, I got one more, Austin. I got one more. When they finally do a second season of WandaVision, Wong will be in all the episodes, and it'll be called Wong Division.
Well, it just brings me back because I think it's the second episode where like the theme was like WandaVision, WandaVision, and when I first heard it, I thought I was saying Long Division. So it went from WandaVision to Long Division to Wong Division.
That's just brilliant.
Mm-hmm. How many times can you divide Wong?
Okay, we've got to get this started. I'm sorry for wasting everybody's time. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
We're finally gonna get to see.
Hold on. Wait a second.
Previously on She-Hulk.
Sorry. I got it. Okay.
I have to start over.
We're good. No. We're fine. I have my audio set wrong so everybody can hear my show.
This previously on did not start with the Titania breaking
it's so weird.
The court.
And Secret Invasion had one like that somewhere too. Do you remember that? Where it was like,
oh, there it is.
Where it's like we're finally. Oh, okay. Never mind. They did show her. There was 1 or 2 of these other shows have done that, where there's a thing they keep leading up to, and then when they finally get to it, that's the episode they leave it out of the previously on. But that's my name.
This is what the plot of Justice League should have been.
Wait a minute. It's not your name. You just told the guy on the news that's not your name.
Yeah. Yeah, you would win that trial just by being like, well, that's not my name.
That's all you have to do. You just have
Yeah,
to say, no,
you
the
win.
press named me that. I don't like that name. I'm stuck with it because another superhero guy told me I'm stuck with it.
Mm-hmm. That should have been the plot of Justice League. Lex Luthor sues them all for stealing his logos.
I'd watch that. Oh, this is weird.
Yeah, this is weird.
Wow, so we're making it a whole intellectual property scam thing. She has no leg to stand on here. She hates that name. Why does she care?
Just
I mean,
change
I
your
get
name
it
to
because
Shulk.
whatever happens would be associated with her because everybody's calling her She-Hulk, but still, if she owned the name at the beginning, then you'd be more sympathetic to this.
Well, we just haven't had that turn where she accepts the name. That's what we're missing. Like, we need that somewhere before this.
Yeah, and it would have been kind of neat if it was the previous episode where like she finally decides, okay, I'm okay with that name. I'm gonna own it now. She prints herself a T-shirt off that says, I am She-Hulk or something. And the very next episode, She-Hulk by Titania. That's how you do that.
Yeah. Wong, I need a name. Well, I mean, you're a She-Hulk. Say that again?
It's a great idea.
It's a great idea. Fantastic.
You don't like it.
Why does She-Hulk have an LJN shirt?
Because she's a really big fan of Back to the Future on the NES.
I feel that, Jen. Thank you.
Did this episode? Did this part of the series come out during Pride Month?
Yeah.
Well, then that's probably why.
Oh my god, this woman's wearing a rainbow.
Yeah,
color.
there's a lot of rainbow stuff all over this
That's a lot of-
episode, so that's probably what it is.
But it doesn't make sense because it started in August.
Well, I don't remember where Pride Month is.
Well, it's June.
Oh, okay, so that was already a couple months after that.
Yeah, maybe it was supposed to come
All the
out-
months get away from me. I don't even remember when that is. I know Black History Month is February. I don't remember when that is. They're all kryptonite.
There's like kryptonite hand sanitizer.
So I do think I would be more irritated by the show if I wasn't talking over it.
Oh,
But
of course.
I'm not disliking it the way I thought I would, where I would just be really repelled by it after the second or third episode. That's what I was afraid would happen. And again, open-minded, I wanted to like this, don't get me wrong, but just after some things people told me, I figured I'd be like, I can't even with the show, Austin. But
I can't even.
I'm not bored like I was with Secret Invasion. Like I just can't even watch this because the pacing is so slow and off. Like it doesn't have that.
No, every episode is its own episode. They're obviously like chaining them, which you can do, but like each episode is an episode.
Well, and even within the episode, it's not, the story itself is not like horribly decompressed or they don't get anything done or, you know what I mean? Like scenes have reasonable lengths. I'm not confused as to why I'm watching most scenes.
Yeah, that's
Austin,
true.
I'm done with women in the show talking like this.
I think you're just gonna say I'm just done with women.
I'm done with women.
I'm done. I am done with women.
I had to watch She-Hulk, and tomorrow I have to watch the Marvels, and I'm done with women.
And you'll get to see the new Mean Girls trailer. You're gonna get lots of women.
I've become a complete sexist chauvinist pig because Marvel Studios makes me hate women now.
This show made me hate women and green.
It made me especially hate green women.
Put
And
them
kryptonite.
together, and I really hate them.
And kryptonite. I hate all the girl crypto freaks the most now.
I suddenly have a real like hard disdain for Gamora.
All the comments are about to be, you guys please go back to the bad British accent.
No, earlier that's what I was saying with the comment of the stream for me.
Oh,
was
sorry,
Dan
I never
Schneider
heard that.
Was like, I can't find the exact one, but it was like what was it? Oh yeah, I know so many annoying women who sound like Austin. I like that. Because I also just imagine that it's my regular voice and not that voice.
That's great. He just knows people that sound like you.
Yeah, exactly.
Titaniacs?
Titaniacs?
You heard it too? We're the Titaniacs.
Oh, and I like rubbed a big old fingerprint across my glasses.
And we're zany to the max.
We got Titaniac in a movie before we got Brainiac.
Why don't you send me a fax? I sat on some thumbtacks. We're Titaniacs. More jokes about people being racist. That's always funny. Okay. Okay.
Come with me behind
It's
my
funny
red
because
curtain.
everyone is so sensitive about knowing exactly where everybody comes from.
What? Why is there a purple?
Avongers?
Oh, the Avant. Oh, that's why.
It's intentional? The typos are on purpose? Oh, because they're bootleg.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to get sued by the Avengers? Well, I guess they would probably own trademarks on that stuff. And to be fair, we're doing too much of this kind of stuff with MCU right now. Where like it's so big and such a corporate thing now that they can't stop doing a lot of like self referential stuff. But but back in the day, Marvel would do this kind of thing in the comics too.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Stuff like this, I think, is fine. It's the points where when it's an issue is like the Infinity Scoops ice cream shop that's like the Thanos glove holding an ice cream cone, or Miss Marvel geeking out at meeting Nick Fury, who's like a secret agent.
Yeah, where it's like everybody in that universe has seen the movies we've seen.
Yeah, that's the stuff when it's rough. But like the Avengers just being celebrities that have stuff like this, like yeah, that's
And
fine.
they're being merchandise and stuff.
Yeah,
that's
fine.
classic Marvel stuff.
Yeah.
They've always
I
done
don't think
that.
anyone complained when you had the bank robbers with the Avengers masks in Homecoming. Like, stuff like that would exist.
Yeah, and like as dumb as you might think it
Now,
was
this
and
whole
having to
scene
sit
is
through it,
pain.
the whole like Avengers musical thing. Now I could see that happening.
Mm.
Now there were too many things in that were straight from the movie with things nobody would have been privy to.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah,
how many regular people know that Captain America said I could do this all day? For
Well, it's
instance.
like in WandaVision, there's that part where Monica's like...
Oh, that's one of the catchphrases that also caught on, that has stuck around forever, right? I could do
Yeah.
this all day.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Well, there's that line that Monica has where she's like, WandaVision nearly soloed Thanos. And it's like, why would that be public knowledge?
Can you believe how much of a plot point this cliche, irritating trope has become in this show? Of the media gave her this name and she doesn't like it.
Yeah, they're
Way
really
too much of the
going
show has been about that.
Mhm.
No,
Always
I like
talk
the
about the
frivolous
superchat.
lawsuit idea. I'm fine with that. Like, if she named herself She-Hulk in the first place, Again, fun sitcom premise. I've been okay with the premise for every episode of this. Just the initial on-the-page idea.
Yeah, it's similar to what I always say with Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Claudio Myron, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, give $5 Canadian.
Thank you.
He says, here are $5 to support the evolution.
Here they are.
It's not much, but hey, more than they spent on the VFX for this, clearly.
Thanks, appreciate it.
You're also not wrong.
That'll be the special effects budget for my movie. What we've raised a lot of what we've raised so far will have to go to props and costumes and stuff. So we'll take your $5 here. Canadian,
well, of course, that
even.
will be
like,
the main Sarah in that movie will of course be a giant green Sarah.
We'll have a big
so
green
really
Sarah.
That VFX, yeah.
Okay, but we've established that this show has made me hate green women, especially now.
Well, that's why there's conflict. You're like, oh, Sarah, you're big and green.
I don't know if I want to be married to you anymore.
And she's the main villain. Oh, Cap.
So at least they had a whole conversation about how that name wasn't hers and all of that, but like they're not ignoring that and pretending like it's not what the show has always been. But I still think that she's more sympathetic and it's more interesting if she had already embraced that by now. I'm sorry, what were you gonna say, Austin?
I was gonna say I think Connor just got out of the Marvels.
Oh wow!
And he liked it.
Did he?
Yeah.
There's no way. That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
But didn't it feel magical living in a reality where you thought it was real for a second?
I almost didn't even want to look at the comments to see how inevitably you were just yanking my chain. Because I wanted to hold out that 5% hope that maybe he did in fact enjoy that film.
No, you lived in a much happier reality.
Well, you say that, but then there's also the possibility that, okay, it's very remote, but that he loved it, and then I go see it, and I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah.
And so then we talk about it on Sunday, and I'm like, Connor, you've lost your friggin' marbles.
You lost your frickin' marbles, sir.
He says he has no idea how he's going to talk about that movie because he's not going to be able to keep it in his head. You know what? I might not. I was going to go tomorrow. Now you've got me thinking I need to go see it minutes before we record on Sunday.
Well, you know, Cap, there are a few memorable moments in that movie, but they're not where you think.
I was going to say, Austin, I'm to the point where I can't stop talking like this. Because that voice is just going to be so in my head. We've had 2 characters in 2 episodes in a row that talk like that.
Well, you know what we have to do to get over that?
What's that?
Is we have to go, look at this Madison! Her name's not spelled like you think.
Look at this comic book!
'Cause I didn't.
It's got 0 ideas we took.
It's got 0 ratings.
We've got a lot of actual courtroom stuff here. And I like how much more talky this episode has been. Well, I say that. I guess they've all mostly been pretty talky.
Yes, not really been that much action, which is fine for this premise.
No, that's one of the reasons I've been, I don't want to say pleasantly surprised. I mean, this is not a great show or anything. But the tone of this is actually a little closer to what I was sort of hoping it is, which might surprise people. But again, I'm okay with a sitcom built around this character. It's just getting the
It shouldn't be written by Pickle Rick, Rick and Morty writers.
Yeah, it's just about it actually being funny and still fleshing her character out and making her, fun and engaging.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't. This has not been as much of a character study as I would like, even inside of a sitcom, because you can do both.
Hayden Springs says that screenwriter was a jackass.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna read that too.
You gotta love the Yondu appreciation.
I think you're president of that fan club.
I am. And you know what the best part about Yondu is, Cap? He's a painted person.
That he's not a CG phase?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why, but I'm just imagining an alternate universe where this guy with the dreadlocks here played the Collector.
See, I was just thinking because they're talking about like, oh, I need a suit that Jen can wear and She-Hulk can wear, and I was thinking that he's gonna invent the Fantastic Four molecule thing.
Again, stuff on paper that's fine. Where she's trying to get a suit that she can wear as both characters, or both versions of herself. Oh, you need a lot of fabric.
I didn't like that.
I think I don't think it's so much about quantity as it is specific quality, right?
Whoa, what was that zoom?
Why did we do that push? Okay, so here's the thing. There are sitcoms that love that move and think it's really funny. That is the first time in 5 episodes we've done it.
Mm-hmm. No, and that can be really funny. I mean, that made me laugh right there.
Yeah, but it was also out of nowhere.
That's what I mean. Like, it mostly made me laugh because it was weird.
Bag says we're only on episode 5. I wish it were 9. Robert, I can't imagine how the show would have played week to week. Yeah, I do think this probably binges better than having to wait on episodes for it.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's not like you have to like remember things. Like, I also feel like getting kind of lost in details maybe helps.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's true too. No, you're right. I could see it both ways. Where it's like it's a lot more disposable and episodic than some of these other shows have been. So you just, sit down and watch it for half an hour and laugh at the 1 or 2 jokes you laugh at.
So she can legally be sued because she made a She-Hulk dating profile?
Because this other woman owns
Why is
the She-Hulk
Titania not
license.
just in prison? She like smashed through a courtroom. Or maybe not in prison, but like, I'm shocked the trial isn't that.
Okay. It is kind of baked into the premise of this story, though, Austin, that her not wanting to be She-Hulk, has everything to do with her, with the case and how she might lose it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, again, I still kind of wish she'd embraced that earlier, but I would be, rewriting the story, of course. I'm not saying it's super intriguing legal drama or whatever, but... Yeah, but why did she do that?
Because people are attracted to She-Hulk.
She really didn't embrace it, though. She just sometimes says that because I guess she just gave up on it. Okay, this whole thing is just awkward, right?
Yeah, I don't like this.
I was trying to be charitable because at least they were making it about the thing that I was finding odd and awkward and irritating about it. But then it's hard to see her sympathetic in the situation because I guess my point is that, sorry, I'm rambling. It's contrived in the first place that she really hates the name She-Hulk. Because it just comes off like in progressive 2023 or whatever, that's sexist or degrading or something somehow.
Well,
or at least that's what it was in Supergirl, which, like you, is the big thing it reminded me of. I guess I don't fully, and again we've been talking over it, but I don't fully understand why she hated it in the first place. That was what it seemed like. Is that all it is?
Just because it's like, oh, there was a Hulk and now there's a She-Hulk. Like it's like the Smurfette thing, right? Like she can't have her own name; it has to be She-Hulk. Come buy me things. I'm Titania.
And I've just never liked that kind of thing because it screams all of these names we're stuck with are outdated. So, like, either just use them and move on, or change them if you feel like you have to, which, of course, I don't love. But it's just so cynical that it's like, well, we have to keep it for the brand recognition.
Hey, Daredevil Season 3 had a cop named Poindexter, and they made it work. We can make She-Hulk work.
Hayden Spring, I wouldn't like if my name was She-Hulk, but I think that's fair.
I mean, there is definitely sometimes comic book things you're just kind of stuck with.
I still just think it's crazy that has become now the crux of the conflict is the name of your show. And I'm sure that's supposed to be why it's hilarious.
Well, it'd be like if you made a show called She-Hulks Don't Wear Ties, and then half the show is about, like, the debate about whether she should wear a tie.
Robert, I honestly don't remember anybody having a problem with She-Hulk's name before this show made a big deal about it. Same thing with Supergirl.
I mean, that's often the case. My favorite thing with Supergirl, though, is when she gets the nano suit, and she's like, oh my god, pants! And it's like, well, you made your suit! Why didn't you just put on pants?
Well, and Cat Grant has all these speeches. Like there's a big one in the second episode that makes it sound like she thinks she lives in an almost like pre-women's lib world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that from that show.
Like, don't get me wrong, I totally get that there are ways in various situations where it might be, in various types of business where it might be more difficult for a woman to get ahead than a man, but she just acts, like, oversimplifies it to the point of absurdity in that.
Also, while we're at CW, a lot of the villain design so far has been very CW.
I agree with that.
Like, Titania's right out of one of those shows, and so were the Wrecking Crew.
Well, clearly all of their money went to the CG for her face, which is, I see it. Well, which was $5. That was their budget. And $5 Canadian, even.
We have to get hyped, Cap. Say my name, Cap. We're hyped.
Oh, you get it? It's Say My Name, because she's got an identity crisis about whether she wants to be called She-Hulk.
I mean, it's better than when that new Candyman reboot used the Beyonce Say My Name song. Which is like one of the most embarrassing trailer songs.
Who's that girl? Say my name.
Who's that girl? Say my name. Yada, 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 yada. Gotta chain it all together, Cap.
You know, Austin, Daredevil's in the show, but he's not where you think he is.
Not where you think. Well, technically true, because I remember people being pissed that he wasn't in the next episode.
Well, it looks like they're setting that up to be the very next thing that happens.
Yeah. Oh, this is the part you have Cyclops and the Thing and Deadpool themed shoes in the background.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
And I think maybe Wolverine, but I didn't get a good look there.
Robbie the Sky put in a $5 super chat. Thanks for the support, man. Seems the show was rushed. Few more passes on the script for better jokes and nuance for social commentary, and we'd have a great female hero show, or at least a much better one. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. I'm frustrated by execution before I'm frustrated by tone, initial format choice, casting, even production values. As much as the CG is hard to look at to me, or hard to buy
it's also as
being
good
there.
as it was ever going to look on TV.
Well, again, I don't think it should be CG.
No, I know, but I just mean, like, I will give them that. Like, it looks better than it could have.
And not having an after credit scene in that episode, so go ahead and skip to the next one, folks, just screams, yeah, we know those were really painful and sucked. But I don't know, it's frustrating because I again, on paper, I'm very okay with the idea of doing, especially in like this half an hour comedic format, doing a story. And there's a lot of fun, like, what would it be like in the real world sort of, like, early Marvel stories like that, right? You know, things that the Golden Age heroes would have never had to deal with. Where it's like, what if somebody already had your superhero name trademarked, and you didn't know about it, and then you used that name, and you're just trying to fight crime, but now you're mired in litigation. That's a very Stanley idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's it's a fine thing to do, but you've already annoyed me and made me like your character less by having her very artificially go, "Ugh, She-Hulk, I hate that name."
Makes me think of like that thing in Amazing Spider-Man where he gets the check and it's made out to Spider-Man, and you can't cash it. You know, stuff like that we used to do in that era.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and Dan just showed up. He says,
"Oh, hi, Dan.
Oh, no, this is happening tonight. I'm so sorry."
I mean, Dan, I'm somehow not hating it as much yet as I was sort of expecting to, based on some of the stuff that folks have told me, but, like...
I did just have, like, a really big, like, moment when I...
but we're talking over it, I'm sure that's making it easier.
It wasn't pausing again, so I had to back out, and I realized there was still, like, 4 episodes left, and I was like, oh...
I'm sorry, Austin.
It's okay.
Well, we'll just jump right back into it.
We're getting through it. We're getting through it.
Okay, everybody, please press play. Make sure you're on episode 6, which is called Just Jen. Because we are still stuck on this name thing. And I mean, I appreciate that we're trying to play with some identity ideas, because that's, you know, also classic superhero stuff, and a Hulk idea, and, you know, with one where she's always Hulk, but...
Well, I guess this one's like a 2-parter, because we didn't finish the She-Hulk trial.
I meant to say that. I was really surprised that hadn't resolved yet.
Which is crazy, because the thing I've learned from this show is that trials only last like an hour.
You got much swifter justice in the MCU than in the real world.
No, it's kind of cool, actually, yeah.
Everybody, please press play right now. I'd love to know, as I always do,
hold on, mine didn't play.
Oh, we got to start over?
Yeah, sorry. It's
okay,
not
no, that's all right. That's all right. Start again, folks. I would like to know how many people are actually watching this with us. Let me know when you're ready.
I would imagine a flat goose egg. Okay, I'm on timestamp 0. Sorry about that.
I was going to say it's probably 5, but Canadian, so like 3.5 people. Everybody, please press play right now.
Oh, there's the Wrecking Crew again. And
well, don't worry. It'll be 3 more
CW
episodes before we see them again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that whole DNA thing hasn't come back at all.
They just keep reminding us of it because they know they're not going to deal with it for a while, so they don't want us to forget.
Mm-hmm. I still don't really get why we introduced Titania as breaking through a courtroom, and now she's just like a wealthy businesswoman.
Which is giving me Catwoman flashbacks, by the way.
Oh yeah, because that's got the whole like makeup villain, right?
Yeah,
Good call.
this is kind of like that.
If only her makeup company was called Catwoman.
Well, that's so ironic because it's copyrighted, so they wouldn't have been able to do that. Copyrighted by another company. Although I don't know how they got the rights to show stuff from HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
That shocked me more than anything else.
Well, they didn't even show anything from HBO Max. It was just like a paused black screen.
No, they showed. Wasn't it that same show at the end?
Yeah, but you weren't seeing it. Like they played audio.
I thought they showed the screen and people were moving on it.
We've shown like a couple shots of like Ally McBeal and stuff like that. I don't think we actually saw the Sopranos.
Okay, I was being
They
facetious,
played the song,
by the way.
but that's also like a song. Oh, okay, never mind. Screw you then.
No, I'm sorry. I just when I said that it was the thing that was most shocking. That's probably not actually true.
What would you say is the whoa?
You know what I was hoping for? I was hoping
The
for the
hand with
hand
the
from '89.
rose?
Yeah.
I had the exact same thought. Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
She should have fainted.
Do you know how I read that card? Duh.
What?
Of course I will.
Yeah, of
course
I
you
will.
Austin, I
So
just can't
the
wait
guy
to
who
find out
made
what
She-Hulk's
happened.
Suit is the same guy that now made Daredevil's yellow costume. That's kind of funny.
What do you think she would call herself if she didn't go with She-Hulk? Because if it's supposed to be, I don't want to just be Hulk, but with a like girl attached to it somehow. So yeah, the whole first episode where Hulk keeps saying, "And you're a Hulk." Like I don't know how she gets away with not having the word Hulk in it.
Jen Hulk. I don't know.
That sounds generic and corporate.
Hulk girl.
Well, that you have the same problem there.
Hulk woman. Sorry.
That's so clever.
Yes, she knows that you're annoyed because you wanted to see Daredevil.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised she didn't come right out and be like, "Yeah, I know, we set up Daredevil."
Dan Schneider says Austin's impression is better. He's more annoying. I like to think just that in general, not just that voice.
Well, I haven't tried that voice a lot. You know, I need more practice at it.
Oh yeah, I've practiced that in the mirror every day.
Hayden Spring, oh, I love that. He says she'd still be She-Hulk. It's just only okay if it's her idea.
Exactly.
That's kind of profound. I like that. Because my impression of this show so far, and maybe to a lesser degree than something like Supergirl, but it kind of has that thing where it's complaining about like modern sexism and things while simultaneously having a lot of really stereotypical female characters.
When that just got to like have the like face and the boobs joke thing, but also play it as not, I don't know.
Oh,
This
really?
show sucks.
They were cutesy enough to make the logo say just Jen and not She-Hulk?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the last one was She-Hulk, but it was the logo of Titania. I forgot her name for a second.
Hayden, I'm profound often. Nobody notices. Now, again, we've been talking over it, so this might be inaccurate. I do feel like, with some notable exceptions, Jen herself has been less the driving force of the kind of like blatant forced, you know, like look at all the things that are sexist. Let's be, super progressive and throw it in your face. Stuff like there's been some of that in this show, but it hasn't very often always come from her.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess that's true. I haven't really thought about it.
Am I right about that? I don't know, because when you
Um,
have that stuff, it's like, what's the motivation? Where does it come from? Is the show saying something about it? Or, like, is it saying that about it, or is it saying something else about it? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't
Back, yes, this was written by a real woman, but it's the woman who made Pickle Rick, so it doesn't technically count. I'm so glad we're not watching Daredevil right now.
I'm sad to say we've gotten to a place where the whole immortal character, who is very often called the Immortal, in a superhero parody show or a comedic superhero show, it's gotten kind of old. Like we do it a lot.
Do you think that's why they're waiting for Ruffalo to get old before they do Immortal Hulk?
Yes, Austin.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he jumped out a window, folks. I
Good.
think he's immortal, so he's not gonna die.
It'd be funny if he was just dead and that scene was a waste of time.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, like, I have found this kind of thing funny before, but I've just seen it too much now.
It's just not done well. Oh, I have a question for you. 'Cause
Yeah.
Something that keeps running through my mind. Why did Daredevil have his costume made in LA?
Oh my goodness. It didn't even occur to me that that's where we were this whole time.
Yeah, no, we're in LA.
Because that's the only place he can get a costume now. The guy that made his costume before was working with...
Well, he got arrested at the end of that.
yeah,
season 3.
yeah, I couldn't remember what happened with him, so I was going to say, either he died or Daredevil just didn't want to keep working with somebody that was involved with organized crime.
You know, he gets arrested in that. That's where we get, like, the gladiator fight.
Hayden Spring, am I in the minority for never liking Ruffalo as Banner? You might be in the minority, but my co-host feels the way you do about it.
To a degree, I like him well enough in the first Avengers, but he was definitely a step down.
Okay, I always got the sense that you just never liked the casting choice.
No, I know DJ has that. I know DJ really doesn't like Ruffalo in general. I think he's fine. I think there's like weird lines and line deliveries in the first Avengers, but overall I like him. And then I don't really like anything after that.
Senior Sticks, Daredevil question, Cap. Do you think if Matt Murdock could see, he would be more effective? I mean, in different ways.
Well, it depends. Would he lose his like sense stuff and just be able to see?
Yeah. Like if he's just that character with the same background, but he doesn't have those powers at all, and he has sight, he would need some other kind of powers where he's just a dude, but also... the fact that he doesn't see has a lot to do with the man without fear thing, and which ends up being his greatest strength and greatest weakness, which is what's so interesting about the character.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like if he'd be more effective with it, I'd have to know if he had the same powers or not.
Mm-hmm. The real question though is how will Daredevil and Echo communicate? Because it drives me nuts. Like, how will that happen?
A Morse code is the only possible answer.
But how would that work?
Morse code with like he'd have to tap on her.
Tap on her shoulder.
On her, yeah, or her hand or something. Yeah.
That'd be so funny.
You just wait. That will be the scene, right? And they'll play it really dramatically too.
No, I see. I think it'll be the opposite. I think Daredevil will say something, and then it'll be like what do we do now?
Just go with the full Valley Girl voice again. What do we do now?
Yeah, Daredevil will be like, how do we talk?
And she's like, I don't know, and I don't even know how I know what you just said.
Well, except that she's not saying it. She's like, but in a Valley Girl hand sign.
Hayden said Braille notes, but that doesn't work because...
What?
Oh, well, I guess she could... I guess if she also learned Braille for some reason.
Why would she? I mean, I guess some people do. Like, my one brother knows some Braille.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that know sign language that aren't deaf.
Yeah. Yeah, and he also knows some sign language.
But
so, yeah, that's fair.
That it's usually people that either want to work with the deaf or have a deaf person in their family or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is definitely a side episode.
Yeah. Intelligentsia. Oh, we're setting up the main villains.
Finally. It only took 6 episodes. Do you think they did a good enough job in advertising this show at making it clear that it is a straight-up sitcom?
I mean, they sold it really hard on She-Hulk is sexy and dates people, and people are like, girl, you look so good. So, like, maybe,
There
kind of.
hasn't been as much of that in the show as I might have expected.
No, but there's also too much.
In fact, we had a line earlier this episode, or last episode, I forget which, where somebody was like, I think it was last episode, you're really concerned with how you dress, and I'm like, maybe I missed some lines about that.
Yeah, in the beginning of this episode, they were like, your butt's so filled. And then they did that boob shot.
There's some things that feel kind of obligatory, where I don't feel like it's coming from the character at all. Like, the groomsmen were playing Mario Kart, and the
Yeah, I just want to watch
got
Mario
wrinkled.
Kart. I don't want to watch this show. Let me see that guy play Mario Kart.
That was kind of funny. Video games are sports now. They're on ESPN and everything. Jen.
Oh, God.
Do you see what I'm talking about with maybe a little bit of mixed messaging?
Sure, yeah.
I'm just saying, am I super off base? Like,
This is giving me flashbacks to Sonic 2.
oh, why did you say that name? Why did you say that movie title?
Like, oh, you want a Daredevil? Well, instead we're going to go to this yuppie wedding where the women have a little ugly dog.
John Kelling says, I think it was pretty obvious it was more intentionally comedic from the advertisements. I agree. I wasn't expecting straight up sitcom.
I don't know. I think they sold it as a comedy.
Yeah, but I don't know if they sold it as an episodic sitcom. You know what I mean? Like, there is a difference.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like Daredevil or like Deadpool is a comedy. It's not a sitcom. And again, I'm not complaining that's what they made. I'm just saying, like, I saw the advertisements, and that's not really what I was expecting from this. But also because the main things that I've heard about the show are like action things. So I'm sure, like, with a lot of these, that's all in the last episode, right? Like, there's going to be a giant Abomination fight or something, right?
Or something, yeah.
Uh-oh. I hope it's just like the Super Skrull fight. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be beautiful.
You remember when they had Super Skrull and he was he had all these powers from characters that didn't even have powers? Remember that?
Yeah. And then he fought another Super Skrull who had the same powers.
I was expecting him to just start shooting arrows. They just come out of his arm or something? He's just got arrows?
The best part about that is it's not even Hawkeye's DNA, it's the girlfriend from Shang-Chi's DNA.
I am struggling to focus at all on this episode.
Yeah, I feel like I've completely lost the plot on this episode. 'Cause I don't care.
Yeah, I just don't care. I'm having a little bit of a who is this for thing.
Well, it's weird because we set up Daredevil at the end of last episode, and then it's like, LOL, JK, he's not in this one. But he's also not going to be in the next one either.
Yeah, so it's almost like are they? Is the joke supposed to be they didn't go right to Daredevil, or is the joke simply we left the story?
I think the joke is that they know that people are only watching this to see Daredevil.
Robert says, "Don't worry, Cap. The show subverts expectations." Oh, good, because it has pretended to do that some. When I don't think it actually managed it.
Yeah, don't spoil it though.
Okay, so I have liked her fine. I mean, the actress.
But you don't like her playing drunk?
I don't think she plays drunk great.
Yeah, I don't know if it's she can't do drunk or she is being directed badly.
I don't know that it matters really.
You know what her drunk Jen
this
voice
material
is
is
though?
just not great.
It's, oh my god, I'm She-Hulk.
Which makes her the fourth Valley Girl character in her own show.
And she only gets that way when she drinks.
I think you're great. Maybe not at acting drunk, but
I think you're great, but only when you're green.
she's gonna date Tony the Tiger?
Yeah. Wouldn't you want to see She-Hulk make out with Tony the Tiger?
Absolutely, sure. I would take that. Absolutely.
Oh, it's gonna be Titania. Oh, okay. Now they're gonna fight.
Oh, are we getting back to the plot here?
But it's not even back to the lawsuit. It's just now we're gonna fight.
See, they had to keep showing us that from earlier because she has powers and she can. She's gonna publicly destroy her. That's her plan. How's that gonna help her with her lawsuit? This is what you do when you lose the lawsuit, right? This is your last ditch effort. Why is she doing this now?
The show is written by Neanderthals.
Yeah. Are you saying that for a different reason than what I'm saying? Like,
that's hilarious.
but Austin, are you saying that because of what I'm calling preposterous, or is there something else even?
I'm laughing at I'm gonna destroy you publicly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, why would you do that in the middle of a lawsuit that
And
you
at a
might
wedding,
win?
like, not even like somewhere hidden.
Well, no, her whole point is she wants people to see it happen.
I was gonna say, watch, the joke's gonna be she can't turn.
She can't turn it. Yep. We all knew that was gonna happen. Now she's gonna need her own Hulk Buster.
It's also weird because she's playing it like the Infinity War like can't get at Hulk thing, but she's a woman. Oh, okay. That looked terrible.
Wow. That was rough. None of that rubble was really there.
Who invited
Till
Princess Fiona to this wedding?
Till we cut over and they pull a little bit on the ground. Oh, God.
Yeah, did he say that super fast? Because they were in slow motion.
Why does this feel obligatory and I should have expected to see it coming this whole show? That she'd be in like a bridesmaid's dress in a big fight scene.
This also reminds me of like a really like a stupider version of Iron Man 2.
Yeah,
with
sure.
The DJ, plays the music while Iron Man fights Rhodey.
Yeah, good call.
she's
DJ,
killed
drop
herself.
a beat.
He's like, DJ, drop me a fat beat for me to beat my friend to.
Beat my friend to.
Oh, she knocked out her teeth.
And then we got the horrible... Well, she's She-Hulk. She's very strong.
Well, no, she just tripped on ice and fell on her face.
Well, I thought it was after she got hit real hard.
Wait, she stole the cake. I
I don't understand why she did any of that, which makes the whole last episode a complete waste of time. Right?
Yeah. Are we gonna go back to the trial next episode?
I hope we do. And I hope they do some stupid. I hope they do some stupid joke about contriving some reason that all of this is inadmissible in court.
Yeah.
Oh, look, your dog is making a cameo. But
Yeah,
don't worry, this isn't the kind of show where every episode has a cameo.
No, because it's a guest star. Ah.
Boy, if this show could jump the shark, that was the moment, man. Austin's being attacked on stream by a dog. That's a big dog.
Yeah, he's fat. You knocked my headphone out.
Robert, that dress didn't look stretchy to me.
It didn't. Let's click on this slutty She-Hulk video by the Intelligentsia.
Hayden, is there a She-Hulk buster in the comics? I bet there is.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. We got like the Thor buster and stuff in the comics.
Okay, I was looking away from the screen. While they were looking at the computer there, I was hearing something that sounded suspiciously like Dennis Nedry from Jurassic Park with the ah.
When you a Hulk, but you dumb. Look, these are all the sexist people that hate She-Hulk.
Oh no.
The Intelligentsia.
Is that going to be the big conspiracy plot in this? That a bunch of horrible sexist people want to kill She-Hulk because she's a woman?
Yeah.
Just because she's a woman?
It's like the Riddler in the Batman cap. It's very good. He's barking to go out now.
Well, that guy had a perspective.
I'll still hold this so I can talk.
Okay, we'll see you later. Oh, Austin's going to miss
crap.
the end of this episode.
Crap, I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I'm not.
Do I have to give you the play-by-play? Well, this Valley girl is
Yeah,
driving, and there's French fries now.
Where's she driving? Not where you think.
I thought you were legitimately asking me. I'm like, I don't know.
You're not
Why
looking
would
at
I-
GPS.
Why the hell would I know that?
Oh, I dropped the remote and it paused the app. Ow!
Oh, it's Pandelirium.
This video got crazy.
I'll tell you what the big twist is at the end of this.
Probably something dumb.
Yeah, well, there's a guy with a syringe in a laboratory, and he just closed it, and that's what happened.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'm sure he's gonna
Oh, yeah, I just skipped forward. He's talking to the Hulk King, and he's got Jen's DNA.
the Hulk what?
The Hulk King. That's what it said on the screen.
The Hulk King?
Yeah, it said the Hulk King.
What the hell does that mean? Who's the Hulk King?
He's the king of Hulks.
I don't know what that means. Is he
rules
trying
over
to
the
steal her
Hulk.
powers or turn her not Hulk or?
Well, I think he wants to become the Hulk King.
Oh, he wants to do the Blonsky thing.
Because that's like his Redditor name, but like he's going to become that.
Because Blonsky's whole thing was I want the super soldier serum.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be the
Exactly.
government's golden boy. But this is gonna be like a terrorist plot, right?
Or like a sexist plot.
Well, yeah, like sexist terrorists. Like they hate women. we can't have any superheroes that are women.
Well, that's the worst thing about
So is there supposed to be like a
terrorists when they
meta
don't like
commentary
women.
thing where it's like this is about the are perceived fans or like anti-fans that are. I'm being really
that are angry about Phase 4.
Angry about all the female superheroes that we've introduced, where it's not that our quality is waned in our writing and our storytelling and our characterization. It's just people hate all the girls. And yes, I'm sure there's a few people that are like that, but it's not the majority or even a significant portion. I wouldn't think.
We know who's really like that?
I'm going to be barking
Hulk
up the
King.
wrong tree for some people here, but it's just how I feel about it. Sorry, what?
I said, you know who's really like that is the Hulk King.
Where did you
I had
see?
a pause
Where did you
on-
see that? Where did it say Hulk King?
He was like on the computer and it was like Jen Walters' DNA and it was like, got it ready to go, Hulk King.
And it said Hulk King. I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't believe people are still hanging out with us here.
Robert Wild says, can you do a British walk-in voice? I don't know, that sounds too hard.
That sounds hard.
Yeah, what would that even sound like?
Austin?
Yeah.
I keep talking about how the show is not as painful as I expected it to be.
Is it getting there?
And people... last year I remember they just would not stop complaining about the twerking thing.
Mhm.
That dress fight, that fight where she's in the bridesmaid's dress, that was painful.
That was
the
worst
slow
thing so
motion
far?
punch like from Matrix Revolutions.
Well, I just love that it was like, and it cut away and it was like, Hulk fight, and then it cut back and it was like, I just like to imagine that was just super fast in the middle of that slow-mo punch.
Yeah, do you think it's true? Because a lot of people feel this way, that that MCU is making certain things for an audience they just don't have, or like they think that audience is baked in, but it's not.
Mhm.
Because what's
Yeah,
weird about
well-
that, like I see that and I don't see that, because what's weird about that argument is, but it's been pretty accessible, so like a lot of people of all walks of life have liked some of this stuff. So it's almost like they don't understand how accessible they were, even though they know how popular they. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand some of the choices, like the air horns. Who is that for?
People like memes.
Yeah.
That's
Or
what
is
Flash
it?
Thompson did in Homecoming, which makes sense because he was 15.
Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't supposed to be endearing. It was, this is an immature kid being an idiot.
Well, and he was being an a-hole in that scene.
That's true. He was.
Yeah.
Anyway, apologies. I'm not
says,
being very articulate about this, but
Connor says my new mission is to say Hulk King as many times as possible.
well, and
Oh, and Andy said earlier that apparently I say it like walking. I guess in the way it's like a weird thing to string together.
yeah, because
I have like a bit of a
hulking.
pause.
Well, especially because like that's a word that you use with Hulk, like he's hulking out, but there's
Exactly.
like
So
Hulk
you have to like add a pause.
King, because there's two K's, so you gotta go Hulk King. You gotta put a big space there.
Ouch! We got the Hulk King. That was not my best walking. That was a little rough.
John Kelling. Well, you did your best at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
John Kelling, how could you miss Hulk King Cap, the most important Marvel character ever? Oh, I should have said that like
Exactly.
Avi Arad.
His name is Hulk King with 2 Ks, but not where you think.
No, they're exactly where you would.
That joke has been done like 30 times on the stream now.
And I'm still not tired of it. Okay, The Retreat, episode 7.
Yeah, we're still running away from the plot.
Sometimes they have just regular person, generic, unmemorable episode titles, and sometimes they're really long and weird and obnoxious.
Mhm.
Pick a lane. Just kidding. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Robert, this is the intellectual conversation I came for. What do you expect with us in this show? Watching it for the first time. Is it working? Are you watching the show?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
No, we're good. I guess
no.
Blonsky's coming back in this episode.
Nah, he's probably not.
Yeah, he's probably not.
You know, I didn't notice that line reading before, but this new love interest we've got, it's kind of an odd line delivery when he first meets Jen and he goes, "I am Josh."
Hello, She-Hulk. I am Josh.
I may be your soulmate.
Could I possibly also be the Hulk King?
Alexa, make me a boyfriend. I am Josh.
So that's my guess right now is Josh is the Hulk King.
Oh, good call. That's gonna be a.
Because it's gonna be like, oh, the guy who actually liked Jen for Jen was the Hulk King.
Of course, he's got to be introduced that late in the game.
Oh, exactly. I mean, most of
this
these
whole conspiracy plot has been. I say I don't know how conspiratorial it is, but this whole.
Josh, can't wait to see you.
Wow, that sync just cannot wait. Oh, it's the okay. That's a joke.
This show's got some certified bops, though.
I bet they released a She-Hulk vinyl record.
Oh, 100%. I think it was the most sold album that year.
Are you joking, or did they actually do that album?
No.
Well, because they've done some stuff like that. Like,
that is like
the score for Mandalorian Season 2 is on vinyl.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I love the Mandalorian theme. I said after the first episode of the first season of that show, that will definitely go to vinyl. And I was right, it did.
I remember that theme being very rocky. It's been a while since I've seen that show, so I don't remember it offhand. But I remember it being kind of similar to that.
It is. And it's a little bit derivative of that in places, I'm not going to lie. But I like it. It's earwormy, and it's got a really cool bass line.
I just saw that mouse run by. It just went forward and back.
Hayden Spring, the real question is, would you date She-Hulk? She needs her dialogue written by a different writer, and then maybe. You know what I mean? Because I'm imagining a pretty cool character here, played by an actress that I think is doing overall a pretty phenomenal job, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Who is just being forced by puppeteers in the background to say stupid crap and have dumb opinions about things.
Would you meet her and be like, "Hi, Jen, I am Jamesy."
God, where's my eject button? Why did that ever have to come out public? It's my fault, too. I said it.
Chewbacca's lover gives $5. He says,
oh, thanks, man.
The Intelligentsia mask is based on the mask of a real YouTuber called Doomcock.
No way! It's based on Doomcock? That's crazy.
Criticizes Marvel and Disney Star Wars. It's practically identical. So wait, does that mean we have a Doomcock mask in this before Doctor Doom?
So that's amazing if that's the case, but also, like, the MCU producers need to get off the damn internet.
Mm-hmm.
They should not be referencing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the way to make that stuff go away is to just ignore it.
Like, here's these leakers and people that criticize our stuff and say we're too woke or whatever. Let's let them inform our universe.
Yeah, just ignore it. That's all you do.
Like, whether you, the viewer, agree with anything that guy has put out or said or anything, is immaterial. I'm just saying that doesn't seem like smart business and smart world building to me.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be more strategic than that. That's ridiculous. It's childish, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't understand why she said it like that.
What you mean?
When she went Hulk smash, like, was that a joke, or was that like
Hulk smash?
Or was that like the one moment in the show so far where she has had like a Hulk personality thing.
I don't know. I hate this.
Why does she keep growling all of a sudden? Is this the thing she's been doing this whole show and I just never noticed it? She keeps occasionally just going, "Oh, I'm a Hulk," and then I'm talking like normal.
Why she become a crazy person?
It might have been annoying, but I could have sort of seen that being an amusing place to go. I don't want that, actually. Never mind.
What?
Why are we watching Muppets Most Wanted all of a sudden?
Because Miss Piggy's like She-Hulk. She bent those bars.
I'm pretty sure that's probably what movie that's from.
I don't know. I've only seen one Muppet thing, which is Treasure Island, and it definitely wasn't that.
But it's weird if that was what they went to, because that's relatively obscure now. Like, that's the last of the... They only made 2 newer movies, and it didn't perform at the box office. So She-Hulk is now one of 6 people that has seen Muppets Most Wanted.
I feel like they just did it because it was Miss Piggy bending bars with super strength.
John Kelling, I love when Austin is literally cringing. It's my favorite.
I gotta go up to that Wackadoo Ranch. Blonsky living on a ranch is weird.
It's not any weirder than anything we did with Baron Zemo.
Or just anything else the Abomination's done in this show. I think they're trying to build up like, oh, is Abomination the Hulk King? But like, that's too obvious. Like, it's definitely that Josh guy.
Yeah, no, it has to be.
Like, who else would it be?
It's like Power Rangers. You can't suddenly introduce a teenager right before we have a new Ranger and us not know who that Ranger is going to be.
It's also like Scooby-Doo. There was literally one person it could
That
be.
it could possibly be. We just met him. What if she started dating that guy in like the 2nd or 3rd episode and they got us like really liking him and deeply involved? I don't even know anything about this guy. I don't even care if he's the Hulk King.
Look, it's so relatable. She done sang Hanson. Remember Mbop? Remember 1997? Because
they momentarily forgot they're not making Captain Marvel. Bad, I don't want no skulls.
Cut her singing Mbop for 2 seconds.
Why did we do that? And again, we're talking over this, so this might not be fair, Austin. I don't fully understand the comedic side of her personality. Like, I don't like get her sense of humor entirely.
Which kind of just like meme.
Yeah, again, it doesn't feel like it comes from a specific character plays.
Do you know what the writer of the show and the Grinch have in common, Cap?
Oh, do tell.
Their head was screwed on 2 sizes too much or whatever.
That's not the Grinch.
Yeah.
The Grinch is that his heart was 3 sizes.
No, there's different things. It was like his heart was too small and his head was screwed on too much. And like,
that's true. That's true. But it didn't have anything to
small.
do with sizes, though.
Well, it's because I mixed my metaphor.
You totally did.
Because I didn't remember exactly how
you mixed your
worded.
reference.
Yeah. Are we about to go out to Blonsky's like pot farm in the back?
None of that would surprise me.
No.
I don't... Blonsky just said true that.
They paid Tim Roth to say true that.
Oh, wow. Wow. More wow.
Hey, Cap, at least that pig guy is a guy.
Okay. I might take all of it back now. I don't care.
Man, I love Tim Roth. I'm so sad that this is what we're doing with him.
Well,
He's such a great actor.
It is reminding me so much of Zemo.
Yeah.
Because he was wasted in a similar way. I mean, he turned into, crappy comic relief.
No, that is true.
Nobody cares
Zemo
if you're a
got to put on
Matador.
his mask for 2 seconds, and Blonsky got to turn into Abomination for 2 seconds.
I'm embarrassed for this show now.
You know what this stuff thinks it is,
This
right?
is desperate. Laugh at me. Laugh. And again, I reiterate, Ragnarok is the worst thing that ever happened to this universe.
But you know what this...
And when I say this universe, I don't mean the MCU.
Mhm.
I mean this universe that we live in.
Yeah. But you know what this thinks it is right now, though? Is that gun thing, right? Where, like, he takes, like, Z-list characters no one's ever heard of. Like, Taserface.
Taserface. Yeah.
Or obviously, like, people have heard of him, but, like, Polka Dot Man. But it doesn't understand why those worked.
Plushy DX, I thought you said Zemo was good in that show. I don't remember ever saying that.
And this is just like an SNL skit.
Plushy DX, people love Zemo in that show, even those that hate that show. Do
Not
they?
me. Because I love Zemo in Civil War, and then they completely ruined him.
Yeah. I mean, I might have thought that his initial introduction was okay. I don't remember even how many videos we did about that when it came out, because that was still early with the Disney Plus MCU shows where I thought I was going to review all of them, but then I just lost interest and I didn't want to keep doing that. I know we did a spoiler cast, but I may have talked about some of that, like episode 2.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Schneider, they got you, Cap. You said you weren't hating it, but now you're hating it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You know what I think is
gonna
gonna
get back to Blonsky, and it also feels like we're wasting time, and it's like another filler episode.
isn't that weird?
Yeah.
They're a little bipolar, where it's like I can't really track what is supposed to be
Like the overarching
the
plot.
big important plot. Yeah, I mean, I'm hesitating in saying that because I kind of can and I kind of can't. Where it's like, oh, we have the Hulk King thing that's about to happen, but like that wasn't there before. They're also a little bit
don't have to write
inconsistent
no
with
service
their
above her. We get it.
Yeah, but they're a little bit inconsistent with their style stuff too, where it's like that's not how we were doing cell phone things earlier. We had like comic balloons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which has become like such a cliche too.
What is this song?
I don't know, but it's another certified bop. I can tell you that much.
Bag, I have absolutely lost this plot, this episode. Yeah, I don't care. Connor, I hated Zemo in that show so much, but I hate everything about that show. It's the worst. I know you really, really hate that show, and I don't like it either. But it's not.
They've made a few worse now.
It's not the worst, yeah.
It's not far though.
I haven't watched it in a long time, and if I did, I would probably watch my soul fly away again.
Yeah.
But I'd still rather sit through that than Secret Invasion again.
See, seeing all these people,
And we talked over that whole thing, and I couldn't even hardly get through it. Like,
it
this
makes
at
me wish
least
I was
I'm not
watching a
considering.
gun thing. Like, he would make these characters likable.
I'm sorry, say that again. Oh, gun.
Yeah, like seeing all of these characters, I feel like I'm watching an SNL skit.
Well, and to be fair,
terrible.
I don't know who any of these people are.
One, that's I just mean like the gun thing, and that like these are the types of characters, especially more so at DC than at Marvel, but like that he likes to pepper into
You'd
his
make
stuff.
them memorable, and it doesn't matter if you're familiar with them.
Yeah, and he just makes them like lovable, and you like them.
Yeah.
This is just like, LOL, it's Porcupine. Look, Abomination's running like a Christian self-help group.
Robert, Cap and I might have to retract our "this show binges better" opinion. Yeah, you may be right about that. Or it may be that, like, up to a point it binges okay, and then you gotta really pace yourself. See, because the word yurt is funny. Did you just say hurtin' for a yurtin'?
I don't remember who this is.
Really?
Oh,
Seriously?
oh.
She doesn't break the fourth wall often enough or talk about the structure of the show often enough to do that.
Okay.
Well, that looks like it's really happening.
Jen, stop! I'm rotting me haikus.
We should have picked a different accent for each episode. Like, we gotta do 9 accents tonight, folks.
Yeah, I don't know why he gave him like a Beatles voice.
Robert, I think the show is starting to wear Cap and Austin down. Yeah, I'm to a... It's so weird, right? Because just like Austin said, we've brought back Blonsky, and that makes you think that we're going to start ramping up the
It's become a bottle
end of the
episode.
story, because we've only got 3 episodes left after this. Or no, this is the third to last episode, yeah? And then... Yeah, and then, as you say, it feels like a bottle episode. It feels like I'm just ready to skip this to get to the next stuff that matters. Yeah.
Yeah, bottle episodes can be great episodes, but
they haven't
usually
made
when they're
one
written
yet.
by people like humans.
Even by the standards of this show, their bottle episodes have not been their best episodes.
Mm-hmm. Like when they're written by like people who like bleed and feel, then like it can work.
So we got our obligatory therapy session episode.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a picture of himself behind himself. Did you see that?
Yeah, 'cause he's running this group. He is like a reformed villain, reforming other villains.
Do you think he started a cult?
He's a guru, Cap.
So he started a cult, is what you're saying?
No, he's Guru Abomination.
Well, you can't put those two things together and make
The
it sound cool.
Abomination
That's
Guru.
guru, but it can't be done.
I'm
Obama
gonna wait for a
Guru
second
a
to touch back
nation?
and come back in.
You almost have to... Okay, we'll see you later.
I made sure the episode didn't pause this time.
Good job.
It's okay. I'm missing literally nothing. Come downstairs and eat this mouse.
I don't know what to say about any of this.
Friends, I'd like you all to come with me to
Somebody's
the
already said codependency. I'm not surprised by that. And now she's worried about... She's paranoid about this relationship. But it's not going to matter because the guy's going to turn out to be the Hulk King.
The Hulk King.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
That's the thing I hate the most about these shows, is that they give no development to their villains. And most of the time they introduce their villains in the second last episode is like the Stinger.
Who we've never met.
Exactly.
That is true. Nobody, not everybody is your dad.
Yeah, there's really only one guy that is.
That is a lot funnier at 12:30 in the morning. 12:30 for me, 1:30 for Austin. You know how a normal person gets up
person's cooler than you and like sexier than you and like has a nicer body than you and isn't green like you and like
I think your life would be easier if your face looked like it was there.
it's not easy being green.
Yeah, I think that's our takeaway from this scene.
See, I don't know the actual song, so I did it in the style of the "It's Not Easy Being
That's
White"
sad.
song.
That's a wonderful song.
And there's a spider hanging from the ceiling right here. That's infinitely more entertaining than this show.
Okay, so the whole Just Jen thing is a lot more thematically relevant to this episode.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least we're getting back to this idea of...
Bag says King of Hulk is better. I like that if it's not plural, like it's just I'm the king of just the Hulk.
That's
I'm
great.
king of this one guy. But Hulk King is just an awful thing to say.
Okay, so wait a minute. So Austin, let me break this down. Her whole concern right now is that her new boyfriend maybe only likes her because she's She-Hulk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you're right and he turns out to be the Hulk King, that will be literally true.
One, it was like everyone else only wanted to have sex with She-Hulk and they didn't care about Jen. And then Josh was like, "Oh, I like Jen," and now she's like, maybe he just liked She-Hulk. So I think you're supposed to be like, "Oh, well, he liked Jen though, but he's the bad guy." That's sad.
Yeah, but then why is she worried about that?
I don't know.
Like, what led her to that?
Well, because nobody else liked Jen.
But
Oh.
But she is Jen. She's just green and large.
Yeah, nothing's really changed except she's green and large.
Yeah, and that her boss wouldn't have hired her if she wasn't a superhero.
Hey, stop that.
I just feel like everything about this is not at all what anybody would have wanted to see Blonsky do.
No, is there a single person that was like, yes, there we go?
Hayden Spring, as long as they don't adapt the Hulk kids in this.
Okay, this is a weird
I
moment.
so wish you hadn't put that out into the universe.
That's just weird because it's like, oh, she turned back to Jen. That's a really big, important moment for her. But she only turned into She-Hulk in this scene because that guy showed up from the Wrecking Crew. Don't you love how they completely ruin that empowering moment of be yourself with, oh, but he's ugly though. He's gross.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah,
I'm finally at that place.
But Cap, we're gonna get Daredevil next episode.
It took longer than I thought it would. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot that was even going to happen.
She deleted it.
Well, that was a mistake. Because he's going to be the bad guy. Oh. And then she said it.
What did she say? I missed that.
The hurtin' for a yurtin'. Why are you making me say it?
What does that even mean?
Because it's the yurt. Because they're going to the yurt.
I don't know what that is.
It's that thing that you're looking at right now. That's a yurt.
But what's a yurt? Like what
It's
is
that.
It? It looks like Yoda's shack, but it's like a sauna.
It's like a tent, but it can be like furnished inside. My wife and I stayed in one for our honeymoon.
Oh, okay. Were you hurting for a yurt?
No, well now I don't ever want to go to one again. It feels like a terrible riff on like the "Do you fondue" joke.
Do that you fondue?
Yeah, that's
What's
been
that?
in a couple things. It was in a
okay.
Tick episode, but I've seen it in one or two other things. I can't remember what.
Oh, I do remember that from the Tick.
Yeah. Where else was that? Was it in like? I feel like there was some fondue thing with either Deadpool or something else that Ryan Reynolds played.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Come again.
Oh, he's Apu.
But that character got canceled. I wish Blonsky would get canceled.
Well, the intelligentsia want to cancel She-Hulk.
Yeah, well, honestly, I'm identifying with them the most right now.
Yeah, I also want the show to get canceled.
I mean, they're not going to make any more, but I wish it got canceled in the sense that it never existed.
Is it too late to write this off for tax purposes? 3 days earlier.
They didn't do that right. 3
days earlier. Is going to be our reveal that he's Hulk King.
Oh, I thought I was just going to end there.
That would have been awesome. Oh, it is. Look, he's being shady. Yeah. He's copying.
I'm
something.
so shocked. Okay, what did I miss? Oh, because it's 3 days earlier. I was sorry, I'm an idiot. I was gonna say, like, I thought she deleted his number. I'm so confused.
I love how you're so out of it that you made the 3 days later joke. And then
I didn't even remember it was 3 days.
Yeah.
Well, that's how uninvolved I am with this. He's even got a thing that says Hulk King.
And it's got like a little Hulk
on
King
his phone.
emoji.
You called that.
He made a Hulk King emoji.
How impressed
This
with
episode is
Zeb
written by
Wells
Zeb
wrote
Wells.
this. I'm so sorry, Zeb Wells.
The writer of Deadpool 3 and current writer of Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, I feel like I've liked things he's written in the past, like, okay. But the only thing that immediately comes to mind is a Carnage mini I also didn't like. So maybe I've never liked Zeb Wells.
The creator of Paul wrote this episode.
Zeb Wells goes back farther than some people probably realize.
Yeah. That's fair. I think I have a comic of that Matador character.
Oh, weird. Why do you have that? Was it?
I was one of my dad's old
I'm gonna
comics.
guess. Was it a Spidey, the Spidey stories, or what was
No,
that
I
book
think
called?
it's in one of my like Marvel Presents books that has like a Wolverine and Man-Thing stuff. I think. And when I get home, I'll take a look at it and I'll see.
Robert
think-
Austin say Hulk King and hulking back and forth with clear distinction,
Hulk King is hulking.
and that's good.
Is that good?
It's good. Yeah, no, I heard the difference.
Hulk King is hulking.
I heard it. I don't want to look at these pictures anymore.
Yeah, I'm sick of him. I'm sick of looking at that fat guy painted as Hulk.
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit more worried about Deadpool 3 now after that. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you
Because I said
should
I'm
be.
sorry, Zeb Wells, because it's like, you know, he's stuck writing this material, but like, yeah, he could have done a better job.
Oh, Zeb Wells is also the head writer of the Marvel Zombies show. That's good to know.
Man, if Marvel
Hey, stop
eventually
barking.
really turns around, they have maybe not hit bottom yet. We don't know. We don't know. Folks, very often it's gotta get worse before it gets better.
This episode featuring Daredevil is called hold on.
Ribbit and
Ribbit
Rip
and
It.
Rip It.
I want you to say both of those things in rapid succession with clear distinction.
Ribbit and Rip It.
Good job. I understood clearly the difference.
You can understand clearly now. The rain is gone.
Austin, we're gonna take one more break, man, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna roll through these.
Okie dokie.
We're gonna binge them like we have. But Austin's like, no, let's just do it now.
Do it now.
Do it. Do it now.
I can quickly work out this dog and mouse situation.
Oh, it sounds like you need a break anyway.
I'm fine.
Well, it sounds like your dog needs you to take a break.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna get more
hulking
tours of your house.
Crazy. You just look into stuff. Get out of that.
That's okay. It's giving people something to be more entertained by than this cringe-inducing show. Okay, we will
Look at this.
see.
She's like, oh, now we stopped because I pointed the camera at him. He's just like getting into things.
The dog or the mouse?
Both.
Merry
I don't even
Christmas.
think the mouse is there. I think the mouse is in the corner.
Merry Christmas, Austin.
But he's stupid.
All right, folks, give us about 3.5, 4 minutes, and we'll be right back. Hey everybody, we've got 2 more She-Hulk episodes left to watch. And I'm just waiting for Austin to get back, and then we're gonna do it for better or for worse. And we're finally gonna get Daredevil this episode. And I don't know if I should be excited or terrified. But yeah, this show has lost me at this point. We'll see if it has any chance of winning me back a little bit. But I'll be very impressed if that happens. Welcome
What's going
back.
to win you back with this wonderful character that we all love? Your favorite Marvel character, in fact.
Yeah, that's true. And I've always wanted to see them do Daredevil yellow.
Oh, man. Same here. We were so close.
And yet so far away.
Yeah, because that Netflix costume sucks, and they just painted it yellow.
Having not seen this yet, and knowing that they're gonna do the red suit, because for some reason people made a big deal out of that in his new show. Do you think there's any chance they do yellow again, or?
I don't know. It's hard to say with some of this stuff because it's like, will he show up in this costume again, or is it just going to be that toy thing where he's in a different costume next time we see him?
Yeah, with no explanation or with a throwaway explanation or whatever.
Well, and now that I'm thinking about it, he's in like a second of the Echo trailer, but I can't remember what his costume, if it was this or if it was fully red.
Well, I think that's where people got the red thing from. Maybe I'm not sure because I
Oh, true.
because I still haven't watched that trailer. I keep forgetting about it because I just don't really care.
You don't want to see Kingpin beat up a man for not serving his blind or deaf girl ice cream.
Not really. But I mean, some people are really excited about it. I don't mean to take that away from anybody, but I wasn't real impressed with her in that other show. And what even was that? Hawkeye, because that's where we had Kingpin in the first place, or not the first place, but in the MCU on a Disney Plus show. Because Daredevil used to be considered part of the MCU, and now we can't really tell if it is anymore. It's very confusing, all of this. Anyway, well, you know what? Let's just rip the Band-Aid off again and do another one of these. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, timestamp 0. Everybody, please press play right now.
I'm not gonna be a superhero.
Hold on, sorry.
What else are you doing?
No, you're good. Keep it going. I'm just saying that to everybody that's not you.
We got the twerking in the previously on,
Wait,
and the water thing. We got
all the after credit stuff?
Yeah.
They're still showing. They showed all of it.
And then did previously on.
Oh. It's like they're making a montage of everything that irritated me.
It's like they're making a montage of ass.
There's a...
Oh, I got to hear that line that time. I am Josh.
I am Josh.
I am Josh, the Hulk
The
King.
Hulk King. The hulking Hulk King.
It's the hulking Hulk King Josh.
Austin, I don't mean to be stuck and fixated on this, but I want to mention this just real quick.
Yeah.
I can't quite put my finger on it, but like with a lot of things with this, I think it's just the execution of it. I feel like even the idea of maybe the gamma radiation thing, the Hulk thing happening to a woman and her handling it differently, like it affecting her differently, could work if it was more mature. Like, I don't even think that's the thing that's irritating me about all of that. I think it's just more the way it was presented and her reaction to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there's our boy. Oh, never mind. It's Ribbit.
Why is Kick-Ass in this?
This looks terrible.
I think it's supposed to.
No, I know.
Wait,
but
is that
not in like a, but not in like a funny way. Like, it just looks bad.
leapfrog Austin.
Yeah.
I was just talking about him the other day.
He's gonna teach them how to spell.
Oh, I thought his name was Mr. Potato. And I do want some of this stuff in MCU where we get into the like copycat, crappy, terrible superheroes and have fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not the worst place to do that. It's just is it going to be funny, right? Like,
yeah, I feel like this and like Jessica Jones are places to do stuff like this.
And if you did a damage control thing.
Oh yeah, I just meant like character specific.
Oh yes, absolutely. If I also think some of this is, and you kind of said this already, but worse after the Suicide Squad.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've seen the D-list,
it's just not earnest,
terrible superheroes done better.
There's just no heart.
I agree. Did you ever see any episodes of Powerless?
No. I didn't watch any, because wasn't there like a Marvel one and a DC one? Or like a, I don't know. Like it was just, I don't know.
No, Powerless was, and it was weird because it wasn't set in any particular DC universe. It was very ambiguous.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, I think it was maybe an NBC or a CBS sitcom.
Yeah.
And it had an Adam West episode right at the end. I think that was its last episode before it got canceled. And it was having a really hard time finding its footing, and it wasn't great. But this is reminding me of that, and somehow that show was better than this. And like it was kind of rough.
Do you know who should be in this show, Cap?
Who's that?
Gibbon. Except they can't because he's Sony.
I thought you were going to say because he's you.
Yeah, I am the Gibbon. Gibbon scare me.
That's Luke, everybody.
Yeah, from Batwoman.
So is Daredevil gonna show up in LA?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, he's got to get his costume.
So, like you said earlier, why would he want to get his costume from the other side of the, not the other side of the country, but the opposite coast?
How would he get here? Did he take a bus?
Yeah.
Because he can't drive.
I want that scene, like, from the Daredevil director's cut, where he interrogates someone while flying in an airplane.
Oh yeah, Ultratron 563. That's what I'm thinking of. Is they were working on a damage control show, and there was Powerless.
That's right. And I think it took them longer to put it out than it was supposed to. Because I think for a while we thought maybe those would air at the same time. Maybe he's right. It's been too long. Maybe I'm remembering that right.
Yeah, that's why I thought there was like one on each side. We're only just getting the logo?
Yeah.
This episode's been on for like 25 minutes already.
Well, it certainly feels that way. Meanwhile, back in the courtroom.
Oh, so the guy who made the crappy leapfrog costume is the guy who made the new Daredevil costume.
Yeah.
Oh, and Matt Murdock's going to be this guy's defense lawyer because he made his suit. Of course.
There he is. Was that supposed to be like an in joke, like a meta joke, where it's like, I'm finally here, sorry for my tardiness?
Yes, that's why it also paused for a second, so you could go,
You know what, though? At least they didn't, like, shoot him from the feet up and make it that kind of a big deal out of it. Like, somehow I like the way they introduced him here better than No Way Home.
That's because his introduction in No Way Home is awful. They literally paused for like 30 seconds.
I'm gonna give Cox a bunch of credit for. Oh, what if? I'm gonna give Cox a lot of credit for immediately from frame one knowing what kind of show he's in.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Kingpin did not have that. And I mean that's it's weird because that was still a relatively serious show, but what he had on the page was very different. And I don't mean to sound like a hypocrite because I'm complaining that they're like cartoonifying, like dumbing down characters to be in this comedy, but I do think that you can like play the character the same way, and you can kind of like subtly still know what show you're in. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he even talked about it in interviews where he was like, "Well, it's a comedy, so you kind of play it into that way, and then when we get to Daredevil, we can play it darker." And I mean, Matt Murdock can be funny. Like he is a funny guy in his show.
And then you just have to expect the writing to make the character consistent, where it's just all about the situation he's in, and it's a tonal difference before he's a different character.
Mm-hmm. I think the issue with Daredevil is you run the risk of people want Miller, and when you're getting comedy, you're gonna give them Wade.
Yeah, or go all the way back to Stan Lee or something.
Yeah. Well, I just think because Wade's more like the modern, like sillier version.
Yeah, but it's got some dark crap in it, man.
Yeah, but it's also got like meme stuff.
I didn't notice that when I read it. I'll just take your word for that. I like that run a lot. There's like a legal bar they go to, apparently.
It's like...
Don't drink anything green. Oh, and Daredevil gave it to you.
Well, at least he can be smooth and be like, well, I didn't know. Because I'm literally blind.
I don't know what color apples are, even though I was blinded when I was 12, Austin. Come on now.
I only saw red apples.
I didn't even know there were green ones.
I didn't know there were green ones until I was an adult. By then, they were nothing to me but sour.
I'm wondering just how much screen time he has in this episode. Like, is he the guest star, or is he in like 3 scenes?
I always got the sense that he's the guest star, but I also didn't know we were going to get Matt Murdock stuff. I thought it was just going to be Daredevil.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that he's introduced that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're probably going to do something with that, right? Where like it's going to be like, oh, wait a minute, you're Matt Murdock, right?
I'm sorry, I missed some of that because I was paying attention to this dialogue.
No, it's okay. I was saying there's probably going to be that moment where it's like, wait a minute, like you're Matt Murdock when we have Daredevil, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. They'll know each other's identities by the well, each other's. Everybody knows that she's She-Hulk, but
yeah,
which
everyone knows
is
that Matt's blind.
Which retroactively could be. I mean, if this is a better show, could be sort of interesting when inevitably, I'm sure we do the Bendis like Daredevil gets or Matt Murdock gets outed as Daredevil plot.
Mm-hmm.
It was Bendis that took us there, right?
I think so, yeah.
Dan Schneider, $2 super chat. The canceled Daredevil show was based on Wade. What canceled show? Does he mean the stuff that was just scrapped, or was there some show that was actually canceled?
I think that Chewbacca's Lover also earlier mentioned that are we happy that show got canceled? But it's not really canceled. They're just reworking it.
Yeah, that's why I was confused by that. Feeling what?
That we want to have sex with Matt Murdock.
Oh. Well, he's better than Josh.
Yeah, he didn't introduce himself like,
I am Matt.
My name's Matt Murdock.
I was created in a computer.
I am blind. In case you didn't notice.
I threw a rock at him.
I think it was Adam, but I'm blind, you see. Now she's getting texts from Todd.
You know what She-Hulk and Josh both have in common?
What's that?
They were each at least partially created in a computer.
That is true. You know what Josh, Todd, Matt, and Hulk have in common?
They're all dudes.
And they have 4 letters in their name.
It's true. And none of them are palindromes.
Hmm. Can you leave? Why am I looking at you?
Go away, Todd.
Yeah, I want to hear about your African stuff.
Okay, we get it. There's lots of... Wait, how did you study abroad? Well, I guess they opened it up, but... Honestly, they gotta reference every current relevant...
How did I not realize that African stuff was Wakandan spear when he showed the picture?
Yeah, that's the only... Yeah. It's the only thing that's in Africa in this universe.
I hate Todd.
I really hate him.
I hate him more than Josh.
He studied abroad in Wakanda, and now he gets to start complaining about colonizers.
He's absolutely the guy that's like, grabs She-Hulk's hand and he's like, I studied abroad, but now I'd really like to study abroad.
If you know what I'm saying.
If you know what I'm saying, and my name is Todd.
You're abroad. I'd
And
like
I'm
to
Todd.
study you.
If maybe we can call tonight Todd and the Broad.
They rhyme. We have so much in common.
We have a lot in common. You're a woman and I really like women.
Ultratron, I had not heard this if it's true. He says they also brought in some of the Netflix people for the revamp.
Well, they brought in like new writers and stuff.
But did they bring in any writers that worked on that show? Because I had not heard that, if that's true.
I didn't look too far into who they hired. I know the directors they hired are from Loki season 2 and Moon Knight.
Okay, well, people have been pretty happy with Loki. I haven't watched it yet. That new season.
And from the trailers, I will say like it looks more cinematic than most of their TV shows.
And I need to rewatch the first season because it's been too long. But I liked it more than a lot of people did. And it was more up my alley than yours, so I'm sure that helped, but...
Oh, she's got a She-Hulk costume now.
Is that just because we're finally doing superhero things with Daredevil here? That looked great. Yeah. And by great, I mean horrible.
My ass remains unwhooped, babe.
Oh, we got to do the typical superhero fight thing. That's the episode title.
What sucks, too, is that Daredevil's finally moving the way I always wanted him to, but it just doesn't look good.
Well, you got to give him that. Oh, that's the worst car throw in the history of car throws. Wow.
Because that was always one of my biggest criticisms of the Netflix show is it was clearly very low budget and couldn't go to a lot of that stuff.
Oh, did you see that? She did the Hulk, like, slap thing.
Yeah. Well, she did it in the first episode, too.
Oh, they did it earlier than you thought.
You think you're pretend to be blind? That's kind of problematic.
That's problematic.
Oh, there's a Steve
That's
Rogers
what I'm concerned with right
poster.
Now. Sorry, what?
There's a Steve Rogers musical background.
Oh, no. See, they got to have all this continuity stuff to some of the most irritating things in the current MCU.
Oh, can we not have him talk like this?
Also, I'm missing what he's saying here, sorry.
Well, he's just doing the, like, like, stuff like that. Like, can we avoid that?
But he's attracted to her, see, so he's nervous.
He's blind. He can't even see that she's attractive.
Well... Sorry, I'm watching the show.
That's okay.
I was gonna say, Austin, that's very shallow of you, because like he's a blind guy, and so he can like a woman without being able to see her,
I guess.
Okay, so was there a throwaway explanation for why his suit is yellow that I missed?
Well, it was made by this guy. And he made it yellow.
But you made
I think that's
Daredevil's
it.
suit yellow. Why are you complaining about a frog guy having green in his suit?
Yeah, his name is literally Devil, and you made it yellow.
I don't know if that's true.
How do you know that
Aren't henchmen
25
just...
of them are goons, and maybe what if one of them's a henchman?
You don't always know what a henchman's motivation is. They could just be there for the paycheck.
You're assuming a lot of things, Matt. Or
Yeah.
can you smell motivation?
It sounds like he's talking about narrative ideas in a comic book, not real life things that happen in this world.
And I mean, I can see Miller writing something like that, but Miller would make it work.
Sure. This is kind of a neat shot with the neon sign in the background.
Yeah. I wish we turned the camera more so it was like across the shot, though.
Okay, so I didn't get a chance a minute ago to complain about just how contrived his mask coming off was.
Well, she just pulled it off.
Oh, did she? I guess I looked away
Yeah,
for a
she, like,
second.
grabbed him and
I
was
thought
like-
it came off in the fight somehow. She just pulled it off?
Just pulled it off, but like I feel like it shouldn't be able to come off like that. Like I feel like the way that material looks, it looks like it would have broken it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I have that with the Spider-Man costume too.
That
from
is true.
Raimi,
That is
where it's
true.
like that is clearly connected, and then you can just pull it off.
No, that's true. That's fair.
That's a conceit. That's
Look, Cap, we're in a hallway.
Oh
They have
man,
crossbows.
you think it's gonna rival the episode 2 or 3 hallway fight?
I think it's gonna rival the Titania fight.
You know what I think they're gonna do? I think they're gonna undercut it with a bad joke. Let's see.
Daredevil will be like, "Nice to see you, JK."
Rowling. This music is overkill here.
I'm surprised they didn't do like Daredevil music there because they did it when he was describing being Daredevil.
I missed that. Did they really?
Yeah, they did the theme song from the Netflix show. They're like, dun, 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 dun. Look, you were right.
Oh, and she said She-Hulk smash. See, I knew it.
And then Daredevil facepalm.
I knew it.
He was like, kinda cringe.
Hench goons.
Hey, don't smash my Frogger. I am the leapfrog.
Now, I will say, if you have to compare them, obviously that fight's kind of sanitized and not real gritty or whatever. The cinematography was okay.
Yeah, it was okay. It was
and
okay.
the-
There was some weird shooting, like some of the like quick pans and stuff.
And the choreography wasn't horrible or anything. He was at least
Yeah.
jumping off the walls and stuff. Temporary insanity is a super risky strategy and almost never works, but okay. Oh,
I'm just a really big fan of legal dramas.
he's hot to me because we're in the same profession.
He's hot to me because he's a fan favorite.
Stop saying the episode title.
I'm glad your leg's broken.
He's this universe's equivalent of Condiment King. I'm sorry, he should be king of condiments.
So does that mean their court thingy's just done now?
Do you remember when we had that whole legal drama about? I get that the show is a comedy, folks. Remember when we had that whole legal storyline about how she wasn't allowed to use the name She-Hulk? In the next episode, she just fought the bad guy who fought her out in public for no good reason, and then we're not doing that anymore?
Yeah.
Do you remember that happened?
Yeah.
I just thought
Remember
I would.
when she said,
bring
I'm
that
going to
up
whoop
again.
your ass, and then Daredevil said, my ass remains unwhooped?
Did he say that?
Yeah, that was at the beginning of their fight.
Did he actually say that?
He actually said that, yeah.
Are you pulling my leg again, or did that actually happen?
No, seriously, when she smashes the roof on that parking garage, he like flips out of it. In that shot, you were like, that looks bad. He lands on the car and he goes, and my ass remains unwhooped. And then he jumps down. Absolutely happened. No, he's had like a few cringy lines like that.
What sucks is I want to like them together because I think there's potential for chemistry with these actors.
Mhm.
I do. So does getting sexually aroused not also turn you into a Hulk?
No, it also doesn't allow you to see.
I guess it's just fear and anger.
Mhm.
But there might be a little bit of fear involved in this kind of thing, right?
Would there be fear if you're banging the man without fear?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think the fact that he doesn't have fear is necessarily going to
Oh, here's the best shot of the show, Kev.
have anything to do with what?
It's the Daredevil walk of shame.
Because he didn't bring any normal clothes, and he
Yeah.
stayed overnight with the She-Hulk.
Yeah, but why didn't he put his shoes back on?
Why didn't he find a stealthy way to what?
Because it's funny, Kev. Ha 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 ha.
I haven't laughed at much. And I know we've been
You don't
talking over
need to
stuff, and maybe there's
elaborate.
some lines that are just drop dead hilarious, but their physical comedy I've not found funny. What? Oh. Stop.
Her and-
So now she's finally regularly talking to me, and it's just to brag about all of her great sex and how hot Matt Murdock is. Yes, the next episode's the finale. Okay, so you think you can get away with all the contrived stuff and the lazy stuff because she's talking about it at the fourth wall, but it doesn't excuse. Even if you think it excuses this because it's a comedy, it doesn't excuse all the other times you've done it on Disney Plus shows. So it looks just as lazy because it's in line with all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Bob the Hun says we got to see Cap dead inside when Austin told him about that line, and then Bag says it doesn't. Or sorry, Robert says that's Cap's secret. He's already dead. You know, there may be a grain of truth there.
But Cap, does that mean that Jen's entire character arc was she wanted to meet a guy that she liked, but they only wanted to have sex with She-Hulk, except for Josh, but he was mean, so she had sex with Daredevil, and now she's happy.
Yeah, which could kind of be interesting thematically because in a much deeper way, the fact that she is She-Hulk has something to do with his attraction to her.
Because he's blind and he can't see
No,
that
because
she's uncanny
because they
valley-
both share the
uncanny
superhero
valley.
lifestyle.
Oh yeah, that too. But also because he can't see
And
the
then-
difference.
And then, sorry, I'm gonna stay on a serious vein for a second. And then she
But
could.
that is like a serious thing. Like actually though, there is like you.
Oh,
could say
okay. I'm
something-
sorry. I thought you were joking.
No, but like you could say something about that where like
Absolutely.
nobody's attracted to Jen, but they're attracted to She-Hulk, and then she gets with Daredevil.
and then he appreciates her for who she really is because she doesn't see either of those versions.
He literally can't see either.
Yeah, that's good. No, I'm sorry, Austin. I thought you were just being jokey.
It's okay. Do you want to play a game?
That's exactly what that is. And he's just he's doing this plot now because it's time for the last episode.
That just is the Doomcock
It is the Doomcock
voice.
mask. Wow.
And voice. I think I've only seen like one of his videos.
Get off the internet.
Yeah, I agree, She-Hulk. Can we stop this? Oh my god, they were like kissing on frame and then went out of frame and then the camera angle changed even though nobody's operating the camera.
Yeah, Daredevil did have those cringy lines and that sucks. But this didn't like completely destroy his character or anything.
No, it just sucks to see him like that. But I think the biggest issue is that you look at it and go, like I hope that's not what he looks like in his
What
show.
if his whole show is like that? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, now she's Carrie.
That's great.
Oh, I wonder who could have set her up. Is it maybe those evil men in the back?
Nothing gets you geared up for a conspiracy plot in your finale like strobe lights.
Man!
You know what one of the most contrived things about the show is, Austin?
Where did these guys come from?
Yeah.
Are these like the henchmen of the villain?
I think they're goons.
Oh, no, but they're probably henchmen. Because they believe in the cause.
Okay.
They're incels.
Like Bane's henchmen in Dark Knight Rises, who believe in his cause for no reason I can ascertain.
Well, you think that they're henchmen, but they're actually goons in that movie.
You know what the most contrived thing is about the show, Austin?
Everything?
That She-Hulk always manages to find the breakaway wall.
Absolutely.
I don't know how, like, that's her superpower. She knows where those are. Dagon Spear, wait, Bruce not being able to have sex is a thing in Incredible Hulk and Age of Ultron, I think. Why can Jen do it? Because they're sexist and they go, well, she's a woman Hulk, so she's very weak, even though she's a Hulk and can break through walls. Like, she couldn't possibly hurt a man during sex. I'm joking. Well, I mean, I'm joking. I have no idea.
There's probably a vulgar reason for it, but I don't know if I should say it.
That picture is gonna haunt me.
That Daredevil picture of the walk him?
Yeah. Did you see his mouth? Did you see the face that he was making?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt and send it to you and make you wear
it. I'm gonna get you a t-shirt that says my ass remains unwhooped.
Touche. I think we've canceled each other out with our crappy t-shirts.
And it's going to be like a really dark picture from the Netflix show, too, with the text.
I feel like the history of superhero cinema and TV now has been a be careful what you wish for sort of situation.
If only we had a show where we discussed that.
I know. But when I was younger, man.
A young warthog?
I really, when I was a young warthog.
I said these superhero films lacked a certain appeal, but they made it crap.
I was just gonna say, man, there were a lot of characters and a lot of stories that I really wanted to see adapted when I was younger, and I never thought that that genre could get popular enough and regular movie audiences would care. And then it happened. And you got to be careful what you wish for, Austin.
Yep. That is correct. How does it feel? Only one episode left.
That part of it feels good. I'm glad that we're already there. I'm terrified to see what I'm in for here.
Oh, I'm so because I know what happens in this finale, and I'm excited to see how you like where they take everything. I'm also interested to see how you like the opening of this episode.
Okay. AMC
Because there
says,
was like a specific opening I knew about, and I was like, I don't know what episode it is, and there's only one left, so.
okay. We'll see here in a second. I bring it up to episode 9, timestamp 0. AMC says, screw Karen, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much time is supposed to have passed, or what happened with them, or if this is even really the same continuity.
I mean, it's even worse with that, because he had sex with She-Hulk, and they had no discussions about bringing Karen into his show.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, here we go. I'm starting to fade a little bit. We gotta finish this. How long is this episode? Oh wow, very often these finales are like much longer than the others, but this one is not. This one is
like 38 or 35, right?
34. Yeah, 30 yeah, just shy of 35.
Oh.
Which with closing credits means it's probably about 26 minutes. Here we go.
Well, they're always known for having really great finales, so I'm sure we're in for a treat.
That's true. That's true. The one thing you can say about the Disney Plus shows is sometimes they're not great in the middle, but boy, if you just started at the finale, you'd be like, these shows are all wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, man, we should have just started here right when it was over.
I'm sorry, I've never had that thought one time. With even the ones I like, the finale is usually the weakest part.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, please press play right now.
Mine didn't play.
Oh
Sorry,
my
go
God.
back.
Seriously?
Blame Disney Plus for being crap. It's not my fault.
Well, that's fair. I feel like you can blame Disney Plus for like lots of things.
Yeah. Absolutely. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
It's possible you won't get my reaction to anything that happens in this episode. I might just...
This will be the first one you pass out on.
Yeah. I'll sit here and I'll still be talking, but my eyes will be closed and be like, Cap, you're not even watching it.
Oh, they're playing that fire song.
No, I'm watching it like Matt Murdock. Everybody, please press play right now.
Well, you know what's going to happen, Cap? You're going to pass out at some point in this episode, but not where you think.
I'm wondering if that catches on and you keep saying it in other streams.
I hope so.
I can't even talk now.
It's too fun.
There was a part of me that thought that the Marvel logo in this last episode would be all Hulk things, and then I went, they don't have enough material.
There's also one video, and I don't remember what video.
Oh God! Oh, what happened? What? What? They're doing an Incredible Hulk TV show thing with this? I should have seen that coming. Okay, are you going to say it or shall I?
What?
Why couldn't this have been the show?
Painted.
What's that?
Now you get to see her painted.
Why couldn't this have just been the show?
Hulk King. She-Hulk is stupid.
I would have unironically liked this better, probably. Some of these shots are pretty authentic. Like, that was a dream? She dreamed that? That doesn't make any sense.
But she dreamed in Fourth Wall.
That's the that's the most confusing thing about the fourth wall break. Is like, does she have a cosmic awareness of the real world in the actual fiction? I mean, who cares? But the real question is why is she? The real question is why is she wearing a Mario costume?
That's the prison uniform Blonsky was wearing.
Okay, but on her for some reason, I'm now thinking it's a Mario costume. I didn't have that.
How much taller is he? Like, Could you do a thing where she eats a mushroom and then he turns into her, or she turns into him?
I'm just saying, for some reason, I didn't think about it when he wore it.
I also don't think that's how that works. Like, I don't think you just instantly go to jail.
I'm mixed on that Incredible Hulk thing, because it was kind of fun.
Yeah, every time he mentioned, like, oh, like, what, you know, if she were painted, I was like, oh, get ready, because we're going to get to see it.
Yeah, and it's better. I don't care what anybody says. They should have just done that. I don't even care if I'm wrong.
Oh, so she was bad, so she just went to that jail for, like, a day?
Well, she got bailed out. I guess. I don't know.
Can you get bailed out of a damage control prison?
I would. Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. I have no idea how she got out.
She lawyered it.
It wasn't a felony charge. You know what I would have done with this?
Gates?
You know what I would have done with this, Austin?
Cancel it.
I would have actually played out, obviously, the courtroom story with what was her name? The cosmetics
Titania.
Catwoman lady. Yeah, Titania. What I would have done is have her actually win that case. And then She-Hulk, or no, have She-Hulk win it, and then Titania has to change her brand, and she just like adds an extra E or something.
Or like an apostrophe or something.
It's She-Hulk.
Like the little line.
Yeah. She-Hulk by
exist?
Titania. Wow, we literally had an old man say, "Get off my lawn."
Yet it was Mario's dad.
That actually happened, folks.
Oh
Do we
my
buy
God,
that this
Jen
woman
only has posters of women.
legally blonde? I know. Well, that's because she's a woman, Austin. And
It's
women
very
only exclusively have posters of women.
A female lawyer movie and Legally Blonde, another female law thing.
Yeah, she's kind of boy crazy, but she's not gonna have any posters of like famous men she finds attractive. That's not gonna happen.
Just famous movies about female lawyers.
Plushy DX. She-Hulk. Robert, that's what I keep saying. What's the point of going full CG if all you're going to do is make her taller? Exactly! You paint her face!
Well, yeah, and there's practical ways of doing that. I mean, Lord of the Rings made it happen. Use perspective.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. Except as
Well, like
always,
I said earlier, like use the CGI to make her taller and like a little bit wider.
Yeah.
But paint her face. Why am I looking at this?
Except as always, it took me 5 minutes to say that when all you had to say was 2 words.
Yeah.
Use perspective. It's exactly what I was saying for half an episode.
The show is just lacking perspective.
In every perceivable way. Yep.
That mom just walked in and was like, look at my daughter twerking. It's so cute.
Bag, that's exactly right. He says, well, it's simpler to film, not simpler for the people who have to make it work. They're not even thinking how is it going to be done. I mean, I guess she's wearing the mocap suit, but yeah, it's a placeholder thing. They're just not even thinking about it.
They might not even have a She-Hulk design in place when they're filming.
Yeah, because their design is just face paint. We'll just add the face paint later. And the fact that they shot the Incredible Hulk parody suggests that she probably wouldn't have minded that much having to wear it. No, you are Brian.
Smug
really are.
Hulk.
Smug Hulk?
What is that picture of him? That's just a screenshot from the show.
Oh, she took a picture in that scene. Did you not see it?
Yeah, I think she was standing next to him in that scene.
Yeah, Bag makes a really good point here too. Like how
She
much?
hasn't stopped looking at the camera in this episode.
Yeah, she just keeps doing it, and it's not fun. But yeah, how much money, like superly unnecessary, spending happened just to make her face green? Wait a minute. So, her dancing like an idiot is a regular thing she's done in the past, and now we're gonna make a plot point out of it.
She posted it, and there was instantly 30 comments, but it also said 0 views at the top.
That's not possible. Even with bots, I wouldn't think that's possible.
They both can't get off the internet and have never seen the internet.
Robert, don't get me wrong, I prefer She-Hulk to look more buff, but why wouldn't you CG to add some extra muscle if you're not going to cast an actress who is super fit?
I mean, there definitely is some of that.
She's reading a self-help book written by the villain from MCU's second film.
Yeah,
Like,
called Deep Haikus.
Austin, if there's a definition of degenerating into self-parody, that's it.
Well,
Like, even in a comedy, I don't know, I can't take that seriously enough to buy it happening. Like,
I just imagine, you know, that shot where like they like run and jump at each other. Hulk and Abomination. Like Abomination just starts writing haikus in his mind.
see, you said that, and immediately I was just having flashbacks to X-Men Origins.
Oh yeah.
Where that's all Wolverine and Sabretooth do.
I actually genuinely want to rewatch Incredible Hulk after this, because I like Tim Roth and I like that movie.
You'll cry, though.
I mean, it's better than this.
Oh my god, stop. Did you catch all that?
No, what did they say?
You had a fanboy complaining about how terrible female Thor is.
Oh yeah.
And he's not just saying that because she's a woman. He'd say the same thing if she was male. That's the kind of, like, forgetting the stupid social politics of it. That's the kind of self-aware nonsense that you're complaining about earlier.
Yeah, there's a
Does the general public even know about her?
Girl Thor? No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't either.
Well, there was a comment earlier that was like, "Oh my God, they took the Hulk and made him female," or something like that. Like one of those, like they replaced Hulk with a woman.
Robbie the Sky $2 super chat says Jen won the She-Hulk case in episode 5. You just missed it. Oh, did she really?
Oh,
yeah, we did miss that. Okay.
That's how much I care.
Yeah, exactly. But what that villain did in the next episode was still stupid. It's just slightly less stupid, because I said it should have, if she's going to do that, it should be like a last-ditch desperation thing. I guess that's what it was, but I still don't know what she really had to gain from it.
Revenge.
Well, yeah, but it had to be public.
Revenge is a dish best served green.
Public?
Or in public.
That makes sense.
At a wedding.
Thanks for telling us that, though, Robbie the Sky.
Wait, Todd is Hulk King?
Oh, twist!
Holy crap.
Oh my god, we didn't see this coming. Austin.
Later, no? I can't believe I was wrong. I thought
in their defense, now, I do feel like they kind of, well, it feels like they cheated with that a little bit. I don't know if they did.
I don't know if they cheated as much as it was like, it was Todd.
It's not like a satisfying twist or anything, but you gotta at least give them you didn't call that.
No, but that's because I was like, it's definitely Josh before we even met Todd.
I think we had met him before.
Had we? I don't know. I don't remember Todd. I just remember him in that stupid Wakanda Forever scene.
Yeah, we remember him after that. Bag, this show really sucks. I mean, the long and short of it.
It's not easy making shows.
Robert, remember when Cap was kind of liking the show? Remember when I was non-committal and not completely disliking the show? That's about as far as I got, I think.
What was the point of putting the Wrecking Crew in this show?
I don't know. So they could say they adapted something from comics?
That's true. This Todd is the same jacket as Madam
Oh,
Web.
no. Sorry, this is the dictionary definition of degenerating into self-parody. We're looking at it right now.
Remember when Abomination had a monster voice in that movie?
Nice, just got the exact same voice. I mean, to be fair, so does Hulk, so does She-Hulk.
Yeah, but that is also... I mean, I'm fine with it with She-Hulk, but I do complain about that a lot with Hulk. Because the Frigno voice we used in Incredible Hulk was great. Oh my god, woman?
I'm just the leader of a cult.
No, he's a self-help abomination guru.
I think the red flag is the word abomination.
I mean, I guess if you want to be bigoted. The door.
Oh, God. So what was the thing with Josh at the end of that
When he
episode?
just took her DNA.
Well, yeah, but wasn't it clearly his avatar on his phone?
I guess he just like texted Hulk King to be like, I got her.
Okay, well that's where it feels like they kind of cheated, right? Where like that's real, you know, screwing with the audience.
I am the Hulk King.
Why do I have to watch this happen? Like, yeah, I bet it wasn't. Oh, look, they're self-aware about the fact that they're making this up on the fly. And so that makes it okay. So your main character knows this show sucks, and that's why it's supposed to be funny, Austin.
Yeah.
That's literally what we're doing. She's just come out and said, this is really, really bad, everybody. Asshole.
Abomination's that much bigger than Hulk?
He wasn't in that movie.
No, they were the same size. I mean, I don't mind that. Like, I do like Abomination being bigger.
We're really doing this.
Yeah, that's why it was so bad, Cap. It was on purpose.
Wait, she's... What? What? What just happened?
Well, she got out of her show.
Oh, she's literally in someone else's...
No,
Oh,
she's
in a
in the
behind the
real
scenes
world.
show and she just left the studio?
Yeah.
They just gave up.
Well, and this is like the one thing I know. I think it's Byrne does is that he like she comes out of the comic and talks to Byrne.
Okay, but
like,
I bet it's after a story that you were invested in, and
yeah.
this is it's just still going. So they're just gonna scrap all that, which is fine because it's terrible. But
no, this is the finale, Cap. Yeah, this isn't just like a small sequence. Like, this is the finale.
So, like, it's almost over, and this is how it... Well, we're only halfway through this episode. Or no, a little over half. Maybe 2/3. Yeah. She's coming out and giving all the complaints I've been giving her to the show, but...
Yeah, it was self-aware. That means it's good.
Okay. Is Feige himself going to show up in this?
You'll see.
I agree. I'm actually liking her a little more right now. I don't know how much talking I'm gonna do through the rest of this, guys.
You're broken. Oh, she's got to sign a
But
non-disclosure.
in a weird way, I'm more interested in this than I have been. Because they actually did this. Austin, it's Barbie. What do you keep saying? What do you keep calling it when songs play?
Oh, it's certified bop.
It's kind of bop, and it's another bop.
No, it's a certified bop. This fantasy remix.
This is the ultimate circle jerk. What is happening?
Yeah, so they were non-committal and wouldn't put Feige in it.
So now no. No.
Which I feel like if you're going to go to the meta one, you have to actually have him be in it.
You have to do it, yeah. Because this isn't even remotely the real world at all. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even a buyable, fictitious version of because we know Kevin Feige is a real person.
It's not her ripping out of the comic and talking to Byrne and being like, hey, can we rewrite this?
No. It is an absolute cop-out.
Well, and Feige just told her to turn back into Jennifer because they can save on budget.
Yeah, and how does that make sense if we're... So, like, it's still the show, but it's not the show, but it is the show?
And they put his little baseball cap on the thing. So it's clever.
And, like, I love this kind of meta stuff when it's done well. I did the same crap in Spawn here, you know? Like, I don't want to be a hypocrite, but this is all very awkward. He's the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. It's true.
And now a character in the MCU has said MCU. Oh, they know all the criticisms, Austin.
Yeah. Why couldn't they have said that when making Moon Knight?
Yeah, because they're basically just coming out and giving up and saying all of our shows have sucked the whole time.
Yeah.
Even while they've been pretending like their stuff has been of the same quality and like fans are just being unfair or something. Yeah, could we not do that? And again, the fourth wall breaking stuff earlier in the season is not a big enough part of the show of the show.
What? Sorry.
This just feels a lot more out of nowhere than it ought to because the fourth wall breaks weren't happening enough through the season.
We didn't do enough with it.
I don't think.
And I mean, I'll give them, this is the type of stuff I always wanted in Deadpool and they didn't do. But like, I also don't think this really works.
Yeah, but I also don't like that this is beating Deadpool 3 to it.
Yeah. I mean, She-Hulk does in the first place, so that makes sense.
Well, it's kind of nice that they name dropped X-Men with people being worried that they're not even going to call it that.
But is it weird that she doesn't know who Daredevil is until she meets him, but she can be like, when are we getting X-Men?
That's why my brain is broken, because I don't understand who the character is we're looking at right now versus the one we've been watching the whole show. Because the fourth wall breaks didn't seem to really be the actual character, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, she knows to talk to us when she decides to do that, but otherwise, she's fully integrated in the universe she's in. I don't know.
Your mind's boggled.
You know what I mean? Like, she didn't seem to have any kind of cosmic... Part of it, too, is she should be doing more of the Deadpool thing through the show if we're going to do that, where she's not just saying, I'm in a TV show. She should bring up, like, other pop culture stuff. Oh, and Daredevil's back.
Yeah, because she asked if he could come back because
oh, and so now she's rewritten her own ending.
Yeah.
Is she going to make it better, or is she just going to make it what she wants it to be?
Well, I mean, it's already over.
It just happened.
It just happened, yeah. They arrested Todd.
Off screen.
Yeah. But Daredevil's back to bang.
Okay, so we've still got a few minutes left, but I'm going to say it, Austin.
Yeah.
This and Secret Invasion are both equally the same amount of waste of time, just different versions of waste of time.
Yeah.
This is a D- school project.
You think it gets a passing grade, though?
You know, I still tend to be pretty charitable. You've never heard of Hell's Kitchen? Okay. Austin, I'm going to wake up in the morning and I'm going to wonder how much of this was a dream.
Are you going to dream that, like, an intro of you in the 70s Hulk style?
I'm going to dream that I walked out of here into the real world and I punched Kevin Feige in the nose.
Yeah, you made him make good movies.
Stussy, it's a goose egg. It is.
Oh yeah, Cap, get ready.
It gets weirder? Oh no. Who's this gonna be? Everybody's gasping because this person does not look like they're really there.
No, he doesn't even look like they hired an actor.
You think that kid and Thor's adopted daughter will go off and have adventures together?
I hope not. That sounds terrible. Maybe they'll both be in the Young Avengers. That's how we ended it?
Well, that was pretty clear place to get to at the end of that character arc, but I don't know that we really got to that.
Bum, bum, bum,
She just went into the real
bum.
world and went, Kevin Feige, your shows suck. And then she came back and she didn't have to finish out that horrible, horrible story. And then she went, I now like being both She-Hulk and Jennifer Walters.
And I love having sex with Matt Murdock.
And I guess he just had nothing better to do than hang out in LA for that.
Well, he had to because she literally rewrote the ending, so he had to stay there. He had no free will.
Yeah. She's very,
Which is
very
kind of-
powerful.
Which is kind of, when you like think about it.
It'll be really bizarre if they ever introduce Gwenpool after that. God.
Oh God. Can we just delete everything?
Bag, what the hell? I think that's the operative phrase, yeah.
For some reason, I completely forgot about the Scar thing, which is funny because I constantly make fun of him for the fact that he doesn't look like they have an actor.
AMC, I gotta read this comment. He says, in some ways, this feels a good bit like the finale of Brave and the Bold, where Batmite is trying to get the show canceled and rebooted. Well, he's upset that the show is getting canceled. But no, that's the good version of this.
Oh, they spoiled Wong. He was in the credits.
Wong is obsessed with television.
I want you to meet my friend Madison, Emil.
Okay, so now he's gonna just hang out with Blonsky?
Yeah, well, they were already friends.
And he should be like, well, we have tuna melts.
And we can hang out with our gal Madison.
AMC
Now,
never
Disney
would have
Plus
guessed
wants
that
me to
was a
watch
word in Cap's
Andor.
vocabulary. What word? What did I say that was shocking?
Huh?
He just said just now he said I said something. He was surprised I even had that word in my vernacular. I don't know.
I don't know.
I
Oh, and
don't-
AMC said that too.
That's what I said. AMC.
Oh, you said Bag said that. Sorry.
No, well, maybe I accidentally said that. I meant AMC. Austin, I don't know if I'll ever be able to fully process what I just saw.
I do love that you were like, I don't know, like I'm not hating it, and then we went like all the way to like a full degeneration.
Yeah, but like I want to like the meta stuff at the end. I don't even know what to do with it. I don't even know what they're saying with it. I mean, it just feels like this huge cop out where they're like, yeah, we had no idea what we were doing. We have no idea how to end the show.
And that's like a big famous comic moment. So
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, I had heard rumblings that they did some kind of, I forgot about it, but some kind of like big fourth wall break thing at the end where she goes and talks to somebody, but I didn't know it was going to be the way they resolved the whole story.
Well, and I also just think it's a cop out that Feige was like, no, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, that too. But I just don't even know what they're saying with it.
That the ending sucked, and she wants to have sex with Matt Murdock.
Yeah, but the fact that she's also talking about how predictable the endings of MCU movies have been, and their shows, and all of that, like, there's a part of me that appreciates that they're admitting that, but it's like, they can't keep acting surprised that people have lost interest in their franchises when somebody wrote that and they signed off on it.
There's also like a whole part where she complained that they have too many mean dads or dad problems.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, but she was like, Tony has dad problems and Star-Lord has 2 dad problems.
Is that a complaint that people have lobbed at them?
I don't know, but that feels like very basic. Like the type of stuff that you hear people who also think that the Clark Kent glasses thing is an issue.
Because once again, the place where they are most, and maybe people will think I'm harping on this too much, but most not self-aware is that these people clearly have not watched hardly any of the Arrowverse, and they don't realize that they're making all the same mistakes. Because that's one of the big things they started doing when that all really fell off, is they would just constantly, like, reference issues people have with their shows in episodes as, like, cop-out, throwaway ways to, make up for it, where it's like, no, we know we're doing this.
Mm-hmm. Chewbacca's lover says Kevin Feige refused their cameo. I think he was offended by his movies being mocked.
Why did he let it happen is what I can't figure out.
No, I think it's just because if you see videos with him, like, he's clearly very, like, awkward and shy on camera. Like, I think it's just that.
No, I know, but yeah. But, like, if there's any truth to what Chewbacca's lover is saying, I don't understand why Feige let that be in the show.
If he was mad they made fun of his material, that wouldn't have been the ending.
Say it again.
Said if he was mad that they made fun of his material, that wouldn't have been the ending.
I wouldn't think so. You just don't even buy that.
No, I do think it is just because he's, like, awkward on camera.
Robert, I'm with you, man. He says, and that's why, well, I'll just read this. Daddy issues are a common theme in the MCU. Yes. Why is that bad? Yeah, why is that bad? There's just all this really confused, mixed signals, messaging, like, whatever you want to say at the end of this, where it's like, is that bad because it's too male-centric? Is that what's getting? I've no idea.
It's also not even that many characters.
There's too much of it?
You have Iron Man, you have Star-Lord, and then we never did any of the dad stuff with Hulk, so he doesn't count.
We never did it with Spider-Man.
No. We have no, like, familial relations with, like, any of the other Avengers. You could maybe say Thor.
With Odin, but that's baked in it. You have to do that.
Mm-hmm. When same with Star-Lord to a degree, obviously they changed it.
Yeah, they changed who it was, but you still had to have it. Yeah,
exactly. But I mean, the whole parent issue thing is just like a trope of superheroes.
Yeah,
but there's not even that many, like, in the MCU. I don't know.
I don't either.
Like I said, that's the type of joke you make when your, like, level of thought towards this stuff is like, Batman's rich and he beats up poor people. It's like, oh.
Yeah, it's really
okay.
It's a really superficial,
very surface
complaint. Yeah, Austin, this is the kind of thing that has me really questioning life choices.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that.
Thanks for putting up with it with me. I appreciate it, man. I mean, as always, I had fun doing it with you.
Mm-hmm. I also feel like we had a reverse of Secret Invasion, where we started off like, and then got, like, more energetic as it went on, and I feel like we had the reverse on this.
We did. Yeah, absolutely. If it remained the same show, I mean, in some ways, I feel like I could say it's still trying to decide what exactly it is episode to episode, now that I've seen the whole thing. I think there's this chunk in the middle where it's kind of solidified maybe into more of just an episodic sitcom.
Mm-hmm.
But if it stayed as the kind of thing that it made an opening contract with us with the second episode, because that feels more like a pilot to me, it might have been okay.
Well, and how weird would it have been if we went from the Daredevil episode to that first episode with the Hulk?
Yeah.
And then to that last episode. That would have been bizarre.
Nicholas Bodo says Cap went through a character arc tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Austin didn't.
No, I mean, we have like the kind of two of the things that you talk about. I had a refusal to change, and you had a change.
Yeah, begrudgingly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was open-minded, man. I was.
Yeah, you were
just-
uneasy to take the call at first, but eventually you did, and you had a full hero's journey.
Yeah, and now I have to return home with what I've learned.
And now you're a bitter old man, like.
And I already kind of felt that way a little bit, and now I have that even a bit more. I'm up another rung on that. Austin, I can't even begin to tell you what is physically actually really happening with the ending with that.
Like in universe.
Yeah.
I think it's just Todd and Abomination were having a secret cult meeting.
Oh no,
and
no, I mean with the meta.
Oh, like the actual aspect when she leaves the universe.
Yeah,
I thought you meant like what is it replaced with?
It just doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, well, that and she's clearly not coming into our world because Kevin Feige is not a robot.
Yeah, well, he's like a robot from Fallout. It's really weird.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that you say Fallout. I'm kind of surprised that at no point did that robot say the cake is a lie. Shocking.
He should have sung the Daisy Daisy, whatever the rest of the lyrics are sung.
Holy, sorry you didn't like it, Cap. Hopefully you'll at least like the Marvel slightly better. I can't believe I'm going to go from this to that tomorrow. Man. Look, if I quit my job next week, I promise I'll still make the movie. But I'm kidding.
So, Cap,
stuff's
are you
getting hard.
trying to
I mean, you
say
guys wonder why I don't review new things. It's because I don't want to hate my job, you know? It's why I've had to do focus, almost exclusively on retro, and when we do this stuff, it's just watching it the first time and kind of half-ass talking over it, because I wouldn't. I'm glad we didn't try to do that, Austin. Like watch these 9 episodes on our own and then try to have an intelligent conversation about it.
No, I would have been miserable, and it would have ended up being like, not like dozing off, but like trailing off, and thought.
No, I mean that's a chore that's not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And like maybe this sort of was too, but it's more fun because it's laid back and we don't have to take notes or anything.
Yeah, exactly. We don't even have to understand what happened.
Yeah. Oh, AMC said because I said circle jerk. I couldn't think of anything else.
Oh yeah.
Busta Sim, have you seen the Miss Marvel series yet? I got halfway through and kind of forgot about it, honestly. I wasn't hating it. I mean, it was all right, but
Yeah, and I haven't seen any of that. I've heard it starts off really well.
it does.
it
It's
kinda
got
shows
a
off.
really good first couple episodes, but it didn't completely lose me at any point. I just forgot about it. Like,
Yeah.
and I mean, again, I do that a lot these days. Like,
Yeah,
I was
fair.
Robert has been giving me crap for not finishing Last of Us, or not giving me crap, but he's like, "Oh, you got to finish it. It's great." I was liking it quite like really well,
How
but I
dare
also
you.
haven't finished that either. Sorry, what?
Said, "How dare you?"
How dare I? Yeah, Stussy, She-Hulk, and the Marvels have the same writer. I wonder if the Marvels will bring back the Kevin Feige drone.
I wish. What if that was like the main hero in Kang Dynasty?
What if it gets an action figure?
Oh, that'd be
What,
great.
what if they make a remote control one? What if there's a drone? What if they make the Kevin Feige drone?
You know how they made the like little Groot that goes like that in the pot? When you press the button. It's late. Give me a break. What if they made like a little Kevin Feige drone, and then you press the button and it's like, yada 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 yada. Who is that girl?
Well, I mean, it's been out a while now, so I guess that won't happen.
No, probably not.
Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go watch the Marvels tomorrow. I'm so excited. I'm even more excited after watching this.
Do you feel, Cap, like your
Yeah.
ass is thoroughly whooped?
Yeah, kinda. But I know I've got more thrashing to come if the Marvels is not great, and I'll be shocked if I love that. But
I mean, hey, what if this was bad enough that you go, you know what? It's an hour and 45 minutes. It was nothing.
yeah, that's the thing, is this is the kind of thing
Like-
that could, especially knowing that there's that much of a connection with it, that it's the same writer, where my standards could be so far in the floor, and I say this a lot, and sometimes it's true, like my standards are so in the floor that it kind of, it's kind of a pleasant surprise. And then when I get a little bit of perspective, I realize just how not great it was. But in the moment, it's like, well, I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. Like kind of like the Ninja Turtles 2014 thing. Like that movie is really bad, but I liked it a lot more in the theater than I expected to. Like Megan Fox was actually okay,
Yeah, I watched that, and I watched the two of those not that long ago with John. He'd never seen them, and then I was like, "This will be really funny," and then it wasn't.
Yeah. Sorry,
No,
I'm
it's
disappointed.
okay.
But
I'd seen them before.
But family is for weaklings.
Yeah, and Krang, Bebop, and Rocksteady are genuinely funny.
Guys, I appreciate you. Plush DX says, imagine if it was another Multiverse of Madness for Cap. Again, I would be shocked. This did have me kind of wanting to watch that again.
Yeah, I mean, I want to rewatch Incredible Hulk now. Maybe even the '04 movie, but not that much.
Yeah, well, and I keep thinking we should have put that on our slate this year for the Rewind commentaries, because it's also the anniversary for that.
I mean, it's not too late.
Yeah, but I mean, we're getting close to it being too late. I don't know how many weeks I'm even going to be able to do videos next month, it being Christmas. And we've had to put some things off, but
That's
anyway.
true.
But we'll try if we can. But once again, thank you guys for being here. We had a really great crowd tonight. Thanks for the support for folks that left super chats, and it was really fun interacting with you guys in the comments. Apologies if I'm coming off like a downer with this kind of stuff. It's just I can't help but call it like I see it and tell you how I feel. There's not a lot I'm liking right now with MCU or just current things in general with superhero. I'm looking at it. I'm reporting. That was baffling before it was anything, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like when somebody puts out a book from a reputable publishing house and it has like 900 mistakes in it, and you're like, how was it put out? How did it go on the shelf? I'm having that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't even know how to compare this to something like Secret Invasion. Like, they're so
different
know.
brands of wasting my time.
Exactly.
Okay.
I will give it didn't ruin my favorite character, so it's better than Werewolf by Night.
Well, that's true. It's sad when that's the thing that you'd put on the box, though. It didn't ruin my favorite character. Oh, that's good. Was your favorite character even in it? Nope.
Nope.
All right, going to bed. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. And I'll be back on Sunday, if everything goes according to plan, with The Marvels review, probably in the evening, somewhere around 7 or 8. So time to be determined, but I'll let you know at least by Sunday morning, afternoon. And
then Cap and I will be back for more shows, but not when you think.
that is never going to get old. Connor will be there for that. He was in the comments earlier talking about how much he just absolutely loved the Marvels.
He was delighted.
Can you even tell when I'm being sarcastic anymore?
No.
Austin can. All right, guys, we're gonna get Chewbacca's lover. It didn't ruin Daredevil. I don't know that it ruined Daredevil.
I mean, Daredevil's not my favorite Marvel character. I like Daredevil, but he's one of those characters I need to read more of.
Yeah, that ending makes me go. I mean, none of this counts. It's almost like none of it really happened. Like it did, but you know what I mean? Like,
Don't tell me it didn't happen, Cap. We spent all night watching it happen.
you remember the part where I said it was a waste of my time? All right, really